Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
These stones are sealed with various magic techniques that Chen prepared for them. They only need to throw them out to trigger them. And it's so powerful that even masters in the void refining stage can't do anything against it. Now, Guing Luo didn't care so much and just threw a lot of stones out. Clap, clap, clap. The stone exploded in the air. A series of explosions also sounded, and the power sealed inside burst out. The power of each stone is different. Some are strong sword intentions, some are domineering palm techniques, some are indestructible spiritual power, and some are indestructible shields. In short, there are all kinds of magic tricks, and they are very powerful. Boom! A sword energy burst out, aiming at the Jinyu sect disciples and elders below, causing heavy casualties to them. Even the ground was cut with a huge hole of dozens of feet. Cull. A bone-chilling wind blew out of a stone, and the slightly black cold wind blew on the people who were fleeing, freezing them into black human-shaped ice sculptures in an instant. Wow! A huge wave appeared out of thin air, and the huge waves dozens of feet high hit everyone, causing many people to vomit blood and die. The list goes on. After suffering so many fierce attacks and attacks without rules, the entire Jinyu sect fell into unprecedented turmoil. Not to mention the low-level disciples, even the monks at the Golden Core stage, Nascent Soul stage, and Transformation stage had no chance of surviving when they encountered these attacks. Because this is the method Chen specially prepared for his two disciples. If these people can still deal with Chen's prepared methods, then Chen can find a factory to drive screws. The fear of death made them run around, crying for their father and mother, and they were in complete chaos. Help, elder! Help me, help me! Damn it, I can't protect myself even in the stage of becoming a god. How can I save you? Run quickly, there is absolutely no way you can survive if you stay here. Crazy, they are all crazy. Why can two Jindan stages destroy the entire Jinyu sect? Who prepared the means for them? Everyone was shouting crazily and wanted other students to help them. But in the midst of chaos, it's already good enough that you're not being used as a stepping stone by others. Why do you still expect others to save you? What are you thinking? Besides, those elders are all clay bodhisattvas who cannot save themselves when crossing the river. A monk in the transformation stage rose into the sky, wanting to leave the sect as soon as possible and escape from this place of right and wrong. But they were all blocked by a solid formation. Damn it, it's the sect protecting formation. It's the sect protecting formation. What turtle-haired son activated the sect protecting formation? Now it's locking us all in. The sect wants to open it. Worry, go and cancel the formation quickly. It's over, it's too late. Everyone was blocked by the sect protecting formation, and there was no way to escape outside. They're now like turtles in a urn. They can only stay in this space and be slaughtered by others. Jean Ruetian was furious when he saw that the entire Jinyu sect was in chaos and suffered numerous casualties under Guing Luo's attack. No one has ever dared to come to their place so arrogantly. What made him want to vomit blood even more was that the purpose of his order to open the sect-protecting formation was to trap Mu Yan and Guing Luo so that they could snatch their inheritance. As a result, one of our own people was trapped inside. Take these two down. Jean Ruetian pointed at Mu Yan and Guing Luo and yelled angrily. The strong men of Jinyu sect also know that it is difficult for them to escape. Instead of making a mess and running around, it is better to get rid of the person who raised the problem. As a result, all the surviving disciples and elders of Jinyu sect rushed towards the two people in the sky with murderous intent. They must be killed. The two senior executives in the void refining stage also rushed towards Mu Yan and Guing Luo without hesitation. They all felt that the methods of these two people were exaggerated, but they were better because they had more people. They didn't believe that these two people could kill everyone at once. However, they still underestimated Mu Yan and Guing Luo. Guing Luo once again took out a handful of stones and threw them all out, just like free beans. Wow! A large number of stones exploded in the air, and one method after another was released, killing these people to pieces. Too arrogant. One of the strong men in the void refining stage relied on extremely fast speed to reach Mu Yan's side and punched him. The terrifying fist power exploded completely, turning into a dragon-shaped energy that stirred up the wind and clouds. The power of this punch was enough to defeat a strong man of the same level. However, Mu Yan had already been prepared. He smiled brightly and threw a handful of stones without hesitation. When all these stones exploded, sword energy, fingering skills, palm prints, boxing skills soared light. Dozens of techniques wrapped up this strong man in the void refining stage at the same time and then strangled him without any accident. Another master of the void refining stage originally wanted to kill Mu Yan with lightning speed, but this scene scared him to the point of trembling. He didn't think that his end would be much better than that of his companions. The best solution is to quickly close the sect protecting formation and escape from this place. When no one was paying attention, he hid in the crowd, looking for a chance to survive. If you are an elder yourself and earn tens of thousands of spiritual stones a month, why are you selling your life? Jean Ruetian was furious at this moment. His long hair was dancing wildly, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body, comparable to the power of a volcanic eruption. Take your life. He roared angrily, turned into a rock, and rushed towards Mu Yan and Guing Luo with overwhelming momentum. At the same time, he did not forget to grab hundreds of sect members from the air and block them in front of him. With this human shield, he is safer. Old man, you don't want billion. Old man, can you be any worse? A leader like you deserves to be shitted by me. These members were so anxious that they started to curse. They didn't expect this old guy to be so shameless and use them as a shield. You are amazing, you are noble, you work hard for your sect, but have you ever thought about us? Mu Yan would not turn into a virgin just because of Jean Ruetian's move. He still threw a lot of stones without hesitation. The stones exploded, and the endless ocean, the burning flames, the domineering sword energy, and other magic techniques were all released at once, killing all these people. Jean Ruetian was beaten until he vomited blood and was unable to fight back. I was proud of my strength. I thought I could easily crush two guys in the golden core stage, but I didn't expect that I wouldn't even have a chance to resist. When he caught a glimpse of another handful of stones in Mu Yan's hand, he desperately understood that today's battle would be a complete defeat for him. Please, please forgive me. I know I was wrong. It was me who was obsessed with my own thoughts, and I shouldn't have harmed you. I brought it upon myself. Jean Ruetian, who was still breathing, knelt on the ground, coughing up blood and begging for mercy. He was really scared of being beaten. Mu Yan looked at him condescendingly with cold eyes and said, "Master said, sitting back and waiting for death is not our style. Since I have chosen to attack the mountain gate, I have the intention of eradicating the roots. If we don't get rid of the root cause, it won't be easy to explain to Master when we go back." Jean Ruetian keenly caught the word "master" and asked in surprise, "Who is your master? Maybe I know him?" Hearing that he still wanted to have a relationship with his master, Mu Yan burst out laughing. "Only you? Do you deserve to know my master? In the next life." "No, it's impossible in the next life." After saying that, Mu Yan raised his hand and smashed several stones, and the magic formula burst out. The terrifying power completely killed Jean Ruetian, a master in the void refining stage. After doing all this, Mu Yan remembered his master's teachings and visited the entire Jinyu sect several times. If there was any fish that slipped through the net, he would hit it with a stone. After half a day, there was finally no sound from the entire Jinyu sect. The world is at peace. Brother Mu Yan, it's all solved. Guing Luo breathed a long sigh of relief. Looking at the Jinyu sect that had been tortured by the two of them, she still couldn't believe that they had done it. Once upon a time, the huge Jinyu sect was unattainable in their eyes. Now, they can destroy it with their backhand. All of this started from meeting Master. Since meeting the Master, the trajectory of their destiny has been completely changed. Everything they have now is given by the Master. Mu Yan, Ing Luo, did the egg yolk scatter? Ing Luo nodded obediently. Shake it apart. I even split the earthworms in half. Mu Yan nodded with satisfaction. Yes, yes, this is in line with the master's teachings. I'm sure master will be very satisfied. Not long after the two walked out of the mountain gate leisurely, they heard a dog barking. Woof. Woof. Mu Yan pointed at the dog's nose and scolded him. What are you barking at? I ask you, what are you barking at? He casually gave this stupid dog two big-ass pockets, which frightened the stupid dog so much that he whimpered and ran down the mountain. These two terrifying humans left a psychological shadow on it from then on. The commotion happening here in Jinyu Sect was so great that it attracted the attention of many people even at the foot of the mountain. However, since the mountain gate of Jinyu Sect is not accessible to ordinary people, they can only watch from a distance below the mountain. After waiting for a long time, they saw a young man and woman coming down from above. Moreover, his cultivation level is not very high, that is, he is in the Jinden stage. Could he be a disciple of the Jinyu Sect? However, it shouldn't be. The disciples of Jinyu Sect are required to wear sect uniforms. These two don't look like serious disciples. It wasn't until a few hours later that the people at the foot of the mountain had the courage to go up to check. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it. It's really shocking when you look at it. The Jinyu Sect, which used to have continuous palaces and grandeur, has now become very dilapidated. To say it is a mess would be a compliment. Either it had been washed by water or burned by fire, or it had been destroyed in various ways, and there were corpses everywhere. It was like a mountain of corpses and a sea of fire. This sight made everyone who saw it so scared that their legs weakened and they knelt down on the spot. Earth, hell. This is hell. Oh my god. The Jinyu Sect was massacred? Are they all dead? I remember that their sect leader is not in the void refining stage. Isn't that gone too? Nonsense. If the sect master is still here, can he watch his sect become like this? These people's minds are blank. In their impression, the Jinyu Sect is powerful and domineering, and it is definitely not something that ordinary people can provoke. But now, the entire sect has been almost razed to the ground. It can be seen that it was bulldozed by extremely powerful men using various powerful techniques. Could it be those two juniors at the Golden Core stage who did it? Impossible? Can a mere Golden Elixir stage level the entire sect? It's incredible to think about it. But except for those two young people in the Golden Core stage, there is indeed no one else entering or leaving the Jinyu Sect. With the departure of Mu Yan and Guing Luo, the news that the Jinyu Sect was wiped out spread rapidly. Have you heard? The Jinyu Sect was eradicated. Even the dogs ran away. There were mountains of corpses and seas of fire everywhere. It was so miserable. Are you kidding me? The Jinyu Sect is so arrogant and domineering, how can it be eradicated? Are you the leader of this clan and are there to make a living? Why are you lying to you? Many people have already visited the gate of Jinyu Sect. How can you cheat? Oh no, right? Isn't their sect leader a big shot in the void refining stage? Who is so brave that he eliminated the entire sect? It is said that only a young man and woman came out, and now everyone is guessing that they did it. In several nearby cities, many people were spreading and discussing this matter. At first, many people didn't believe it, but as more and more people visited the site, everyone was extremely shocked. This huge sect will be gone if it doesn't exist. Chevron_left. However, many people clapped loudly and praised the people who destroyed the Jinyu Sect as being really heroes and good people, who simply eliminated harm for the people. I don't know who did it, but it was well done. The young master of the Jinyu Sect once raped civilian girls. The daughter of a friend of mine was caught and tortured to death before the body was thrown back. Now it is the Jinyu Sect's turn to suffer retribution. What a good death. The people in this sect are very arrogant. Last time, a few disciples robbed me of my family's martial arts and severely injured my father. Now he is bedridden. It's so satisfying. Today, I want to add an extra bottle of wine to celebrate. Haha, no matter which hero is doing this, I am toasting him with this glass of wine. In several nearby cities, innocent people who had been bullied by people from the Jinyu Sect all expressed their satisfaction. There is nothing more exciting than hearing that the Jinyu Sect was exterminated. After this cancer was gone, the world became much quieter. So cool. Some of those who had been bullied so harshly cried, knelt down and kowtowed to thank the mysterious hero. The Gu family got the news immediately. When they learned that Jin Yuzong was really killed and bleeding like a river, they were all shocked and opened their mouths. They couldn't believe it was true. That was the Jinyu sect, a behemoth they didn't dare to provoke. Just a few elders could crush the entire family's power. Now it's gone if you say no? Did those two children, Mu Yan and Ingluo, do it? Patriarch Gu's head is buzzing now, because they are the only two people who have joined the Jinyu sect. According to many people, there is indeed a young man and woman coming down from the mountain. It is undoubtedly Mu Yan and Ingluo. However, can their two golden elixir-level children really eradicate that behemoth? But the facts are right in front of him. Even if he finds it incredible, he has to admit that this is the only possibility. He suddenly remembered that both Ingluo and Mu Yan had mentioned their master and their own sect. There is no doubt that the master behind him is the one who really makes the difference. Otherwise, where would the strength and confidence of the two children come from? I don't know who Ingluo's master is. You don't even have to come forward, but you can use the hands of two children to get rid of a sect that has been in the void refining period. The more Patriarch Gu thought about it, the more terrifying it became. Then he was very happy because his daughter and son-in-law both worshipped the mysterious strong man as their teacher, and it would be a smooth journey from now on. He did not publicize that it was his daughter and son-in-law who bulldozed the Jinyu sect. However, there are many sharp minds who have captured many details and know that this matter is definitely related to the Gu family. Therefore, many families came to curry favor with the Gu family and establish good relations with the Gu family. Those who had been at odds with the Gu family were even more serious. They brought a bunch of heavenly materials and treasures to the door to apologize and said all the good things. Suddenly, the Gu family became the most prominent family. As for the Kunlun Holy Land, after Mu Yan and Guing Luo completed their mission, Chen was reminded by the system immediately. Information to the host: this task has been overcompleted and the reward has been doubled. The host is requested to claim it on his own. Complete the task so quickly? And it's still over the quota? Not bad, not bad. Chen was very satisfied after receiving the news. After his own teaching, the two children were able to stand alone. He had no worries about letting two golden elixir-level disciples destroy a sect. In addition to the stones with various magic spells sealed, he also sent Zhang Laosi, the elder of the outer sect, to follow secretly. With the strength of Zhang Laosi's true fairyland, it would be strange that something would happen to Mu Yan and Guing Luo. He began to examine what rewards he could get for fulfilling the task. Reward: an alchemy pavilion. Reward: 1 million copies of Danfeng. Reward: 1,000 fairy-level alchemy furnaces. Reward: fantasy stairs. Reward: monument of destiny. There are actually 5 kinds of rewards? Not bad. Chen was still very satisfied with this reward. What surprised him was that most of the rewards this time were related to pills. Is the dog system hinting that he is going to develop into alchemy? The Alchemy Pavilion, 1 million pill recipes, and the Immortal Level Alchemy Furnace are all easy to understand, and they are all for preparing the sect for alchemy in the future. As for the Fantasy Stairs and the Destiny Monument, there are some explanations. The Fantasy Stairs can make people fall deeply into the fantasy, which is a huge test of will. This thing is perfect for testing the will of the disciples and whether there is a traitor sneaking into the sect. The function of the Destiny Monument is very simple. That is, it is used to test the qualifications of disciples. The higher the qualification, the Destiny Monument will give a prompt. The combination of these two things is very suitable for recruiting disciples from the general public in the future. The illusion step alone is enough to get rid of many people who are not suitable for practice. Chen was also very satisfied with these two things. Even though there are only a few pitiful people in Kunlun Holy Land now, in the future he will develop Kunlun Holy Land into the largest force in the world. Therefore, it is difficult for him to recruit disciples one by himself. Recruiting a large number of talented disciples and expanding the number of sect members is the way forward. After laying out these rewards one by one, Chen turned around and gave instructions to Holy Lord Luowei, who was cowering aside like a frightened kitten. Xiaoya, go make me a pot of tea. Yichen ordered lazily. Hearing that he dared to order her, Holy Lord Luowe was so angry that she gritted her teeth. If she didn't have any immortal power in her body, she would have beaten Yichen violently. There is a way to unlock the seal on my body and restore my immortal power. Seeing that she was motionless, Yichen said casually, so what if I let you regain your immortal power? Can you really hit me? Holy Lord Luoyu was very surprised when his inner thoughts were directly pointed out by him. She didn't say anything. Why could he guess it? Just when she was confused, Yichen lazily said to her, even if you don't say anything, can't I know what you are thinking? Do you really know what I'm thinking? This time, Holy Lord Luowe was really shocked. After all, she is also a master at the Huangxian level. Although her immortal power has been sealed, the essence of her soul will not change. Want to see into the heart of a powerful Huangxian? This is almost impossible. At least, she had never heard of such a thing. But Yichen accurately stated her inner thoughts twice in succession, which completely proved that he could really do it, and it was extremely accurate. So horrible. This man is so scary. Seeing her red lips slightly opened in shock, Yichen smiled and said, I can see the whole world, how can I not see through you, a little fairy? These words made Holy Lord Luoyue's mind buzz. Huangxian. A master of this level would be the overlord anywhere, in an era when immortal lords, immortal kings, and immortal emperors did not emerge. Huangxian is the most powerful person. But she, a super strong person who can walk sideways in the world of desolate immortals, turned out to be so unbearable in his mouth? You. Holy Lord Luowe was shocked and stunned. His chest heaved violently, and two large and delicate balls of soft white jade also trembled. But then I thought about it. The other party could easily catch her, the Holy Master, through the void, so there was no need to explain his strength. You know, that is Luowe Holy Land, a top power, a dangerous place where immortal lords and even immortal kings sleep and practice hard. He can do such shocking things. How strong is he? Then do you dare to break the seal on me? Holy Lord Luowe deliberately used the provoking method. Yichen could tell at a glance what she was planning. She thought that as long as she regained her immortal power, she would be able to escape from here. How childish. Kunlun Holy Land is not a place where others can always come and leave whenever they want, even if she is the owner of the Holy Land. Yichen smiled nonchalantly and said, what can I do if I untie you? With that said, he casually released the seal on her body. The moment the seal disappeared, she felt all the power return to her body. This feeling of being filled up made her very satisfied. A powerful breath burst out from her body. The majesty and loftiness of the Lord of the Holy Land made her become arrogant again. Her white neck was slightly raised, looking down at Yichen. However, just when she thought she was still the feared Lord of the Holy Land, Yichen's look scared her to the point of shrinking. This look is so cold and scary. She had an intuition that if she dared to speak out against him, she would definitely suffer a devastating attack at the 10th time. Yichen lay comfortably on the wicker chair and said lazily, you have to remember one thing. I brought you back without killing you, just because the sect is full of rough guys, and I need a careful maid. If you can't even do this job well, there is no need for you to exist. His tone was extremely calm, without even the slightest hint of murderous intent. It's just describing a very common thing. But Holy Lord Luowe felt a chill in his body, and a thin layer of pimples arose on his skin. She didn't dare to doubt that if she really couldn't do her job as a maid, her life would be in danger. Obey, obey. The frightened Holy Lord Luowe turned pale and had no choice but to agree. From today on, her name will be Xiaoya, not Holy Lord Luowe. Xiaoya, go out to pick tea leaves and make tea. After Yichen finished his instructions, he closed his eyes and rested his mind. It's good to have a maid. You can just lie down and do nothing, just wait and enjoy. Okay, master. Xiaoya seems to have begun to adapt to her identity, although calling others sect leader still makes her feel a little awkward. After going out, Xiaoya suddenly thought of Immortal Summoning in her holy land. By the way, Senior Immortal Summoning is the best at deduction. He must be able to calculate that I am here and bring someone to rescue me, right? She didn't know that at this time in Luowei Holy Land, Immortal Summoning was sweating profusely with anxiety. No matter how he calculated, he couldn't deduce any clues. Want to rely on calculation to save her? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. After walking a few steps outside, her eyes suddenly widened because she realized that the aura of heaven and earth here was very different from the outside world. Previously, because her immortal power had been bound, she could not sense the aura of the outside world. Now she finally realized that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here was frighteningly rich, even richer than Luowei Holy Land. What exactly is this place? Why is there such a strong aura of heaven and earth? Even our forbidden area in the back mountain is not so exaggerated. Xiaoya was so shocked that she couldn't open her mouth from ear to ear. The width was just enough for a small cucumber. Originally, the aura of heaven and earth in a holy land was already ridiculously rich. The Holy Land has been transformed by many masters, even the Immortal Emperor himself, and has been continuously improved for countless years. It is definitely the top-notch blessed land and cave. It is no exaggeration to say that ordinary people without any talent who live in the outer areas of the Holy Land can enter the Qi refining stage or even the foundation building stage in their lifetime. Because the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is too strong, and ordinary people who do not understand the method of cultivation and have no talent for cultivation are constantly being washed away by such rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth. How can they not be strong? But what shocked her was how come the concentration of heaven and earth spiritual energy here was higher than that in Luowei Holy Land, the best training place. Could it be said that this is no longer the great world of Huangxian, but another more powerful world? Thinking of this, Xiaoya was filled with shock. It's impossible, right? There's no way he can catch me here out of thin air across a big world. Even the Immortal Emperor can't do this kind of strength. Satsuki's worldview is about to collapse. She felt that as the Lord of the Holy Land, she was definitely one of the most powerful people in the great world of Desolate Immortal. Definitely one of the most knowledgeable people. But now she is confused, because she couldn't figure out what was going on and where was this place? Just when she was deeply shocked and almost lost the ability to think, a man's figure appeared in front of her. Xiaoya, by order of the Sect Master, I will take you to pick tea. The person coming is none other than Bailong, one of the Immortal Kings. Ever since he was summoned by Chen, Bailong has been silently waiting for the Kunlun Holy Land. Just now he was ordered by the Sect Master to take Xiaoya to pick tea. Xiaoya looked at the man who suddenly appeared, and her thoughts were quickly pulled back from the random thoughts just now. The person in front of her was definitely not a simple person. To be able to appear in front of her silently meant that he was stronger than her. Xiaoya was somewhat shocked in her heart. Why is it that after I came here, everyone was better than me? Make yourself a powerful person of Huangxian level seem to be inferior? It didn't matter that the Sect Master was stronger than her just now. Who was this man in front of her? My name is Bailong. You can just call me Elder Bailong. Bailong said in a cold tone. Elder Bailong? Where is this place? Satsuki asked cautiously. Bailong seemed to frown in displeasure, but still answered her question. This is the Kunlun Holy Land. Kunlun Holy Land? Xiaoya shook her head and explained. I mean, is this still the great world of Huangxian? Hearing her stupid question, Bailong was about to get sick of stupidity, but considering that she was the maid of the Sect Master, he couldn't reprimand her. He had no choice but to say, isn't this the great world of Desolate Immortal? Where else could it be? After learning that this was still the great world of Desolate Immortal, Xiaoya secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, at least it's not as outrageous as she imagined. However, what kind of power is Kunlun Holy Land? It looks even more majestic and powerful than Luowei Holy Land, doesn't it? Could it be that a certain hidden Holy Land only entered the world this year to show its power? She was full of questions, but Bailong didn't give her a chance to continue asking, so he took her to pick tea. Let's go. This place is still some distance from the tea trees. I like peace and quiet. Bailong led the way and reminded him. Xiaoya was also holding back her anger. After all, after she came to this inexplicable place, Her status plummeted. Now she became a maid who could be commanded by anyone? I want to see what realm you are in. Huangxian? Or Immortal Lord? Xiaoya quietly released her spiritual consciousness, wanting to explore Bailong's true realm. She is already at the pinnacle of the mysterious immortal, and as the Lord of the Holy Land, she is naturally somewhat outstanding. In terms of the strength of her spiritual consciousness, Xiaoya can definitely be proud of the masters of the same level, and is even better than many strong men who have just entered the Immortal Lord. When she confidently used the power of her spiritual consciousness to peek at Bailong, she was shocked to find that her power was like a mud cow entering the sea without making any waves. It's weird. Xiaoya's heart tightened. Just when she was considering whether to investigate a second time, Bailong's cold voice drifted over from in front of her. There is no need to test me anymore. I am in the realm of the Immortal King. It doesn't matter if I tell you. Xiaoya was shocked, especially by Bailong's confession. Immortal King realm? This is a super powerful person second only to the Immortal Emperor. Even in Luowei Holy Land, there are not many powerful Immortal Emperors, and most of them have already gone into seclusion and practiced hard. When you reach this state, the most important thing is to understand the world, understand the rules, and look for an opportunity to become an Immortal Emperor. Unexpectedly, there is an Immortal King in Kunlun Holy Land? What exactly is this force? Why does it have a deeper foundation than Luowei Holy Land? With deep doubts and fears, Xiaoya followed Bailong to the back mountain. As soon as she entered the back mountain, a stronger aura of heaven and earth rushed towards her face. The aura was so strong that even she, a strong person in the mysterious immortal realm, was stunned. Energy. It's all energy. Xiaoya subconsciously opened her moist red lips, wanting to swallow more of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but suddenly thought of a white dragon beside her. She returned to normal with a little embarrassment. What's wrong with me? After all, I'm the Lord of the Holy Land, with status, but I keep losing my temper when I come here. She was so ashamed that she felt like she had been the leader of the Luowei sect for tens of thousands of years, but now the momentum of all the superiors was gone. But she couldn't control herself. This place was so magical. The aura of heaven and earth was so rich that it was unbelievable. This is where the tea trees are. Picking tea is very simple, so I don't need to teach you. Bailong seemed to be talking to himself, as if she didn't exist. Using such a rare treasure land to plant tea trees? Just to make tea? Isn't it too wasteful for the sect master? Xiaoya thought to herself. If Luowei Holy Land had such a powerful place, she would definitely use it to practice like crazy. Let alone her, even those immortal lords and immortal king elders would be unbearably excited. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would have thought she was dreaming. With wonder and regret, Xiaoya followed Bailong's hand and pointed in the direction of the tea tree. When she saw the true face of the tea tree, her whole body instantly stiffened like a sculpture. Because what she saw was not an ordinary tea tree, but an Enlightenment Tea Tree. The huge shock completely filled her heart, and she began to doubt whether what she saw was real. This is the Enlightenment Tea Tree. It is one of the most precious spiritual roots of heaven and earth. It is unimaginably rare in the entire world of Huangxian. So, is what I can see now really the Enlightenment Tea Tree? Xiaoya lost her composure all of a sudden, completely lacking the dignity and majesty that Holy Lord Luowei should have. She could hardly control her body and walked step by step towards the Enlightenment Tea Tree. Seeing this, Bailong didn't say anything. As long as she doesn't destroy the Enlightenment Tea Tree, he won't care. The Enlightenment Tea Tree in front of us is 10 feet high, with a thick trunk, numerous branches and leaves, lush green, and extremely strong vitality. Moreover, there are many manifested Taoist runes hanging down from the Enlightenment Tea Tree. Those who don't know think they are butterflies surrounding the tree. Each tea leaf has natural Dao marks on its surface, and they are all different. Each leaf is the most unique and will never be repeated. After she got within 10 feet of the Enlightenment Tea Tree, her mind became extremely clear. When she reaches this advanced realm, many principles and problems in cultivation are difficult to solve. The deeper you go, The closer you are to the essence of the world, and the closer you are to the origin of the Great Avenue, the harder it is to understand. But at this moment, her mind was clearer than ever before, and all her spiritual inspirations collided, and more inspirations burst out again. The confusions that had troubled her for many years were solved one by one at this moment, and she suddenly realized, I see. This is the reason why I am trapped and unable to advance to the realm of Immortal Lord? There are some deviations in my understanding of the exercises? No wonder it has been difficult to make any progress over the past thousands of years. Xiaoya became more and more excited, feeling that a brighter road was already in front of her. As long as you can continue to comprehend, you can successfully advance to the realm of the Immortal Lord. She started to go crazy, sometimes laughing, sometimes crying. I don't know if she was too excited or something. Bailong saw that she was completely trapped in her own world, and he woke her up dissatisfied. The sect master asked you to pick tea, not to make you cry and laugh at the same time. Why don't you hurry up and get to work? After waking up from the state of enlightenment, although Xiaoya was also a little dissatisfied, she did not dare to express it at all. She felt that if she could immerse herself in that state of enlightenment for 10 years, she would definitely be promoted to the realm of the Immortal Lord. In other words, even if you only have a short moment of enlightenment every day, the cumulative effect can be great. Chevron_left. Pick it now. I'll get to work right away. Xiaoya no longer has any complaints. It seems good to be able to stay here as a maid. Under Bailong's guidance, she carefully picked a sufficient amount of tea leaves before walking back. Looking at the Wu Dao tea lying quietly in the basket, Xiaoya's mind was still buzzing at the moment, and she couldn't come back to her senses. Why is there such a huge Enlightenment Tea Tree in Kunlun Holy Land? She couldn't help but ask Bailong, Elder Bailong, isn't this the Enlightenment Tea Tree? Why does it appear in the Kunlun Holy Land? Bailong looked at her as if she were a fool. Why can't the Enlightenment Tea Tree appear in the Kunlun Holy Land? I mean, as far as I know, there is only one Enlightenment Tea Tree in the entire Huangxian World, and there is absolutely no way there is a second one. The Enlightenment Tea Tree is far away in central China, and it grows in a deserted place. Even the Lord of the Holy Land cannot go in and pick it. The more Xiaoya talked, the more excited she became. If Bailong hadn't considered that he was a powerful person in the terrifying Immortal King realm, she might have grabbed him by the collar and said it. She once went to central China to attend a feast. At that feast, holy masters from other holy places volunteered to pick enlightenment tea leaves in the restricted area of life. As a result, in the end, I tried my best and even suffered an attack from some unknown life form before I managed to bring out 3 enlightenment tea leaves with great difficulty. Just picking tea leaves is so difficult, and trying to transplant the entire enlightenment tea tree is even more impossible. That's why she was so shocked when she saw a whole enlightenment tea tree. Seeing that she was getting excited again for no apparent reason, Bailong could only sigh helplessly. It's just a tea tree of enlightenment. Who stipulates that only one tea tree is allowed to exist in the world? Besides, with the methods of the sect master, what can't be obtained? He had never paid attention to such boring little things. The sect leader is the most invincible power in the world, and Kunlun Holy Land is the strongest sect, so is it strange to have these good things? Bailong's response almost choked Xiaoya to death. What is merely enlightened tea tree? Do you think this is human speech? People can fight for a small piece of enlightenment tea and even make rivers of blood flow. But you directly planted a whole tree in the sect? Isn't this an exaggeration? If the outside world knew that there was a whole enlightenment tea tree here, not to mention ordinary sects, even the Holy Land would be tempted to break in. However, she had no objection to Bailong's admiration for the sect leader. That guy looks like a young man on the surface, but in fact he is extremely strong. He must have lived for endless years, right? Otherwise, how could it be so powerful? Xiaoya swallowed back many of the words she was about to say, and said weakly, judging from the size of that tree, it is indeed not like the tree in central China. She had seen the one in central China from a distance. It was only about 5 feet high. The Enlightenment Tea Tree in Kunlun Holy Land is already 10 feet tall, and it is even more leafy and stronger. Therefore, it can only be said that the sect leader has extraordinary skills and was able to get the second Enlightenment Tea Tree out. When passing by the spiritual plant garden, Xiaoya inadvertently took a look inside the spiritual plant garden. She was just looking at it out of curiosity, but this look made her make an astonishing discovery. Because the soil in Lingji Garden is all red, as if it has been soaked in blood, but there is no smell of blood. Judging from her experience, this should be the red blood Immortal Land. She ran over in small steps, picked up a handful of red blood fairy soil with her hands and looked at it carefully, and found that it was indeed this rare and precious fairy soil. It's actually the red blood fairyland. There is also this kind of soil in Luowei Holy Land, totaling about 10 acres. All kinds of spiritual plants planted in the red blood immortal soil grow very fast and very well. Only the top-notch natural and earthly treasures are qualified to be planted in the red blood immortal soil. Kunlun Holy Land also has red blood immortal land? She stood up and looked around in shock. If she looked at it with her naked eyes, she could not see the boundary at all. How much red-blooded fairyland was there? 1 million acres. Bailong knew that he wanted to ask some boring questions when he saw the way she was so shocked that she couldn't say a word but wanted to say something. Therefore, before she could ask it herself, Bailong took the lead in answering her inner question. Upon hearing this astonishing number, Xiaoya suddenly turned her head and looked at him in horror, as if there was something terrible on his face. 1 million acres? Xiaoya couldn't believe her ears. In Luowei Holy Land, there are only 10 acres, which are already regarded as treasures. 1 million acres? She never dared to think about it, and she never thought that any sect really had such a vast red blood fairyland. But now it really appeared before her eyes. Millions of acres of red blood fairyland. If you tell me about it, it will really drive people crazy. Doesn't that mean you can plant whatever you want? Let's go, don't keep the sect leader waiting. Bailong couldn't help but urge. After a while, Xiaoya finally came back to her senses and then returned to the main hall with a confused look on her face. Her state at this time was obviously different from before. Although she had succumbed to Yi Chen's power before, she was still unwilling to do so in her heart, and she often thought about escaping from here. But after Bailong took her around, she no longer had this idea. A sect with a very high concentration of spiritual energy, a whole Enlightenment Tea Tree, millions of acres of red blood fairy soil, and a fairy king sitting in charge. It's such a good place that she doesn't even want to leave. If she stays here and is lucky enough to drink some tea occasionally, she will have already made a lot of money. In the future, we will definitely be able to break through to the realm of Immortal Lord. She is very confident in her qualifications. After all, she was also a genius back then. She carefully brewed the tea, and the wisps of tea fragrance that overflowed made her feel refreshing. When Yi Chen wasn't paying attention, she secretly took a few sips. Really fragrant. She stared closely at the cup of tea in Yi Chen's hand, and couldn't help but imagine in her heart that it would be great if the sect leader showed mercy and gave her a sip of tea. However, Yi Chen didn't reward her with a cup of tea. Is a maid qualified to drink tea with her master? What are you thinking? Just when she felt very disappointed, Yi Chen suddenly asked, which sect in the world of Huangxian specializes in elixir refining? The Qi Reporter sect master is the Holy Land of Divine Alchemy. It was a sect founded by the Immortal Emperor of Divine Alchemy. They only recruit disciples with the talent of alchemy, and everyone uses the elixir to enter the Tao. When mentioning the Holy Land of Divine Pills, Xiaoya's tone was filled with a lot of solemnity. Among the many holy places in the great world of Desolate Immortal, if you want to say that the overall combat power of the Holy Land is weak, it must be the Divine Pill Holy Land. Because what they mostly study is how to refine elixirs and how to use elixirs to enter the Tao, rather than all kinds of powerful offensive secret techniques. But this does not mean that the Holy Land of Divine Pill is a weak chicken that everyone can bully. Alchemists have always been a very respected profession. There are many complex, rare, and special elixirs that only alchemists can refine. Many powerful people are willing to owe the alchemist a favor in order to get a pill. This also means that the alchemist's network of contacts is very wide. Someone once provoked a god-level alchemist, but he turned around and called in many big guys in the void refining stage. This is the terrifying thing about an alchemist. One person is a powerful team. Not to mention a behemoth like the Divine Holy Land. Many powerful sects, holy lands, and even powerful immortal lords and immortal kings once owed them a lot of favors. Take Luowei Holy Land as an example. They also owe Shindan Holy Land a lot of favors because of the elixir matter. Therefore, there is no problem in saying that the Divine Holy Land has connections throughout the entire wild immortal world. The sect leader suddenly asked, "What does it mean?" Xiaoya had a bad feeling in her heart. Chen touched his chin and seemed to be thinking about something. After a while, he said, "They must have a lot of alchemists. It should be no problem to give a few to me." Xiaoya began to doubt her ears. "What? How many alchemists did you ask the Divine Holy Land to allocate to you? No joke? Every alchemist in the Divine Alchemy Holy Land has been trained by them, and each one is very precious. How could they give you a few?" She quickly said, "Sect Master, the Holy Land of Divine Alchemy will not give away its alchemists to anyone else, unless he betrays the sect and is hunted down. If you, Sect Master, want someone to help refine the elixir, you can go to the Divine Elixir Holy Land and ask them to help, or you can invite them over. But the price of having someone come to your home is very high." As the Master of Luowei Holy Land, Xiaoya obviously knows these rules very well. But Chen didn't listen to a word. Is he going to invite someone to the door? Of course not. Kunlun Holy Land now has very complete alchemy equipment, but there is only one alchemist, Li Yao, which is obviously not enough. Considering the huge scale of the future development of Kunlun Holy Land, it is better to expand the number of alchemists first. He didn't care what Xiaoya was saying, but directly tore the void apart and walked in. After the cracks in the void healed automatically, Xiaoya was a little confused. She didn't understand where Chen had gone. Could it be that he was going to the Holy Land of Divine Pills? I hope he won't cause any trouble. There are too many causes and effects involved in the Divine Holy Land. If you are not careful, you will become the enemy of the entire wild immortal world. Xiaoya was a little worried. From what Chen did in Luowei Realm, we can know that he is definitely not a peaceful person. Then her eyes fell on the tea that Chen drank just now. Chen drank a small pot of Enlightenment tea by himself, leaving a little unfinished in the cup. Xiaoya looked around with a guilty conscience and confirmed that she was indeed the only one here, and no one would see her secretly drinking the leftover Enlightenment tea from the sect leader. Anyway, it's the leftovers from the sect master's drink. It's the garbage that needs to be cleaned up. Wouldn't it be a pity to just throw it out? Besides, I am now the maid of the sect master, and I can also be regarded as the sect master's servant. It should be okay to drink some Enlightenment tea that he doesn't want. Xiaoya kept looking for reasonable excuses for herself. After careful consideration, she still couldn't resist the temptation of Enlightenment tea, so she carefully picked up the remaining half cup of tea. The tea is clear with a hint of green. The tea is fragrant, and there are even some kind of Taoist runes faintly emerging. Xiaoya held the small teacup in both hands, first smelled the tea aroma carefully, and then took a sip with trembling red lips. Boom! When the tea came into her mouth, Xiaoya immediately felt a mysterious sensation in her body, and she was getting closer to the great avenue of heaven and earth. Her eyes widened in surprise, and then she continued to drink the tea slowly, leaving a faint lipstick mark on the edge of the teacup. A small cup of tea was obviously not enough for her to drink in one gulp, but she also knew that this thing was too precious, so it would be nice to have half a sip. What an amazing effect! It's obviously just the remaining tea, so the effect should be halved, but why is it still so strong? Xiaoya was shocked by the effect of this half cup of Enlightenment tea. As the Lord of the Holy Land, how could she not have drank the Enlightenment tea? She even collected some Enlightenment tea leaves that she was reluctant to drink. Therefore, she can drink the tea from the Kunlun Holy Land that is better than the tea from the tea tree in central China. How could this be? The contrast is too obvious. They are all Enlightenment teas. Why is the tea here so obviously more powerful? This puzzled Xiaoya. Is it related to the year? The Enlightenment Tea Tree in Kunlun Holy Land is obviously older and stronger, so it makes sense that the effect is better. Looking at the tea leaves remaining in the teapot, Xiaoya fished out the tea leaves with her delicate hands, then closed her eyes, put them into her mouth and chewed them slowly with a look of enjoyment. Enjoy all the flavors and benefits of Wudao tea. She is the first person who can taste the tea that Yichen drink. In central China, the Holy Land of Divine Elixirs. The Divine Alchemy Holy Land has been very lively these days because the Divine Alchemy Holy Land held the Alchemist Conference, which attracted many famous alchemists from the wild Immortal World to participate. Those who can stand out from the Alchemist Conference will receive generous prizes. For example, precious elixir recipes, high-grade alchemy furnaces, powerful fairy fire, etc. These are fatally attractive to alchemists. In addition, players who perform well in the Alchemist Conference may also be seen by the holy lords of other holy lands and hired back with huge sums of money. In short, every alchemist regards this conference as the best opportunity to get ahead. In an attic in the Holy Land of Divine Pills, several powerful and unfathomable men sat down to drink tea. They are all the lords of the Holy Land invited by the Divine Pill Holy Land. A big man wearing a dark blue robe with stars emblazoned on it is the Lord of the Starfall Holy Land, the Starfall Holy Lord. A middle-aged man who exudes a domineering aura and has a vertical eye between his eyebrows is the Lord of the Holy Land of the Sky, the Holy Lord of the Sky. There is also a man wearing a golden and luxurious dragon robe, exuding an astonishing aristocratic temperament in every move. He is the leader of the Jiuli Divine Dynasty, the Jiuli Emperor. These few people are all powerful figures in the great world of Huangxian, and every move they make may cause a major earthquake in central China. These holy places and divine dynasties were invited to participate in the Alchemist Conference in the Holy Land of Divine Alchemy. I think among the first-grade alchemists, there are a few who are doing pretty well. They are young and have high talents. We can focus on training them. If you train them well, there might be another alchemy master in the future. Speaking of alchemy masters, I think there are a few of the 9th-grade alchemy masters who are very good. Maybe they will be able to break through to the realm of alchemy masters within 1,000 years. These holy masters and emperors commented with great interest on the large-scale alchemist conference below. With their status, they are naturally qualified. The grades of alchemists are also very strict, with grade 1 being the lowest and grade 9 being the highest. Generally speaking, a 9th-grade alchemist is already so powerful that even the Holy Land can spend a lot of money to bring him back as an offering. However, the one who can really be valued by the Holy Land is the Alchemy Master. An elixir that surpasses the 9th-grade elixir is called an elixir. Only when you reach the level of the elixir can you be valued by the powerful people at the true immortal level, and only then can you be valued by the Holy Land. And the alchemist who refines the elixir beyond the 9th grade is naturally an alchemist. Emperor Jiuli, Holy Lord Nine Splits, and Holy Lord Xingyun mainly observe those 9th-grade alchemists, trying to find a master worthy of inviting them back to worship them. Listening to the discussion between the three of them, a middle-aged man in gray robes sitting on the main seat smiled and said, "Although you are not alchemists, you have very vicious eyes." The person speaking was none other than the Lord of the Divine Pill Holy Land, the Holy Lord of the Divine Pill. In terms of pure combat power, the Divine Alchemy Master is no match for them, but in terms of the art of alchemy, the Divine Alchemy Holy Master is already one of the top alchemy masters in the entire wild immortal world. Among the entire levels of alchemy masters, they are divided into grades 1 to 9. The 1st grade alchemy master is the lowest, and the 9th grade is the highest. The Holy Lord of Divine Alchemy's alchemy attainments have reached the level of an astonishing 7th grade alchemy master. At this level, even if he puts aside his identity as the Holy Master of the Divine Pill, he can become a guest wherever he goes and be enshrined by any force. Emperor Jiuli laughed loudly and said, "There is no way. We are also very greedy for the Alchemy Immortal Master. If there can be a 7th grade Alchemy Immortal Master like you, I will be satisfied." "Yes, who doesn't know that you, Holy Master of Divine Alchemy, have studied the art of alchemy very deeply. Your talent is so high that no one can match it. If you are given a chance, you want to reach the level of a 9th grade alchemy master in the future. It shouldn't be a problem, right? Holy Lord Xingyun also laughed. Although he knew that there was an element of commercial exaggeration, but hearing that his alchemy skills were promoted so highly, the Holy Master of Divine Alchemy still burst into laughter with satisfaction. However, the Holy Master of the Divine Pill is still very sober. There are several 7th grade alchemy masters in the Holy Land of the Divine Pill, and he is not the only one. There are even many seniors who are 8th grade alchemy masters. As for the 9th grade alchemy immortal master, only a few powerful ones at the level of Immortal Emperor have reached it. It is a pity that the Immortal Emperors of the Divine Pill Holy Land have already left the wild immortal world and traveled deep in the starry sky. It is said that he wants to find more insights and explore whether there is a higher path beyond the 9th grade elixir. Therefore, currently, the highest level alchemy master in the Holy Land of Divine Pills is the 8th grade, and the next lower level is the 7th grade. These high-ranking bosses were drinking and talking and laughing in the attic. Sometimes, their casual words could change the structure of certain forces. What no one knew was that when the Alchemist Conference was in full swing, a handsome young man wearing white plain clothes, long black hair, and a handsome face had already appeared in the Holy Land of Divine Alchemy. The entire Holy Land is protected by a powerful formation. Generally speaking, if someone who is not invited breaks in, they will be attacked wildly by the formation. And his appearance did not cause any movement in the protective sect formation at all. Even the superpowers in the Holy Land of Divine Pill didn't notice anything. Looking down at the very heated scene, Chen was a little surprised. It was truly an alchemist conference. There were so many people. He didn't count them in detail, but from the 1st to the 9th grade alchemists, the total number of them was at least over 100 million. Chen happened to overhear the conversation between Emperor Jiuli and the others, so he curiously asked, "Who is the most powerful alchemist in your Divine Pill Holy Land?" This sound appeared too naturally, and no one could sense Chen's arrival. Therefore, none of the Xindan Holy Masters noticed anything was wrong as they chatted happily. The Holy Master of Divine Alchemy even held the wine glass and said with a smile, "Those old seniors are practicing in seclusion in the forbidden area of the back mountain, looking for opportunities to break through to the 9th level alchemy master." But after he finished speaking, he realized something was very wrong. The wine glass in his hand paused in midair, and he looked at Emperor Jiuli, Holy Lord Splitting Kong, and Holy Lord Xingyun with a blank look on his face. The voice just now clearly did not belong to any of them. And the 3 of them were also very confused. Who asked just now? No one asked, right? Who is talking? The 4 people realized the strangeness and suddenly looked up at the source of the sound. I saw a young man in white clothes with wild black hair looking down at the 4 of them with a smile high in the sky. Obviously, the words just now came from him. Seeing this strange young man, the 4 of them suddenly tensed up, and the immortal power in their bodies was released without hesitation. Boom! 4 terrifying auras shot straight into the sky, just like 4 huge pillars of heaven, stirring up the wind and clouds in the sky, affecting the changes in the sky, and changing the original operating rules of the aura of heaven and earth. This is the aura erupted by 4 powerful men at the mysterious immortal level. The reaction of the 4 of them was intense. The 4 dignified masters of the Holy Land at the level of Huangxian were not even aware that there was an outsider approaching. What made them break into a cold sweat was that if an outsider broke into the Holy Land of Divine Pills, shouldn't the defensive and offensive formations such as the Sect protecting formation be activated immediately? Why no response at all? The movement caused by the 4 Holy Masters was huge, and the Alchemist Conference in full swing below was affected. Many alchemists who were concentrating on refining alchemy had their furnaces exploded, and all the precious materials in the furnace were burned to ashes. Some even suffered serious backlash, with a mouthful of blood spraying all over the alchemy furnace. What happened? Is there a strong enemy invasion? This is the Holy Land of Divine Pills. How could there be an invasion by a powerful enemy? What kind of blind thing has such courage? Many alchemists put down their alchemy work and looked up. Above the sky, for figures exuding a terrifying aura caused the space to become distorted. Opposite them, there is a young man in white. It seems that the four masters at the Holy Lord level are facing a formidable enemy. Some low-level monks may not know it, but many high-level monks have heard that there are 3 holy masters who have been invited to attend the Alchemist Conference. They're the Holy Lord of the Sky, the Emperor of Jioli, and the Holy Lord of the Starfall. In other words, 4 holy masters are now facing one opponent. Who is that person? Why does he appear in the Holy Land of Divine Pills? It can be seen that the 4 holy masters are full of hostility towards him. The person who comes here is not good. Who is he who can make all 4 holy lords stand guard? Everyone was curious, confused, and even shocked about that white figure. To them, the 4 holy lords are already among the most powerful people in the world, and they represent the pinnacle of the world. Who else could make them so nervous? Holy Master Shenden's face looked ugly and cold at this time. As the master of this place, his own formation couldn't stop others? The most important thing is that several old friends are here, making them laugh. Where will he put his face in the future? Who are you? How did you sneak into my holy land of divine pills? Holy Lord Shindan asked loudly, and his voice was full of majesty and oppression, as if the whole world was being crushed. This is the great power of being the Lord of the Holy Land. When the countless alchemists below heard this voice, they couldn't help but feel a sense of awe in their hearts, always thinking of kneeling down and kowtow. The strong men below the stage of becoming gods couldn't hold on any longer and were already lying on the ground shivering. Chen had a sunny smile on his face and a friendly tone in his tone. Don't be so nervous. I'm here to reason. You are the Holy Master of Divine Pills, right? Help me find some top-notch alchemists. Master, come here, I'll pack it up and take it away. Kunlun Holy Land has never been a sect that likes killing people. It's too rude and Chen doesn't like it. His purpose has always been to put principles first and then act. As for killing them all like the Jinyu Sect and Tiangang Dao Sect? Sorry, they were the ones who were unreasonable in the first place, but we can't blame the Kunlun Holy Land. Is that the truth? He didn't intend to make enemies everywhere, so adhering to the principle of friendly exchanges, Chen still hoped to take away a few top alchemists peacefully. However, Chen's words made Holy Master Shenden's face turn the color of pig's liver. You, a stranger of unknown origin, suddenly appeared in the Holy Land, opening your mouth to take away the top alchemist? Do you think you are the strongest Immortal Emperor? Do you think you can cover the sky with one hand? Fellow Taoist, I am the Holy Master of the Divine Pill. I will only warn you once. Fellow Taoist, it is best not to act recklessly. Once you provoke the anger of my Divine Pill Holy Land, you will not be able to live with me, fellow Taoist. Among all the holy places, no one is more qualified to say this than the Holy Land of Divine Pill. Once they declare that they are enemies of Chen, let alone Central China, the entire wild immortal world will regard him as a thorn in their side. No one wants to become the public enemy of the entire wild immortal world. At the same time, Holy Lord Splitting Kong, Lord Jioli, and Holy Lord Xingyun were also looking at the details of this stranger. What surprised them was that this person didn't have any fluctuations in his cultivation. They have no way of seeing through this person's true identity. This is incredible. You know, they are holy lords, super strong men at the peak of Xianxian. Everyone can be called an invincible fierce man at the same level. When they reach such an unfathomable state, there are basically few people who can't even see through them. Could it be that this young man is an old monster who has lived for countless years? Is he already in the realm of Immortal King? Or even a higher realm of Immortal King? As for the Immortal Emperor, they can't even think about it. Because let alone the Immortal Emperor from outside, they had not seen even the senior Immortal Emperor in their own Holy Land for a long, long time. Are those senior Immortal Emperors still staying in the great world of Desolate Immortal, or have they traveled to other great worlds? They don't know either. Therefore, the person in front of you absolutely cannot be the Immortal Emperor. The only thing that is certain is that this person has bad intentions and is very powerful. I know you're in a hurry, but don't worry yet. Seeing the killing intent bursting out of the eyes of the Holy Master of Divine Pills, Chen laughed easily, with a look of harmlessness on his face. Those who don't know really think where he came from as a sunny and cheerful boy. I have said that I will only take a few powerful alchemists with me today. They will not harm your holy alchemy land. You don't have to be afraid. Chen still had a smile on his face and didn't look malicious at all. However, what he said surprised everyone. What on earth is this person talking about? He also wants to take away the alchemist of the Divine Pill Holy Land? Doesn't he know that the alchemist is the foundation of the Divine Pill Holy Land? I think he is deliberately provoking, going to someone else's base camp to ask for someone? Doesn't this make it clear that he wants to go against the entire Holy Land? Haha, whose general is he? How can he be so brave? It's just that no matter how brave he is, it's useless. The 4 holy masters are here and they can suppress him with just one hand. The alchemists below were all surprised by Chen's words. This is the territory of the Divine Pill Holy Land, and there are many masters. Anyone who dares to come here to cause trouble is asking for death. It is undeniable that he is indeed very courageous, but can courage save his life? The 4 holy lords are here, which means that he not only has to face a Divine Pill Holy Land, but also the Sky-Splitting Holy Land, the Jioli Dynasty, and the Starfall Holy Land. Facing the 4 holy places at once, I asked who dares to be so bold? Many people regard this boy in white as a joke. He should be pretty good, but his ending must be the most tragic. When the Holy Lord of the Divine Pill heard Chen's strong tone and unyielding attitude, and even seemed to not want to bully the Holy Land of the Divine Pill, his face suddenly became even more gloomy. Their holy land has been passed down for countless years. When will it be someone else's turn to bully them? It's so overestimating and self-righteous. If you don't want to retreat, then stay completely. The patience of the Holy Master of Divine Alchemy has been exhausted. In front of so many alchemists, he must punish this person who broke into the Holy Land on the spot. Otherwise, will outsiders laugh at them that the protection of their holy land is in vain? The Lord of the Divine Pill opened his palm, and a purple flame came out with a bang, and the high temperature between heaven and earth rose instantly. Below, all the flames of the alchemy furnace seemed to have met the king, and they all bent and worshipped in the direction of this purple flame. This scene shocked all the alchemists. They immediately realized with excitement that the purple flame displayed by the Holy Lord of the Divine Pill must be the legendary fairy fire he possessed, the Kirin Amethyst Flame. It is said that the Kirin Amethyst Flame was brought back from another big world by an Immortal Emperor from the Divine Pill Holy Land. It was the fire obtained from the divine beast Kirin. After being cultivated and fused in the Holy Land of Divine Pills, the final Kirin Amethyst Flame was formed. This powerful fairy fire is so powerful that it can burn everything with just a little flame. Moreover, its magical uses in alchemy are endless. For an alchemist, Kirin Amethyst Flame is simply the love fire in dreams. Everyone's eyes widened. They never thought that they would be able to see the legendary Kirin Amethyst Flame in their lifetime. It's the Kirin Amethyst Flame. Holy Master Shindan is serious now. I also want to see how powerful this fairy fire is. The 3 holy masters were very surprised and interested when they saw the Qilin Amethyst Flame appear. As he spoke, the Kirin Amethyst fire suddenly surged, whirring in the air, and then transformed into an amethyst Kirin that was over 100 feet tall. Terrifying high temperatures filled the entire world. In an instant, everyone felt that their bodies were about to be burned to death. Under the urging of the Holy Master of Divine Pills, the Amethyst Flame Unicorn let out a roar that shook the earth, stepped on the void, and rushed towards Chen. Every time it runs, it will leave a purple flame footprint in the void. The people below knew that the Amethyst Flame Unicorn was not attacking them, but just the impact of its power was already unbearable for them. It's very strong. Even if I were to take this move, I wouldn't be able to block it intact. Emperor Jioli's eyes were full of appreciation and eagerness to try, even though the people in the Holy Land of Shindan were not that good at fighting compared to other holy places. But it doesn't mean that they are really weak chickens who can be slaughtered. The other 2 holy masters nodded in acknowledgement. No one can underestimate the power of Kirin Amethyst Flame. The entire world was dyed purple by the flames, and Chen remained motionless in place. In the eyes of everyone, he looked as if he was frightened and didn't know how to fight back. But just when everyone thought he had been frightened to the point of surrender, Chen slowly raised his hand and grabbed the tall and fierce amethyst flame unicorn. His movement seemed very ordinary, and nothing earth-shattering happened. But the moment he stretched out his hand, Qilin looked horrified and wanted to stop suddenly. It seems like there is something extremely terrifying ahead. But its reaction had no effect in Chen's hands. The amethyst flame unicorn was compressed and reduced in size by a force and was finally easily taken into Chen's hand, turning into a cute guy only the size of a fist. Ow! Ow! The little Qilin looked flustered and frightened and kept wailing in vain. On the side of the Holy Master of Divine Pill, his real name Flame was forcibly stripped away. He suffered the backlash in his eyes and began to spit out blood. Puff. Ahem, my Kirin Amethyst Flame. You actually. He was shocked and angry. The Kirin Amethyst Flame was the status symbol of the Holy Lord of the Divine Pill, and only every Lord of the Holy Land could inherit it. The fairy fire is gone, which is a big deal. But what surged more from his heart was fear. What kind of cultivation level does this person have? Just by raising your hand, can you easily strip away his natal flame? Not to mention Xianxian, even Xianjun can't do it, right? His strength was greatly reduced, causing the Holy Lord of the Divine Pill to fall into the pavilion with a weakened aura. Apparently, he had no strength to fight anymore. The flame is gone? How could it be robbed by him? That's the Kirin Amethyst Flame. It's an extremely powerful fairy fire. If you touch it, you will be burned to ashes. How did he get it? Are you crazy? He raised his hand and collected this fairy fire. What happened just now? Did the Holy Lord of Xindan personally send the flame into his hands? It's impossible. The Holy Lord of Xindan is not mentally retarded. Everyone below was shocked when they saw the scene, either holding their heads and breathing heavily, or screaming with their eyes wide open. In their knowledge, the Holy Lord of Divine Pill is already the strongest. The Kirin Amethyst Flame, which is said to be capable of destroying heaven and earth, is the fairy fire that everyone dreams of. But in the blink of an eye, the immortal fire was in his hands, and even the Holy Master of the Divine Pill was defeated with one move. Everyone was filled with shock and horror. The look he looked at Chen had completely changed. These stones are sealed with various magic techniques that Chen prepared for them. They only need to throw them out to trigger them. And it's so powerful that even masters in the void refining stage can't do anything against it. Now, Guing Luo didn't care so much and just threw a lot of stones out. Clap, clap, clap. The stone exploded in the air. A series of explosions also sounded, and the power sealed inside burst out. The power of each stone is different. Some are strong sword intentions, some are domineering palm techniques, some are indestructible spiritual power, and some are indestructible shields. In short, there are all kinds of magic tricks, and they are very powerful. Boom! A sword energy burst out, aiming at the Jinyu sect disciples and elders below, causing heavy casualties to them. Even the ground was cut with a huge hole of dozens of feet. Cull. A bone-chilling wind blew out of a stone, and the slightly black cold wind blew on the people who were fleeing, freezing them into black human-shaped ice sculptures in an instant. Wow! A huge wave appeared out of thin air, and the huge waves dozens of feet high hit everyone, causing many people to vomit blood and die. The list goes on. After suffering so many fierce attacks and attacks without rules, the entire Jinyu sect fell into unprecedented turmoil. Not to mention the low-level disciples, even the monks at the Golden Core stage, Nascent Soul stage, and Transformation stage had no chance of surviving when they encountered these attacks. Because this is the method Chen specially prepared for his two disciples. If these people can still deal with Chen's prepared methods, then Chen can find a factory to drive screws. The fear of death made them run around, crying for their father and mother, and they were in complete chaos. Help, Elder! Help me, help me! Damn it, I can't protect myself even in the stage of becoming a god. How can I save you? Run quickly, there is absolutely no way you can survive if you stay here. Crazy, they are all crazy. Why can two Jindan stages destroy the entire Jinyu sect? Who prepared the means for them? Everyone was shouting crazily and wanted other students to help them. But in the midst of chaos, it's already good enough that you're not being used as a stepping stone by others. Why do you still expect others to save you? What are you thinking? Besides, those elders are all clay bodhisattvas who cannot save themselves when crossing the river. A monk in the transformation stage rose into the sky, wanting to leave the sect as soon as possible and escape from this place of right and wrong. But they were all blocked by a solid formation. Damn it, it's the sect protecting formation. It's the sect protecting formation. What turtle-haired son activated the sect protecting formation? Now it's locking us all in. The sect wants to open it. Worry, go and cancel the formation quickly. It's over, it's too late. Everyone was blocked by the sect protecting formation, and there was no way to escape outside. They're now like turtles in a urn. They can only stay in this space and be slaughtered by others. Jean Ruetian was furious when he saw that the entire Jinyu sect was in chaos and suffered numerous casualties under Guingluo's attack. No one has ever dared to come to their place so arrogantly. What made him want to vomit blood even more was that the purpose of his order to open the sect protecting formation was to trap Mu Yan and Guing Luo so that they could snatch their inheritance. As a result, one of our own people was trapped inside. Take these two down. Jean Ruetian pointed at Mu Yan and Guing Luo and yelled angrily. The strong men of Jinyu sect also know that it is difficult for them to escape. Instead of making a mess and running around, it is better to get rid of the person who raised the problem. As a result, all the surviving disciples and elders of Jinyu sect rushed towards the two people in the sky with murderous intent. They must be killed. The two senior executives in the void refining stage also rushed towards Mu Yan and Guing Luo without hesitation. They all felt that the methods of these two people were exaggerated, but they were better because they had more people. They didn't believe that these two people could kill everyone at once. However, they still underestimated Mu Yan and Guing Luo. Guing Luo once again took out a handful of stones and threw them all out, just like free beans. Wow! A large number of stones exploded in the air, and one method after another was released, killing these people to pieces. Too arrogant. One of the strong men in the void refining stage relied on extremely fast speed to reach Mu Yan's side and punched him. The terrifying fist power exploded completely, turning into a dragon-shaped energy that stirred up the wind and clouds. The power of this punch was enough to defeat a strong man of the same level. However, Mu Yan had already been prepared. He smiled brightly and threw a handful of stones without hesitation. When all these stones exploded, sword energy, fingering skills, palm prints, boxing skills soared light. Dozens of techniques wrapped up this strong man in the void refining stage at the same time, and then strangled him without any accident. Another master of the void refining stage originally wanted to kill Mu Yan with lightning speed, but this scene scared him to the point of trembling. He didn't think that his end would be much better than that of his companions. The best solution is to quickly close the sect protecting formation and escape from this place. When no one was paying attention, he hid in the crowd, looking for a chance to survive. If you are an elder yourself and earn tens of thousands of spiritual stones a month, why are you selling your life? This person is very, very strong. With one move, the Holy Master of the Divine Pill was beaten until he lost his fighting ability, and even the Immortal Fire, Kirin, and Amethyst Flame were suppressed. This level is definitely ridiculously high. The other party came prepared. The three Holy Masters were also frightened by Yi Chen's amazing fighting power. If it were the three of them who went up there, they probably wouldn't get much benefit. The strongest among the Immortal Lords. He may even be at the peak level of the Immortal Lords. Emperor Jioli's face was full of solemnity and seriousness at the moment. Their strength was not much stronger than that of the Holy Lord of Divine Pill, so they were only slightly better. But judging from what Yi Chen did just now, it was really easy for him to conquer the Kirin Amethyst Flame. He just needed the skills. Who are you? Why are you here making trouble? Although he knew that he was no match, Emperor Jioli still took a step forward. The dragon energy from his body surged out and gathered on his head, forming a faint true dragon. Holy Lord Splitting Kong also responded coldly, "Your Excellency is not a weakling, and I believe you understand the consequences of being hunted by our 4 holy lands." Why bother talking nonsense? I don't believe he can really make waves here by himself. Saint Lord Starfall has a piece of starry sky floating in his hands, and he is also a person with a very murderous spirit. Lords of the Holy Land like them have been the pride of heaven since they were very young, and are almost invincible among their generation. Now that he has become a powerful figure, how can he tolerate others being arrogant in front of him? I would like to advise you not to scream garbage so loudly. In the end, you will be embarrassed. Chen yawned and said casually. Hearing that someone actually ridiculed him as trash, Holy Lord Starfall became furious and roared. What did you say? How dare you call me trash? Hearing that he had misunderstood his words, Chen waved his hands and explained, I'm not targeting you, I'm saying that everyone here is rubbish. It's okay that he didn't say it. As soon as he said this, everyone couldn't believe their ears. He actually called the three holy lords rubbish? These three holy masters couldn't bear it anymore. Ever since they were young, no one dared to say this to them. Anyone who dares to mock them as trash will die. 9 sky-splitting strikes, divine injury, destruction, transformation. The Holy Lord of the Sky is the most powerful offensive secret technique in the Holy Land of the Sky. As soon as the secret technique among the 3 air-splitting 9 strikes was released, the color of the world changed and the roar continued. Jiuli Dragon Emperor Qi. Emperor Jiuli also launched his own killing move. A true dragon's aura circled in the air and then rushed towards Chen with a strong murderous aura. The stars are falling and dying. When Holy Lord Starfall raised his hand, a large starry sky suddenly appeared out of thin air, and countless stars flickered, already covering Chen. The 3 holy masters took action at the same time, and their power could be said to be devastating. Even if there is a very powerful protective formation in the Divine Pill Holy Land, it cannot withstand the constant bombardment of these 3 forces. Boom! The whole Holy Land was roaring continuously, and the earth was shaking, as if the world was turning upside down. It was very scary. Many people were shocked. The young man in white could force 3 holy masters to attack him at the same time. Is he proud enough? Moreover, the methods of 3 holy lords are far more powerful than 1 holy lord. Judging from the combined strength of the 3 of them, even those strong men at the 4th and 5th levels of the Immortal King realm would have to stay away. No matter how powerful this boy in white is, how can he deal with the combined attack of the 3 holy masters? Just when everyone thought that Chen could no longer maintain his relaxed demeanor this time and would even be defeated, they saw him waving his hand in front of him like he was shooing away flies. I didn't see any terrifying magical power in this wave of his hand, but the expressions of the 3 holy masters instantly became frightened. Because the 9 cracking strikes were directly shattered by an invisible force. Jiuli Dragon Emperor Qi completely dissipated before it showed its effect. The starry sky that was constantly forming and exploding, this time really exploded completely, and finally disappeared without a trace. The 3 people's methods were easily defeated by Chen for the 3 of them. It was too shocking. Moreover, an even greater force hit them directly and unceremoniously with an overwhelming momentum. Boom! 3 muffled sounds rang out, and the 3 people were all hit and flew backwards. They barely stopped until they had sunk several floating islands. The 3 people were defeated in one move, leaving the people on the ground dumbfounded and unbelievable. You must know that these are 3 holy masters, the most powerful men in the world of Desolate Immortal, super figures who control power and authority. Normally, just one of them would be enough to shock people and destroy the world. But now, first the Holy Master of the Divine Pill was robbed of the immortal fire by the boy in white. Then, under the joint attack of the 3 holy masters, they were repelled by the opponent with a casual wave of their hands. Is this real? The 4 holy lords were completely defeated. Everyone stared at the figure of the boy in white in the sky with dry mouths, unable to imagine how powerful he had become. Today, he really won't turn the Holy Land of Divine Pill upside down, right? Looking at the 4 people lying in the ruins with blood on their chests, Chen helplessly shook his head and said, I have already said that today I am here to reason, but if you still want to take action, I don't mind letting you go. Your life. No one dared to doubt his words. It can be seen from the 4 seriously injured holy lords that he could have killed them all, but in the end he still spared a hand. The movement here has already alarmed the powerful men in the deepest part of the Holy Land of Divine Pills. Facing a powerful enemy, the hidden immortals in the Divine Pill Holy Land couldn't sit still. They woke up one after another, then crossed the space and appeared around Chen. This time, the number of powerful immortal lords dispatched by the Divine Pill Holy Land was as high as 12. It is worthy of being a holy land, and its heritage is profound. Their position formed an almost perfect encirclement of Chen. As long as Chen made the slightest movement, their 12 powerful immortal lords would attack at the same time and kill him with force. Surrounded by so many people, Chen didn't seem to realize the danger of his situation. Instead, he looked at these powerful immortal lords with great interest, wondering who among them had the strongest alchemy skills. 12 immortal lords and Chen faced off alone. The world was filled with a murderous atmosphere, as if an earth-shattering war was about to break out at any time. However, just when the people in the Holy Land of Divine Pill were about to take action, an old voice came from the deepest part of the Holy Land. "Everyone, please stop. You don't have to deal with this matter. I'll leave you all behind." This voice seemed to come from the 9 heavens, containing extremely strong majesty and charm. Anyone who heard this voice would feel awe and shrink in their hearts. Even the 12 Immortal Lord Realm experts present were surprised after hearing this voice, and they all showed awe in their eyes. Did he appear? The Holy Master of Shindan, who had regained his composure a little, was very surprised at this time, because he had never thought that the senior who had been sleeping for tens of thousands of years would wake up at this time. Could it be that even that senior felt that the young man in white in front of him was very troublesome and he had to take action himself? The remaining 3 holy masters didn't know who made the sound, but seeing the reaction of so many people in the Holy Land of Divine Pills and the connotation of the great avenue of heaven and earth contained in the sound, they knew that it was definitely a strong man from the older generation. In the eyes of everyone who were either confused or in awe, an old body slowly flew out from the depths of the Holy Land. This old man was dressed in gray linen clothes and looked no different from the ordinary old people on the streets. He couldn't feel any fluctuations in his cultivation. It seems that he is really just an ordinary old man. But among everyone present, no one except Chen dared to look down upon him, and even looked at him with strong awe. There are many people who don't know this old man, but judging from the fact that he stopped so many powerful men from the Holy Land with just one sentence, they know that he is definitely a big shot. In the Holy Land of Divine Pills, many senior officials were shocked after recognizing the identity of this old man. If I read it correctly, this senior is most likely the ancestor Wuhan. What? Ancestor Wuhan? According to legend, wasn't it said that Ancestor Wuhan was seriously injured in a previous battle with strange demons and then died? You said it too, but are the rumors true? If it is really the Ancestor Wuhan, then this boy in white is dead. Many senior elders who knew the secret of the Holy Land had guessed the identity of this old man. Wearing linen clothes, in the entire Holy Land of Divine Pills, only the legendary Wuhan ancestor fits the bill. That's right. Ancestor Wuhan has awakened. After seeing the old man in linen clothes, Holy Master Shindan also became excited. This is an old man from the Holy Land. He has lived for an unknown number of years, and his strength is astounding. A long time ago, Ancestor Wuhan was already in the realm of Immortal King, and it is said that he is expected to break through to the realm of Immortal Emperor. However, in a world-destroying battle in which strange demons invaded the world of the wild immortal, the ancestor Wuhan fought several powerful strange demons alone. Although he successfully killed those strange demons in the end, he also suffered serious injuries. Since that battle, Patriarch Wuhan has disappeared, and many people thought that he was seriously injured and died. Some people also say that the ancestor Wuhan also found a way to leave the world of Desolate Immortal, looking for an opportunity to break through to the Immortal Emperor. Some people also say that he is actually sleeping in the Holy Land of Divine Pills to heal his injuries. Regarding the truth, only the great elders and holy lords of the past generations know. Therefore, when Patriarch Wuhan really showed up, he was shocked. How could Patriarch Wuhan show up without encountering a major event that almost endangered the entire Holy Land? Unless he believes that this young man in white can bring great harm to the Holy Land of Divine Pill? No matter what, it's stable. It's stable. The Lord of the Divine Pill knows that since even the ancestor Wuhan has appeared, there is no way for this young man in white to make trouble again. Almost everyone's eyes were focused on the ancestor Wuhan. This kind-looking old man nodded towards the 12 powerful immortal lords and motioned for them to leave. Everyone still obeyed his orders. Later, Patriarch Wuhan looked at Chen, who was dressed in white, and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, why do you come to bully these juniors? If you have any problem, come to me." Chen also smiled and said, "Are you the talker? That's easy. Help me pick a few powerful alchemists. 7th and 8th grade alchemy masters are enough." "Thank you." Everyone became furious when they heard that he was still obsessed with the alchemy master. Ancestor Wuhan has shown up in person. How dare he speak like this? Are you really not afraid of death or what? Ancestor Wuhan has been famous for countless years and has experienced the most massive catastrophe of alien demons annihilating the world. His strength has reached a level that no one can imagine. If you want to deal with him, don't you just have to have some hands? Ancestor Wuhan still maintained a smiling face, but his eyes had become colder. He had long sensed that this young man in white was very unusual and had an extremely terrifying power in his body, so he directly asked the 12 powerful immortal lords to retreat. Only by taking action can we suppress it. How dare he be so unscrupulous in front of himself? Do you really think that the foundation of the Holy Land does not exist? Fellow Taoist, as long as you leave now, you can still be a friend of our Divine Pill Holy Land. We will not pursue what happened today, Ancestor Wuhan warned. At the same time, the understanding in the body began to flow out. The world was greatly affected, and various laws of heaven and earth gradually emerged. Such powerful strength shocked everyone. Is this the Ancestor Wuhan? With every move he made, it seemed as if the whole world was about to manifest itself. Is he very close to the realm of the Immortal Emperor now? If the ancestor takes action, this kid is still alive? Seeing the Wuhan ancestor who exuded a dangerous aura, Chen just smiled slightly, then changed his eyes, and instantly became cold. The moment his eyes met Ancestor Wuhan, an even more terrifying Taoist charm enveloped Ancestor Wuhan. Ancestor Wuhan, who was already in the realm of Immortal King, actually sensed the extreme danger at this moment, as if he would be completely destroyed if he even moved a finger. From Chen's eyes, he smelled the breath of death. This kind of feeling has never been experienced by even those who have fought several powerful monsters alone. Boom! Ancestor Wuhan's heart suddenly contracted, and he was covered in cold sweat. His eyes changed from the warning and threat just now to panic and disbelief. This person is so terrifyingly powerful. The Immortal Emperor. He is definitely the Immortal Emperor. With just one glance, Patriarch Wuhan determined that Chen was definitely not an immortal king, but a powerful immortal emperor. Realizing that he was facing a powerful enemy that he could not defeat, Patriarch Wuhan also panicked. Immortal Emperor, this is already the realm closest to the extreme of heaven and earth. If anyone can enter the realm of the Immortal Emperor, they can truly travel in the void and travel between the worlds at will. Even though he was already at the peak of the Immortal King, he seemed to be only one step away from becoming the Immortal Emperor, but he knew very well that he would probably not be able to get there in his lifetime. However, he faced a real powerful Immortal Emperor. How should he deal with this? Ancestor Wuhan was so panicked that his hands and feet were cold, his heartbeat was racing, and he didn't know what to do. Suddenly, Ancestor Wuhan understood what it meant to be riding a tiger but unable to dismount. He is riding a tiger now and is unable to get off. There is no doubt that he has become the focus of everyone, and everyone is looking forward to his ability to suppress this boy in white. But he knew in his heart that if he really dared to take action, would he still be alive? The air fell into a quiet awkwardness. Pairs of eyes are focused on the Ancestor Wuhan, and many people are looking forward to seeing the Ancestor take action. However, Patriarch Wuhan made no next move, which made everyone start to wonder. What's going on, Ancestor? Why haven't you suppressed him yet? Why are you letting him be so arrogant? Don't worry, Ancestor is just letting him live a few more breaths. As long as Ancestor takes action, are you still worried that he won't be able to handle it? It makes sense. With the Ancestor's strength, as long as he is not an Immortal Emperor, there will be no problem. The foundation of the Holy Land is far deeper than we imagined. We only need to watch the fun. Why do we need to worry about this? Although the Ancestor's reaction made everyone a little strange, everyone still had great trust in him. Everyone firmly believed that the Ancestor should wait for the young man in white to surrender and admit his mistakes and give him a chance to start a new life. I have to say that Patriarch Wuhan is so kind and righteous. He actually allows others a chance to reflect and repent. Only Chen had a playful smile on his face, as if he was looking at a guinea pig. Seeing that something was not right in the atmosphere, Holy Master Xindan could not help but remind him, Ancestor, this person is a murderer. Please punish him and save the face of our Holy Land. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, the Ancestor Wuhan glared at him angrily. How can you say that the Holy Land has lost face because your skills are not as good as others? Can this be confused with others? Adults do their work, children don't interrupt. The more Ancestor Wuhan spoke, the more angrily he became, and he couldn't help but reach out and slap the Holy Master of Xindan hard on the face. Snapped. The clear and loud sound of the slap resounded throughout the Holy Land and fell into everyone's ears, making everyone dumbfounded. What's going on? Why would Patriarch Wuhan beat his own family? Logically speaking, he shouldn't hit the boy in white, right? This is the first time they have seen the Lord of the Holy Land being slapped in the mouth? How strange. The Holy Master of Xindan is the most confused. He doesn't know why Patriarch Wuhan is so angry. Moreover, he felt that his ancestor was so incompetent and furious that he wanted to use him as a punching bag. Covering his burning cheeks, Holy Lord Xindan was also holding back his breath. He was also the Lord of the Holy Land after all. How could he be slapped in front of countless people? How will he see anyone in the future? Holy Lord Xindan was slapped in the mouth. If word spread, where would his face be? It was a pity that the person who beat him was the Ancestor Wuhan, who was far above him in terms of strength and seniority. Even if the Holy Master of Xindan was unhappy, he could only suppress it in his heart. What puzzled him the most was why the Ancestor didn't take action against that man. What they didn't know was that Patriarch Wuhan was already breaking out in cold sweat. In terms of foundation, the Divine Pill Holy Land certainly has a very deep foundation, as well as several imperial weapons left behind by the Immortal Emperor. Relying on these foundations, it is no problem to fight against an Immortal Emperor. No matter how bad it is, it can wake up all the sleeping old guys. But the cost of doing so is too high, and if a war starts directly within the Holy Land, the most serious damage will be to the Holy Land itself. Seeing that the other party did not come with murderous intent, nor did he start a killing spree on the entire Holy Land, he felt that the other party should be a reasonable person. Ancestor Wuhan was also thinking of countermeasures quickly. Finally, he pretended to be calm and smiled warmly, and said to Chen, "Fellow Taoists' requirements are not too high, and our Divine Pill Holy Land is willing to make friends with fellow Taoist." As he spoke, he looked at 2 of the 12 Immortal Lords. Jingyu, Hongqing, you two just follow this fellow Taoist's arrangements for the time being, Ancestor Wuhan said. These 2 are both 7th grade alchemy masters. They have been immersed in the art of alchemy for many years and have profound knowledge. Jingyu and Hongqing were shocked after hearing this. Ancestor, why are you doing this? At worst, you can just fight with him. Do you have to listen to him? Yeah, when did our Holy Land become so cheap? Does what an outsider says mean it? Anyway, I will never leave with him. The 2 of them really didn't understand why Patriarch Wuhan made this decision. In such a big Holy Land, are they still afraid of each other alone? He said he would take away a few alchemy masters and let him take them away. Where is the dignity of the Holy Land? For them, this is an ultimate shame and an absolutely unacceptable humiliation. Not only them, but everyone did not understand why the Wuhan ancestor agreed. If it's something worthless, it's okay, but take it out and treat it like a beggar. But these are two alchemy immortal masters, and their own realm has reached the realm of immortal kings. Regardless of his profound knowledge in alchemy or his own level, he is an extremely valuable talent. The two of them are super strong men trained in the Holy Land of Divine Pills. How can you just give it to others? Ancestor, why compromise? Juniors don't understand. Wouldn't it be better to just kill him? Why should we agree to him? The most important thing our Holy Land lacks is friends. Why do we need to make this one more friend? Ancestor, this move cannot convince the public. Loud questions came from below. Whether it was the low-level disciples or the core elders with high status, everyone was very angry at this time. Although Patriarch Wuhan can make important decisions on behalf of the Holy Land, is this decision too humiliating? Everyone is not a fool, and it can be clearly seen that the ancestor Wuhan is selling people for glory. How can these arrogant people convince others? Not only are they noble alchemists, but they also come from the Holy Land. Who can swallow this breath? Listening to the waves of doubts from countless people, Patriarch Wuhan felt miserable. How could he not know that his decision would cause backlash from everyone? He doesn't want to do this himself, but who can do anything about it? You can't really fight an immortal emperor with swords and guns, right? When the time comes, the entire Holy Land will suffer. Ancestor Wuhan's face sank, and he waved his sleeves and said seriously, I have already decided on this matter. No one should say another word, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely powerful aura burst out from his body, overwhelming and crushing him in all directions. Who can face the imposing manner of a powerful immortal king without any harm? Under the suppression of this domineering aura, everyone's face turned red from suppressing it. Their hearts were pounding with fear, and they couldn't even utter a single word. Ancestor Wuhan was also angry. He was obviously thinking about the Holy Land, but it didn't matter that these juniors didn't understand his good intentions, and they still questioned him collectively. If you don't give these juniors some clues, they don't even know how famous his Wuhan ancestor was, right? When the immortal king's breath spread throughout the Holy Land, everyone was breathless. Perhaps they realized at this time how terrifying it is when an immortal king is angry. Several holy masters and 12 powerful immortal kings all felt a great sense of oppression. After the ancestor Wuhan restrained his breath, everyone could take a deep breath. After this incident, although everyone was still dissatisfied, they did not dare to say anything more. Especially the two powerful immortal lords who were named, Huangxian and Jingyu. Both of them gritted their teeth, but did not dare to say a word no. Fellow Taoist, what do you think? When he looked at Chen again, Patriarch Wuhan had put on another slightly flattering expression, completely different from the angry state just now. Those who didn't know thought that the immortal king's anger just now was his own illusion. Chen nodded with satisfaction and said, Okay, you did a good job. I appreciate you, but you can't be too stingy. How can you give me 2 people enough? Let the Holy Land next door see it and think you can't afford it. Give more, several. Saying that, Chen didn't care about everyone's mood, opened his big hand again, and took over 2 alchemy masters with stronger alchemy refining skills. Stop it. I will never obey any of your orders. These 2 powerful immortal lords felt their bodies being restrained by an invisible force and shouted nervously. The immortal power in their bodies was constantly vibrating, trying to break free from this bondage. But they were shocked to find that the power that restrained them was so terrifying that they couldn't even struggle. How strong is this person? Their own realm is also at the top of the Immortal King level, and there is a high possibility that they can break through to the Immortal King level in the future. Why didn't he even have a chance to resist in front of him? While cursing, his body was tied to Chen's side uncontrollably. They suddenly understood what Patriarch Wuhan did. The ancestor must have sensed the inscrutability of this person and made such a humiliating decision, right? 2 8th-level alchemy masters and 2 7th-level alchemy masters. Chen was very satisfied with this trophy. Thinking about it carefully, he is really a good person. There are obviously many powerful alchemy masters in the Holy Land of Divine Pills, but he only took 4 of them away. Where can I find such a reasonable and gentle person? I am not an unreasonable person. This flame is given to you as my thank you gift." With that said, Chen threw out the Kirin amethyst flame in his hand. The small amethyst unicorn flame hurriedly ran back to the Holy Lord of the Divine Pill and was hurriedly taken into the body by the Holy Lord of the Divine Pill. But for Chen's words, he was so angry that he gritted his teeth. What is a thank you gift? The Kirin amethyst flame originally belonged to him, and now returning it to him should be called a return to the original owner, rather than a thank you gift. Stealing their people and flames, how great and selfless can you make yourself? Pooh. What is this person's face made of? Everyone couldn't believe their ears and eyes. Wow, this person can even say such a thing? Chen saw that the Holy Master of the Divine Pill didn't seem very happy, so he understandingly peeled off the Kirin amethyst flame from his body again. Puff. You. The Holy Master of Xindan didn't know whether he was angry or repelled, but in short, his face turned red and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. The breath is sluggish again. He has countless dirty words stored in his heart. He had obviously given the flame back to him, so why should he take it away by force again? Are you kidding me? Everyone was stunned. What kind of trick is this? Playing a monkey, right? Chen smiled understandingly and explained, "I'm sorry, I saw that your face was not very good, and I thought you didn't want to take back this flame, so I helped you solve this trouble. Don't thank me, I've always been a good person." Very good. Puff. This time, Holy Lord Xindan really couldn't hold himself any longer. After spitting out a large mouthful of blood, his body stiffened and he fell unconscious. Look at you, why are you so excited? Chen smiled. Countless people present don't know what to say. Do you think what you are saying is human? Does the Holy Master of Divine Pill look like he is so happy and excited that he faints? Is there a possibility that he was knocked unconscious by you? Ancestor Wuhan clenched his fists tightly and warned himself in his heart that he must hold back. He must hold back. The hearts of the people in the Divine Pill Holy Land were already filled with humiliation, but Patriarch Wuhan still had no reaction, and those of them who were weaker could not say anything more. Thank you, you are also good people. I, Kunlun Holy Land, will remember this friendship, Chen said with a smile. He looked down and selected 3,000 powerful alchemists from among the many people who came to participate in the Alchemist Conference. From the lowest level 1 to the 9th level. These people will become an important part of the future of Kunlun Holy Land. After doing all this, Chen took everyone and left the Holy Land of Divine Pills. However, he did not immediately return to the Kunlun Holy Land in Dongxing Continent, but had other important matters. Just now, he received another reminder from the system to recruit a disciple. It has been detected that there are 2 immortal-level geniuses in the Yuanshu Mountain in central China, and the host is invited to recruit disciples. After getting this tip, Chen took everyone to visit the Holy Mountain at the beginning of the Yuan dynasty. After Chen left, everyone in the Divine Pill Holy Land felt like they were waking up from a dream. Everything that happened just now seemed too unrealistic. A person could come to threaten and extort a sacred place? If word got out, no one would believe it. But the fact is happening in front of everyone, and there is nothing you can do if you don't believe it. Logically speaking, in order to maintain its majesty and status, the Holy Land must suppress, or even kill such fanatics as soon as possible. Ancestor Wuhan also appeared, but the final development of the matter was shocking. Ancestor Wuhan actually allowed the other party to take away 4 immortal alchemists and 3,000 alchemists? Is this still the holy place everyone knows? Ancestor Wuhan also had a gloomy face high in the sky at this time. He knew that everyone must have doubts about his decision. All senior officials gathered in the main hall. I have something to say. He looked around at everyone and ordered coldly. The core senior executives present looked at each other, all holding back their anger. They also had many questions to ask the ancestor face to face, and they all gathered in the main hall. In the main hall, everyone looked extremely unhappy, feeling as if they had eaten shit. Today they have all lost their face. Ancestor, what is the origin of that man? Do you even have to respect him? Someone couldn't help but ask. This is the answer that everyone wants to know. That person must have a great background, otherwise, the ancestor would not be like this. Although everyone has a lot of resentment towards the ancestor, they also understand that the ancestor will not really ignore the Holy Land. Ancestor Wuhan said concisely, he is the Immortal Emperor. As soon as these words came out, it was like a stormy sea rising on the sea, and everyone showed incredible expressions. What? He is the Immortal Emperor. Is there really an Immortal Emperor? Is he just pretending? He is actually the Immortal Emperor? Ancestor, you are not wrong, are you? How can he be an Immortal Emperor? I have never heard of any Immortal Emperor doing such a shameless thing. This person is indeed extremely powerful, but does he really have the strength of an Immortal Emperor? Suddenly, the senior officials in the entire main hall were talking a lot, and they were very surprised by Yi Chen's identity. How could an Immortal Emperor appear in front of everyone so easily? It's really incredible when you think about it. Even though they have cultivated to such a high level and are the core leaders of the Holy Land, many of them have never seen the Immortal Emperor. In their minds, the Immortal Emperor is already a legend, but they didn't expect to see it for real today. The entire main hall was noisy. It was not until Patriarch Wuhan raised his arm and pressed it down that everyone gradually returned to silence. I know you may not believe it, but he is indeed the Immortal Emperor. His eyes give me the feeling of being full of control and destructiveness. At that time, if I dared to get any closer, it would explode. Otherwise, why do you think I would do it? Ancestor Wuhan sighed helplessly. It's not that he doesn't want to fight, it's just that his strength doesn't allow it. Ancestor, it's not like we don't have the foundation to deal with the Immortal Emperor, so what about the Immortal Emperor? We have used many means to suppress him, but we still can't suppress him. Someone shouted unconvinced. Everyone nodded in agreement. Although the Immortal Emperor is very strong, he is not invincible to the Holy Land. The reason why the Holy Land is a holy land is because they were founded by the powerful Immortal Emperor and have been passed down for countless years. They have produced several Immortal Emperors, as well as countless Immortal Kings and Immortal Lords. There are countless methods left behind, which other small sects do not have. When all these details are revealed, they will be confident to suppress even an Immortal Emperor. Hearing what they said, why didn't Patriarch Wuhan understand? He had no choice but to explain, this person is different. The feeling he gives me is actually stronger than that of Senior Luoyuan. Ancestor Wuhan understood that his words were actually extremely disrespectful. Immortal Emperor Luoyuan is one of the Immortal Emperors in the Holy Land of Divine Pills. He is no longer in the great world of desolate immortals. His existence is the pride of the Emperor of Divine Pills and the confidence of everyone. But he actually said that the boy in white was more powerful than Immortal Emperor Luoyuan? Everyone present was extremely shocked and couldn't even believe that Patriarch Wuhan would give such a comment. In their hearts, Immortal Emperor Luoyuan is invincible and one of the strongest Immortal Emperors. By saying this, doesn't it mean that he is trying to boost others' ambitions and destroy his own prestige? Many people are not convinced. How could a person I had never heard of become more powerful than Immortal Emperor Luoyuan? Don't be dissatisfied. The sense of oppression he gives me is stronger than that of Senior Luoyuan. This is why I dare not act rashly. Ancestor Wuhan said coldly. In short, when you meet people from Kunlun Holy Land in the future, you will definitely be right to have a few more eyes. He remembered that before leaving, the man said that he was from the Kunlun Holy Land. As for what kind of force Kunlun Holy Land is, he has never heard of it. It may be some hidden super sect, right? Isn't it terrifying enough to have a powerful Immortal Emperor sitting in charge? Central China, the sacred mountain in the early Yuan dynasty. In the great world of Huangxian, there are many restricted areas of life. It can be seen from the literal meaning that every restricted area of life must be a terrifying place. Anyone who is approached by outside creatures may die without a burial place. The holy mountain in the early Yuan dynasty was one of the restricted areas of life. This place has been around for so many years that no one can remember how long it has been there. Some people even say that the sacred mountain appeared in the early Yuan dynasty where the world of Huangxian was formed. For countless years, countless superpowers have died in the sacred mountain at the beginning of the Yuan dynasty. They are worthy of the name of the Forbidden Zone of Life. In the sky above the holy mountain at the beginning of the Yuan dynasty, Chen stopped with a large army. Looking down, you can see a large rolling mountain range. The deeper you go into the mountains, the darker it becomes. There is a strange power that blocks outside prying eyes. Is this the holy mountain at the beginning of the Yuan dynasty? Doesn't it look like anything special? Chen muttered. When everyone around him heard what he said, they really didn't know what expressions to make. Each restricted area of life is made up of countless deaths, and even big figures like the Lord of the Holy Land dare not go deep into it easily. There was once a holy landowner who wanted to explore deep into the mountains in the early Yuan dynasty to explore treasure and find the elixir of immortality. As a result, less than a month later, the Lord of the Holy Land rushed out of the holy mountain at the beginning of the Yuan dynasty, but he had become so skinny that he was almost a mummy. And within a few days of coming out, he died completely. Before he died, he only left one sentence. There is something ominous in the sacred mountain in the early Yuan dynasty. If you approach it, you will die. Chen said there was nothing special here. Does he not know how to write the word death? At this time, Chen has already discovered the two disciples he wants to take on. One of them is a holy light body, and the other is a fairy spirit body. They are both very powerful. However, their situation is very dangerous. If they don't take action, their lives will be in danger. Don't move around here, I'll be back soon. After turning around and telling everyone a few words, Chen descended from the sky. Above the clouds high in the sky, several alchemy masters looked at each other, eager to try, wondering whether to leave directly. Now that he is gone, isn't it the best opportunity to escape? This is most likely our only chance to escape. If we miss this opportunity, it will be too late for us to regret it. Huangxian, the 7th level alchemy master, gritted his teeth and said. The rest of the people nodded heavily in agreement. So, they turned around and left without even thinking about it, wanting to get out of here. But when they made a move, they were shocked and angry to find that the floating cloud under their feet actually had a very powerful forbidden formation, trapping all of them in it. No matter how they attack or destroy, they still have no effect. The super strength of the Immortal Lord level is actually useless in front of a cloud? After trying for a while, they gave up out of breath. It's not that they don't want to escape from Chen's imprisonment, but that the 4 of them, the powerful Immortal Lords, plus the power of 3,000 alchemists of various levels, together cannot break a single cloud. How to do? Immortal Lord Huangxian looked at the other 3 Immortal Lords with an ugly expression. Immortal Lord Jingyu was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He was of noble status and had top strength. When had he ever encountered such an aggrieved thing? Stay unchanged to cope with all changes. Now he has gone to the Huangxian Holy Mountain. Let's pray that he continues to go deep into it. As long as he enters the Huangxian Holy Mountain, I don't believe he can come out. These words spoke to everyone's hearts. In the early Yuan dynasty, the sacred mountain was recognized as a restricted area for life, and its danger level was self-evident. No matter who it is, even powerful people like them at the Immortal Lord level will not be stupid enough to go deep into it. If they're contaminated by the unknown aura, or cause the peak of the unknown creatures inside, it will be a huge trouble. At this point, they can only hope that Chen will die in the Holy Mountain at the beginning of the Yuan dynasty. At the outskirts of the Holy Mountain in the early Yuan dynasty, hundreds of people gathered at this time. All of them were strong men above the void refining stage, and there were even several true immortals. Those who can show such strong strength at the same time are probably only those holy places. Judging from the way these people are dressed, they should be from the Ziwei Holy Land. The Ziwei Holy Land is famous in central China. The person who created this holy land is the Ziwei Immortal Emperor. Countless years ago, the Ziwei Immortal Emperor established an invincible reputation and created the Ziwei Holy Land. With the development up to now, Ziwei Holy Land has produced several immortal emperors, and their background is even more frightening. And they will gather here today just to accomplish a big thing. Grandpa, when I transplant their physiques, will they become peerless geniuses? A teenage girl held an old man's arm affectionately, pointed at the 2 girls who were thrown into the sacred mountain at the beginning of the Yuan dynasty, and asked expectantly, Her name is Lei Ting, and she is the granddaughter of an elder from the immortal realm of Ziwei Holy Land. It stands to reason that people like her who were born with a silver spoon in their mouths are the proud daughters of heaven. But Lei Ting's qualifications are mediocre. Enjoying more abundant resources than others, she has only grown to the nascent soul stage now, and is not worthy of her status at all. Fortunately, her grandfather, Elder Lei of Ziwei Holy Land, found a long-lost secret technique to help her solve her talent problem. That is, transplant someone else's physical talent into your own granddaughter. In this way, although the other party will become a complete invalid or even die, his granddaughter will be able to transform into a genius. So, what does the life and death of others have to do with him? Being able to provide a physical transplant for Elder Lei's granddaughter is already a lifetime honor for others, isn't it? After discovering the secret method of transplanting physiques, Elder Lei quickly found two girls with extraordinary talents. Don't worry, Ting Ting, once the physiques of those two girls are transplanted, you will soon become a genius. Elder Lei said with a smile, his eyes full of doting when he looked at his granddaughter. Those two girls, one has a fairy spirit body and the other has a holy light body. They both have rare and powerful physiques. What qualifications do low-level trash like them have to have such a strong physique? Both physiques should be transplanted into your body, Ting Ting. This is the meaning of the existence of those two cheap girls. Elder Lei said contemptuously. In his eyes, only his granddaughter Lei Ting is superior, the others are low-level slaves. Hee, I know Grandpa treats Ting Ting best. However, those two girls have been in the Yuanqiu Mountain for half an hour, and they can still hold on. Lei Ting said with a smile, and then she looked in the direction of the Holy Mountain at the beginning of the Yuan dynasty with great jealousy, where there were two small figures suffering from the terrifying ominous aura and on the verge of death. After all, it is a fairy spirit body and a holy light body. It has the ability to resist all filth. Being able to survive in the sacred mountain at the beginning of the Yuan dynasty for half an hour is already the limit. Calculate the time and it is almost time. Elder Lei looked at the two pitiful little figures in the sacred mountain at the beginning of the Yuan dynasty, but he didn't feel distressed at all. It is recorded in the secret method that special physiques must be suppressed with the unknown aura of the restricted area of life. When the power of the special physique is almost exhausted, catch them out. At this time, the success rate of transplantation is the highest. At this time, at the outskirts of the Holy Mountain at the beginning of the Yuan dynasty, these two little girls were already dying, and their life essence was like a candle in the wind, which would sink to the bottom and disappear at any time. They look so much alike that they are almost identical, so it is not difficult to guess that they are twins. It can be seen from their exquisite facial features and oval seed faces that once these two girls grow up for another 2 years, they will definitely become beauties that bring disaster to the country and the people. Sister, I can't hold it anymore. When I transfer all the origins into your body, you must escape. One of the skinny girls spoke so angrily that her voice was almost inaudible. Ziyu, don't say stupid things. My sister will take you out. Don't be afraid. Don't do stupid things. As the elder sister, Zixing comforted her and used the last bit of her body's strength to drag her younger sister Ziyu to the depths of the Yuanqiu sacred mountain as she crawled at a snail's pace. They were too young, only 13 years old. They had never heard of the Holy Mountain at the beginning of the Yuan dynasty, and they did not know that the road ahead was not a way of life, but a complete road of death. But Zixing and Ziyu can no longer control that much. They just want to stay away from the demons outside. Elder Lei and Lei Ting, in order to achieve their own selfish goals, threw the two sisters into this terrifying Jedi. In the eyes of Zixing and Ziyu, those people were even more evil than the Holy Mountain at the beginning of the Yuan dynasty. They would rather die in a mountain stream where no one can see them than become Elder Lei's pawns and be slaughtered at will. The two small bodies just moved their bodies inch by inch, heading towards the place they thought was safe. In the outside world, Elder Lei and the others looked at all this indifferently, like a group of vultures looking at their dying prey. In addition to the people from Ziwei Holy Land, many outsiders also came to watch after hearing that Elder Lei was going to use a secret method to transplant his body. When they saw the two small figures in the forbidden area of life being eroded by the unknown aura, they did not have any sympathy, but found it very interesting. It is said that the two sisters are twins. One is a fairy spirit body and the other is a holy light body. They both have powerful special physiques. If they are all transplanted into Lei Ting's body, even if the effect is halved, the two physiques combined will be terrifying. Hey, it looks like the origins in the two sisters have been eroded by the unknown aura. Elder Lei should be ready to capture them. Tisk, TSK, TSK. First use the unknown aura to weaken the origin, and then use secret methods to peel it out of the original owner's body, and then put it into Lei Ting's body. Every step must be done accurately. Everyone was very interested, and they also wanted to know if this method was feasible. Seeing that the time was almost up, Elder Lei finally got up from his throne and walked towards the holy mountain at the beginning of the Yuan dynasty. Two cheap maids, do you think you can survive by crawling inside? How stupid. Elder Lei mocked Zixing and Ziyu's naivety with disdain, and then a powerful immortal power burst out from his body to resist the ominous aura coming from the sacred mountain at the beginning of the Yuan dynasty. When he stepped into the sacred mountain area at the beginning of the Yuan dynasty, the ominous aura that filled the world rushed towards Elder Lei crazily. This is a very strange force that can corrode anything in the world, like an irresistible curse. However, this place is only the outskirts of the holy mountain in the early Yuan dynasty, and the ominous atmosphere is still very weak. In addition, Elder Lei's realm has reached the level of heavenly immortal. Therefore, this ominous atmosphere is nothing to him. However, just when he stepped into the Yuanchu sacred mountain area, another strange figure appeared very suddenly in the Yuanchu sacred mountain. Moreover, the location is very deep. This sudden scene caught everyone's attention and surprise. Why is there suddenly someone there? I didn't see him at all just now. Don't scare me, okay? Could it be that the ominous creatures from the sacred mountain at the beginning of the Yuan dynasty came out? Damn it, you crow's mouth. Shut up now. That person doesn't look like an unknown creature. He must be a human being. At first, they thought it was an ominous creature that appeared, and everyone was panicked. It is said that the things living in the restricted area of life are different from the creatures in the outside world. They are powerful and full of ominous aura. If this kind of thing really comes out, they will have no choice but to run away. But they quickly recognized that it was a normal human being, not a monster. Human? How did he get in? That location is already in the middle area of the holy mountain at the beginning of the Yuan dynasty, so close to the depths that even the Lord of the Holy Land dare not approach easily. Could it be that stupid young man who came from somewhere and accidentally got into it? He's really looking for death. Who in that position would take the risk to save him? It stands to reason that within half a stick of incense, his thinking will be disturbed and he will eventually become a madman until his body loses its essence and turns into a mummy. Everyone started talking and watching indifferently, preparing to see when Yichen would be invaded by the ominous aura and die. As for the rescue, that is impossible. Who dares to enter that position? Besides, they wouldn't save a stranger. What? Elder Lei also stopped and looked at Chen in the distance with confusion. He didn't know why a person suddenly appeared there. Could it be some wishful explorer who wants to explore the depths? What surprised him was that the boy in white actually walked towards the two maids who were already lying on the ground and dying. Chen came to Zixing and Ziyu and couldn't help but feel heartbroken when he saw their faces were pale and their life essence was almost dry. He felt that he was not a good person, but in order to satisfy his selfish desires, he threw two little girls without any hatred into the sacred mountain at the beginning of the Yuan dynasty. Is that human being? He put his hands between their eyebrows and slowly channeled his immortal power. Sex name, Zixing, twin sister. Realm, 5th level of foundation building period. Physique, fairy spirit body. Qualification, fairy level. The body of the sister named Zixing began to emit bursts of fairy light, and the originally depleted physical source became full again. The same situation is going on with my younger sister Ziyue. Her physical origin is also growing. Name, Ziyue twin sister. Realm, 4th level of foundation building period. Physique, Holy Light Body. Qualification. Fairy level. After the two sisters regained their strength, they finally woke up slowly. Their eyes were blurred and they didn't know what happened. All I know is that I seem to be dead, right? However, what is going on with this handsome face in front of me? Is it a hallucination before death? Sister Zixing rubbed her eyes with her hands, as if she had just woken up. Looking at the two girls who had woken up, Chen smiled and said, "You are not dreaming or hallucinating. I saved you." After being stunned for a long time, the two girls finally came to their senses and realized that they were really not dead, and their bodies were even full of power. "Thank you, Senior, for saving your life. Senior, it's very dangerous here. We can't stay for a long time. Let's leave quickly." No, people outside are still guarding us. What should we do?" The two sisters, Zixing and Ziyu, began to panic. They had already experienced the danger here personally and did not want to experience it a second time. But what makes them even more uneasy is Elder Lei and the others who are guarding outside. Chen smiled slightly and did not take their worries to heart. He also noticed the ominous aura here. This should be a change in the rules of heaven and earth. The so-called ominous aura was just an external manifestation of the rules of heaven and earth. If a person with low strength comes in and is affected by this mutated rule for a long time, his life will be in danger. But to him, the so-called rule changes and the so-called ominous atmosphere are all childish. Wherever he appears, that's where the rules come from. Just like now, the ominous aura has no way to get close to him. The ominous aura that is irresistible in the eyes of others is even worse in front of him. What you are talking about is just trivial matters. I only ask you one question. Are you willing to become your teacher? Chen looked at them with a smile and asked softly. The two girls Zixing and Zi were stunned when they heard what he said. They didn't expect that he would actually come to accept them as his disciples. After being stunned for a few breaths, they finally came to their senses, knelt down on the ground excitedly, and kowtowed to Chen several times. "Master, please bow to me, my disciple." They spoke in unison, and every move they made was printed in the same mold. Even Chen was amazed when he saw it. "Are these twin sisters? There seems to be a good understanding. Okay, from today on, you are my disciples." Chen smiled with satisfaction. He had accepted 2 apprentices, and the rewards from the system had arrived. He would wait to see what good things they were when he returned to Kunlun Holy Land. In the outside world, Elder Lei and the others were shocked when they saw that Chen seemed not to be affected by the ominous aura. Why is there nothing wrong with him? That position is already relatively deep. It stands to reason that the ominous aura is already very strong. Could it be that he was not affected? What surprised everyone even more was how did the 2 little girls who were already on the verge of death come back to life after being touched by him like this? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Their bodies have obviously been completely eroded by the unknown aura. No one can save them, they will definitely die. What method did he use? I saw him touching 2 people and they woke up and became lively. A miracle. This is definitely a miracle. The people outside were dumbfounded, and many people were in a mess, frightened by Chen's actions. After living for so many years, this was the first time they had seen such an outrageous thing. How can anyone enter the sacred mountain in the early Yuan dynasty and still be alive and kicking? The reason why the Life Forbidden Zone is called the Life Forbidden Zone is that the immortal aura inside corrodes the outside world too seriously. Even if a master of the immortal realm like Elder Lei enters it, he must mobilize all his immortal power to resist. Moreover, the time cannot be too long, otherwise he will be in danger. But what happened to the boy in white in the restricted area? Judging from his calm appearance, it doesn't look like he will be eroded by an ominous aura at all, right? Moreover, by what means did he save those 2 girls? One thing that is recognized in the world of Huangxian is that no matter who is seriously eroded by the ominous aura, there will be no way to save it. No one can save me. Judging from the near-death state of the 2 girls just now, their bodies were already filled with an ominous aura. How could there be a way to save them? But the boy in white just touched their eyebrows with his palm and did it? Real or fake? Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. Who made the scene so incredible? Above the clouds, Immortal Lord Huangxian and Immortal Jingyu were confused when they saw Yi Chen's actions. Those two girls are bound to die. Why would he save them? Just because those two girls have special physiques? But it's not worth it at all. Immortal Lord Huangxian expressed his confusion. If it were him, he would have turned a blind eye and left. After all, reaching that position has already begun to penetrate into the sacred mountain of the early Yuan dynasty. The ominous aura is very serious, and as an immortal king, he does not want to cause this trouble. Take this risk for two girls who can't be saved at all? Immortal Jingyu also nodded in agreement with his statement. Those two girls cowed out. It seems that they are indeed worshipping him as their disciples, but is it worth it? Even if they can be rescued, it will be difficult to remove the ominous aura from their bodies. This will continue to erode their physical origin. Even if they are holy light bodies and fairy spirit bodies, their future achievements and lifespan will be disappointing. Someone suddenly thought of a possibility. He doesn't think that we are alchemy masters with magical means that can help him completely remove the ominous aura from those two girls, right? After hearing this sentence, everyone had different expressions and seemed quite complicated. Because it is impossible for them to completely eliminate all the ominous atmosphere. Especially when those two girls were in such a serious situation, it was even more impossible. Well, it depends on the situation. Those two children are also poor people. Let's save whatever we can. That makes sense. It's okay to let them live for another 200 to 300 years. Although they hated Yi Chen in their hearts, as alchemy masters, they were still willing to treat this situation. Elder Lei, who was on the periphery, sat back on his throne. At this moment, his eyes were full of scrutiny, wanting to see through the true identity of the boy in white. I've never seen this person before. He shouldn't be a master from these holy places in central China. Is he an unknown casual cultivator? No matter who that person was, he ruined Elder Lei's plan. When he comes out, he must give me an explanation. Elder Lei felt secretly resentful. Lei Ting suddenly became very unhappy when she saw that the two people who were about to die came back to life and looked very lively. Grandpa, what is that man doing? What is he doing? Why did he save the man? Let him die as well. She also hopes that she will become a super genius by transplanting two physiques. As a result, everything was destroyed by Yi Chen. Now she wished that Yi Chen would die quickly and her good deeds would be delayed. Elder Lei also said coldly, "Don't worry, no one has ever dared to disobey us when we are doing things in Ziwei Holy Land. The Holy Land of Ziwei is their greatest confidence." The hundreds of disciples from Ziwei Holy Land who followed him also released killing intent as cold as frost. This majestic momentum made the nearby monks who were waiting to watch the excitement frequently look sideways and feel fearful. As expected of the people of the Ziwei Holy Land, even if they are domineering, they are still so strong. Anyone who goes against them will definitely be doomed. Many people feel that the young man in white in the Holy Mountain at the beginning of the Yuan dynasty has angered Elder Lei. Even if he can come out, he will be in trouble when facing Elder Lei. Fellow Taoist, those two children are from my Ziwei Holy Land. Please return them to my Ziwei Holy Land after they come out. I would be very grateful. Elder Lei used his immortal power on his voice, and his voice turned into translucent energy ripples that spread into the holy mountain of Yuanchu. Although his words sounded polite, his cold and forceful tone was not concealed at all. To put it bluntly, this is an open threat. He never leaves the holy land of crepe myrtle, but he also wants to use his background to overwhelm people. Everyone's heart was slightly chilled. Only the people in the divine pill Holy Land above the clouds in the sky sneered. Innocent, if the name of the Holy Land could scare him, he would have died countless times in our divine pill Holy Land. Even if our ancestor Wuhan comes forward in person, we have to compromise with him. You, a heavenly immortal level elder in Ziwei Holy Land, are nothing. Hey, if he comes out, do you think that elder will be tortured to tears? Everyone in the divine pill Holy Land began to look forward to it in amusement. But they can't be the only ones who are unlucky. It would be best if other holy places were also unlucky. In the sacred mountain at the beginning of the Yuan dynasty, Elder Lei's words scared the two little girls Zixing and Ziyu to tremble. If it weren't for Yi Chen's strength to support their bodies, they would have fallen down. Master, let's not go back to that devil. He will definitely continue to torture us. We have all heard that he wants to transplant our physique into his granddaughter to create a genius. Their voices trembled with excessive fear. Yichen sighed slightly and covered their bodies with his power, dispelling their fear. Don't worry, since I have become your master, I won't let anyone bully you. Yichen held his sister Zixing with his left hand and Zi with his right hand. The two girls were only 13 years old, and due to malnutrition and long-term persecution, they looked only 10 years old. When they held Yichen's broad, strong, warm and firm palm, they felt a sense of security in their hearts for the first time. They feel that as long as they stay with their master, they can feel at ease forever. A few people walked outside, but before they had taken a few steps, a strong energy wave suddenly came from deep in the Yuanqiu mountain behind them. There is also a strong aroma in the air. This is... Yichen turned around with some surprise and saw that deep in the holy mountain of the Yuan dynasty, on the top of a mountain, there was a fruit tree about 2 meters high bearing red fruits. This strong fragrance and energy fluctuations came from this fruit tree. Elder Lei from the outside world was also shocked from ear to ear when they saw this scene. It's the holy fruit. The holy fruit is ripe. Everyone exclaimed and the crowd became excited. Everyone on the periphery was extremely excited because they knew the value of this holy fruit was so great. In the sacred mountains of the early Yuan dynasty, there have always been legends about sacred springs and holy fruits. It is said that in the early Yuan dynasty, there were 9 mountain ranges in total within the holy mountain, and in each mountain range, there was a divine spring and a holy fruit. If anyone gets the holy fruit and drinks from the divine spring, it will be a great blessing. For countless years, monks have rushed to the depths of the sacred mountain in the early Yuan dynasty, hoping to get a holy fruit or drink a sip of the sacred spring. But those who go in either disappear completely, and even if they are lucky enough to come out occasionally, they will not survive for more than half a month. Want to drink from the divine spring and eat the holy fruit? Don't even think about it. However, every time the holy fruit matures, it will cause a big phenomenon in the world. Tens of thousands of monks will gather on the periphery, looking at the holy fruit from a distance and drooling. This time is no exception. When the fragrance of the holy fruit emanated from the depths of the holy mountain at the beginning of the Yuan dynasty, the monks outside seemed to have turned into dogs, holding their noses up and sniffing the fragrance crazily. It seems that if you take one more whiff of the aroma, you will instantly become a fairy. I feel like my pores are opening. Is this the effect of the holy fruit? It's so fragrant. If you take a bite, how good will it be? Do I need to say this? If I eat a holy fruit, it will probably turn my mortal body into a holy body. Legend has it that a young man accidentally entered the sacred mountain at the beginning of the Yuan dynasty and was lucky enough to survive. He drank from the sacred spring, ate the holy fruit, and transformed into an invincible ancient holy body. Is this true or false? It should be true. I've seen this record in ancient books. That's not right. Is the holy fruit you smell fragrant? Why does it smell like onions to me? It's such a strong onion smell. What's going on? Perhaps this is the magic of the holy fruit. Different people smell different things. Let me take a few more puffs. I'm sorry, I actually farted just now. I had fried beef with onions for lunch today, hee. Nima, get out of here. You made me take a few mouthfuls of your onion farts. Worry. If you eat onions in the future, I will beat you to death. Don't let me see you again. There was quite a commotion in the crowd, and more people gathered. On the mountain far away, the holy fruit bloomed with endless light, like fiery red suns, bringing endless temptation to everyone. Many major sects nearby had already rushed over as quickly as possible. Powerful auras passed through the sky and then stopped on the periphery of the Yuanqiu Holy Mountain. Whenever a big shot appears, everyone will exclaim, "Look, he's the great elder of the Dragon Elephant Sect. He's truly in the realm of an immortal. Isn't that person over there the master of the Golden Dragon Palace? How come a big shot like him is here? It's said that he has reached the Huangxian level, right? And the one who just came, isn't he the leader of the Changhe sect? His strength is also terrifying. With the appearance of one big boss after another, the place became extremely lively. Everyone knows that they are not qualified to compete for the holy fruit, but it is also a visual feast to see these big guys showing off their special skills to pick the holy fruit. Elder Lei was somewhat unable to sit still. Although he is from Ziwei Holy Land, in terms of status, he certainly has the highest status. But no matter whether it is the great elder of the Dragon Elephant Sect, the master of the Golden Dragon Palace, or the master of the Changhe Sect, their strength is not inferior to his own. There is too much competition pressure now. Elder Lei, I will not deliberately let you compete for the holy fruit just because you are the elder of the Ziwei Holy Land. Each of you will rely on your own abilities. I believe everyone agrees with this, right? The master of the Golden Dragon Palace looked at Elder Lei and said with a smile. His move was very clever. In order to prevent Elder Lei from using the name of the Holy Land to suppress them first, he simply roped in everyone and put pressure on Elder Lei. Haha, yes, the holy fruit can only be obtained by those who are destined. No one can break the rules. The leader of the Changhe sect also burst out laughing. The great elder of Huangxian sect on the other side also nodded. Although they are not a holy land, they are also very powerful, and in front of the public, they naturally don't need to be afraid of Elder Lei. Seeing that these three people were acting strangely, Elder Lei had a gloomy face and remained silent, but he had already taken out a big black umbrella. Wow! The big black umbrella opened, and black auras dropped from the edge of the umbrella, covering Elder Lei. With the protection of the big black umbrella, he stepped into it without hesitation, preparing to pick the holy fruit first. As for the two girls, Yichen and Zixing Ziyu, they are not the most important now. It will not be too late to deal with them after they get the holy fruit. Huh? Is it the immortal level weapon Tongyu umbrella? This old man Lei is going to spend a lot of money, and I can't hide it. When the master of the Golden Dragon Palace saw that Elder Lei had used his strongest weapon, he also released a 100-foot-long golden dragon aura, which enveloped him. On Changhe Sect Master's side, he also released 10,000 swords, using the sharp sword energy as a talisman to resist the ominous atmosphere. The great elder of the Dragon Elephant Sect released a special defensive weapon, turning into a real dragon and a colossus shadow, surrounding himself. They used their own methods and cautiously went deeper. As for others, they can only watch helplessly from the outside. When the outsiders started to take action, Yichen also smiled. He possessed himself and asked Zixing and Ziyu, "Two little girls, are you thirsty? Do you want to eat fruit?" He pointed to the mountain peak in the distance, where the holy fruit bloomed with red light. The two little girls had long been crying because of the fragrance of the holy fruit. When he asked, they quickly swallowed their saliva and nodded vigorously. "Master, I'll just eat one, and Master will eat the rest," Sister Zixing said obediently. Sister Ziyue also nodded. They all knew that those fruits were good things, so they should be left to the master. However, they did not know that picking the holy fruit was tantamount to seeking death and was extremely dangerous. Otherwise, they would never let their master take the risk. Seeing that both of them were so well-behaved and sensible, Yichen showed a satisfied smile. These two young apprentices were not in vain. "Let's go, just treat it as a sightseeing tour." Yichen held their two little hands and led them to the deepest part. And their actions immediately aroused exclamations from everyone outside. "What are they doing? They haven't come out yet? Why are they still going inside? You really want to die, don't you?" "I understand. They have no choice but to do so. Elder Lei is blocking the way outside. They can't get out at all, so they can only risk going in. I think they look more like they are going to pick holy fruits. Are they so brave that they don't take their own lives seriously? Haha, this is the first time I see such stupid people." If they rush out, Elder Lei is now eager to fight for the holy fruit and really has no intention of paying attention to them. It's a pity that they insist on seeking death. When they saw Yichen walking deeper with the two girls, everyone in the outside world seemed to be looking at a few cold corpses. They all thought that Yichen just felt that he had no other way out, so he might as well go deeper and maybe escape Elder Lei's interception. But in the early Yuan dynasty, the deeper the sacred mountain went, the more dangerous it became. Don't they know this truth? Elder Lei naturally saw Yi Chen's actions, but he dismissed it. Avoiding me in this way? You're so naive. You won't even know how you died by then. It's just a pity that the two twins are in bad shape. Even I can't bring them out when they get to the depths. He knew that if Zixing and Ziyu died deep in the Holy Mountain at the beginning of the Yuan dynasty, he would be distracted from fighting for the Holy Fruit, so how could he possibly bring them out? However, the importance of the Holy Fruit is even higher. With the Holy Fruit, he can also reshape his granddaughter Lei Ting's physique, and the effect is probably even more powerful than directly transplanting her body. According to legend, someone ate the Holy Fruit, drank the divine spring, and awakened the ancient holy body. Thinking of this, the power released by the black umbrella on his head became even more powerful, and he moved forward significantly faster. Ominous auras from all directions also began to rush in crazily, as if a person was thrown into the deep sea and began to feel suffocated. The movement of the immortal power in the body has also become slower. This power cannot be resisted by simple fairy power. This is a strange world rule. The further they advance inside, the slower their speed becomes, and they are no longer as relaxed as before. Whether it is Elder Lei or anyone else, it is extremely difficult to even move his legs at this moment, as if he is stuck deeply in a thick quagmire. The Grand Elder of Huangxian Sect, who was at the very back, was sweating profusely and had a strange and terrifying black aura all over his body. The ominous aura has invaded his body. If it does not leave, his internal organs, limbs, and bones will be eroded. By that time, no one can save him. Boom! The real dragon's shadow and the giant elephant's shadow responsible for protecting his body finally collapsed after trembling for a while. Without any means of defense, ominous auras from all directions rushed towards him like crazy. The great elder of Huangxian Sect looked up to the sky and screamed in pain. His voice was so shrill that it made people shudder. Fortunately, he hadn't completely lost his mind yet. Knowing that he had reached his limit, he quickly retreated as quickly as possible. It wasn't until he was out of the range of the Holy Mountain at the beginning of the Yuan dynasty that he breathed a long sigh of relief. Others have gone further than he has, but to no avail. Because the tens of thousands of swords used by the leader of the Changhe sect to protect his body also collapsed at this moment, scaring him to withdraw quickly. Only the master of the Golden Dragon Palace and Elder Lei went deepest, and they were only about 5 miles away from the Holy Fruit. If it were in the outside world, Wuli Di would be nothing to strong men like them. But here, it is extremely difficult for them to take one more step. Finally, the master of the Golden Dragon Palace also gave up. Now, only Elder Lei is still insisting, but everyone can see that his netherworld umbrella is extremely damaged. I don't know how far he can go. Even if you can walk to the foot of the mountain, that would be great. However, everyone still overestimated him. Elder Lei was only about 10 meters further than the master of the Golden Dragon Palace before he completely withered. At this point, all 4 strong men have declared failure. Everyone who saw all this was filled with emotion. Couldn't these big guys get close to the Holy Fruit even if they tried? Who else can pick it? Too difficult. This feeling is like having a huge mine in front of you, tempting people all the time, but there is no way to get it. At this time, someone shouted in surprise. Look, that man is not dead yet. He has already gone up the mountain. Hearing this man's cry, everyone quickly looked at the mountain peak attentively. They were shocked to find that not only was Yi Chen not dead, he was already halfway up the mountain. They passed through a forest just now, which blocked everyone's view, which made everyone think that they died in the woods. Why, when I look at it now, is there nothing wrong? Why is he okay? He also has 2 fragile little girls with him, which is an even heavier burden. Hasn't he been infected by the ominous aura? It stands to reason that they have been here for such a long time and so deep that they should have died long ago. Death? I think they are very leisurely now and treat it as an outing. What's going on? He's already gone up the mountain. Can he really pick the Holy Fruit? Everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Chen, Zixing, and Ziyu, and they were so shocked that they couldn't open their mouths from ear to ear. Even Elder Lei and the others tried their best, but they couldn't get close to the mountain, so they could only withdraw in despair. That young man in white can't be affected by Hehe. Not only that, everyone noticed that the two little girls seemed very excited. They were either picking wild flowers or running around, looking like they were outing in the wild. Will they really be eroded by the ominous atmosphere? This is the first time in countless years that everyone has this question. Impossible. How did he rely on means to achieve this level? The master of the Golden Dragon Palace was devastated and was deeply shocked. Elder Lei couldn't believe his eyes, but the fact was happening before his eyes, and he couldn't tolerate not believing it. He quickly thought, if the boy in white could really pick the holy fruit, could he snatch it directly? No, it's not safe to rely on me alone. We need more powerful helpers. I remember that Elder Zhou in the Holy Land is doing tasks in this area. Elder Lei thought quickly and immediately thought of finding help. Moreover, Elder Zhou's strength is even stronger than his. If Elder Zhou comes to help, it will be absolutely foolproof. He secretly crushed the jade pendant used for communication, believing that Elder Zhou had received the news and would be here soon. It was during this time that Yichen had already led the two little girls to the top and came to the side of the holy fruit. Look, he's already here. Damn, I'm so envious. It's easy for him to pick the holy fruit, right? God bless him. Don't let him succeed. He must fail, please. Why can he succeed? I don't accept it. The people below were so angry that their teeth were about to break. It was a holy fruit, a treasure of heaven and earth that few people had tasted for countless years. Should I let an unknown person take it off today? Seeing that Yichen had reached out to pick the holy fruit, their hearts clenched and their emotions were very complicated. Their jealousy was that they wanted Yichen to fail, but deep down in their hearts, they secretly wanted to see him succeed. If Yichen knew what these people outside were thinking, he would probably laugh out loud. It's just picking a few wild fruits. Is it such a life and death matter? He picked two off and put them into the hands of Zixing and Ziyu. He also picked one and took a big bite. After chewing it, Yichen spit it out in disgust. Bah! What the hell? Sweet or not, sour or not, it has no taste at all. A failure within a failure. He casually threw away the holy fruit that he had only taken a bite of. Seeing how he didn't care, those who didn't know thought he was eating the lowest level of mortal fruit. But what he didn't know was that his careless throwing away caused the people outside to go completely crazy. People who saw him throwing away the holy fruit that he had just taken a bite of went crazy, holding their heads and screaming in shock. What on earth is he doing? Why did he throw away the holy fruit? What a waste of natural resources. It's hateful, so hateful. This is a holy fruit. Does he know it? I wish I had millions or even tens of millions of spiritual stones to buy it, but he only took a bite and threw it away. Damn, what a waste. Can you let me take a sip of juice? I don't expect too much. Just give me a lick, even if it's just a lick. Even if you don't like eating it, don't throw it away. This is a holy fruit. Can you take it out and throw it away? Prodigal. Do you think this is an ordinary fruit? Take one bite and throw it away? Are you so wasteful? Everyone outside was extremely anxious. Some were scratching their heads and scratching their heads, and some were so angry that they jumped on the spot. If they could get in, they wanted to rush in and beat Yichen to death. That is the holy fruit, a rare treasure that everyone desires, but cannot get. For them, not to mention a bite, even a lick is a great gift. But in Yichen's place, it wasn't even as good as an ordinary fruit, so he just threw it away? Is that human being? Yichen doesn't like to eat it because the fruit only has aroma but no taste. He doesn't like it. However, Zixing and Ziyu love to eat, they are well hydrated, and they feel very comfortable after eating. It's like there is an extremely pure power flowing in the body. It will be good for you to eat more. Yichen smiled. The holy fruit here is very powerful and can improve or even change your physique. The two of them have lost too much of their physical essence, and now they can just make up for it through these fruits. After eating two in a row, their bodies began to emit white light, and illusory runes swirled around their bodies. This is the manifestation of the Tao. Master, Ziyue feels that her body is light and airy, so comfortable. It feels like she can fly even without using her spiritual power. My younger sister, Ziyue, looked at her glowing body in amazement and smiled happily. My sister Zixing also felt it was very magical. She immediately understood that it was those fruits that had the effect. Master, why don't you eat? Why don't you eat it all for us? Zixing pouted as if complaining. I know you guys are good. Once we take the fruit trees away, you can eat whatever you want from now on. Chen smiled and stroked their little heads, and then with a wave of one hand, an invisible force uprooted the holy fruit tree. The holy fruit tree has become a rule here. Transplanting the fruit tree may seem like simply uprooting it, but it actually changes the rules. This is a challenge to the rules of the world in the Holy Mountain at the beginning of the Yuan dynasty. No one else would be able to do it so easily. But for Chen, all he needs is to have the skills. Let's go. With that said, Chen took sisters Zixing and Ziyu down the mountain. People from the outside also saw their actions, stretching their necks one by one, shocked and eager. He uprooted the fruit trees? Does he still want to transplant them outside? This idea has been around for countless years, but no one can do it. He is the first. If the transplant can be successful, I can't imagine what a huge wealth this will be. Since he might bring the fruit trees out then, can we snatch them too? We must not let this kid take it all by himself. We must get this fruit tree. Fight. Wealth can be found in danger. The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. Everyone is starting to harbor evil intentions. A holy fruit has made them crazy. Now that an entire tree has been pulled out by Chen, how can they possibly hold back? Even if they risk everything, they will seize the holy fruit tree. Once they succeed, their lives will take off immediately. Elder Lei was secretly excited. He originally thought that today's plan was screwed up, but he didn't expect that there would be a twist and turn, and he would get a bigger gain. The physiques of those two humble maids have recovered, and they also ate the holy fruit. Their origins are stronger. If transplanted into Tingting's body, the effect will definitely be better. And I am bound to get that fruit tree. If we really put it all together, I will be the strongest. Elder Lei has murderous intent in his heart. As an elder of Ziwei Holy Land, his net worth is definitely the richest among all the people present. At worst, throw out all the weapons and kill everyone. As a result, everyone in the outside world stared at Chen and the others like green wolf eyes, waiting for them to come out. Soon, Chen walked out of the Yuanchu sacred mountain, and everyone surrounded him with a roar, with fierce expressions as if they wanted to eat people. The two little girls, Zixing and Ziyu, hid behind Chen in fear, only daring to show half of their heads. Chen said calmly, "You scared my two disciples. Get away if you don't want to die." It was better not to say this, but as soon as the words came out, they immediately attracted ridicule and laughter from all directions. Ha ha, don't you even look at what's happening now? Are you qualified to bargain with us? You are already on the verge of death, and you still dare to threaten us so arrogantly? Hand over the holy fruit tree, maybe we can give you a way to live. Damn it, you've wasted a holy fruit and you still dare to chatter? You've got your head twisted. Hand it over, otherwise don't even think about leaving. Those who know the current affairs are heroes. You should understand this, right? Don't seek death, just cooperate. Everyone was staring at Chen greedily and fiercely, and some were also staring at Zixing and Ziyu. If they hadn't still had some scruples, they would have been unable to resist the urge to kill him. Elder Lei snorted coldly. You messed up my matter. I haven't investigated it yet. Now you dare to be so arrogant in front of me? As he spoke, light flashed in his hand, and a long black stick appeared, exuding an astonishing cold air and murderous aura. Master, it's him. Master, let's leave quickly. When Zixing and Ziyu saw Elder Lei, fear surged into their hearts like a tide, and their little bodies couldn't stop trembling. Chen's eyes were cold. Disciple, don't be afraid. Your master will support you. Ha ha. Support? Just you? Don't you know what kind of thing you are? I, Ziwei Holy Land. Elder Lei laughed with great disdain, and did not forget to reveal his identity as the elder of Ziwei Holy Land to put pressure on Chen. But what he didn't expect was that what greeted him was a huge palm that covered the sky and the sun. Boom! This palm was so powerful and heavy that when the head was pressed down, the air exploded. The terrifying rules of the avenue were mixed in, mysterious, and powerful. With just one palm, Elder Lei was beaten into a pulp. If he hadn't finished speaking, he would never have the chance to say it again in his life. This palm came too suddenly. Elder Lei's time was gone in the blink of an eye, and no one could react. In an instant, the world was silent. Everyone's face still showed contempt for Yichen, and even murderous intent, but when Elder Lei was slapped to death by him, everyone's expressions became distorted and complicated. From disdain at the beginning to shock, horror, and disbelief at the next moment, the change in the middle is extremely sudden. No one could believe what their eyes saw. Was the aloof Elder Lei just slapped to death by him? Everyone's brain is as if it has been filled with rocks and they can no longer function. Bang! The weapon in someone's hand fell to the ground. It made a crisp sound, and everyone was awakened. He killed Elder Lei? Isn't Elder Lei a strong man in the realm of immortals? When you reach this realm, it's hard to die. How can you be killed so easily? Am I hallucinating? This is not true, absolutely not true. Are you crazy? This man is already crazy. He actually dares to kill Elder Lei? He is the elder of Ziwei Holy Land and holds a high position. He wants to kill the sins of Ziwei Holy Land. After everyone around them came to their senses, they finally burst into loud exclamations, either in fear, shock, or collapse. To them, an elder in the Holy Land is already an unattainable superpower. Elder Lei, as a master of the immortal level, belongs to the inner sect elders in Ziwei Holy Land. They all dream of having a chance to curry favor with Elder Lei. Such an elusive super big man was actually slapped to death in front of them. I can't believe this is true. Different from their shock, the eyes of the Changhe Sect Master, the Golden Dragon Palace Master, and the Dragon Elephant Sect Grand Elder were full of fear. Their strength is similar to that of Elder Lei. If they fight, it will be difficult to determine the winner in a short time. But the young man in front of him can easily kill Elder Lei with one slap. What does this mean? Does this mean that the other party can also use the same method to shoot several of his people to death? When they thought of this, they felt extremely fearful in their hearts. Even if they simulated it countless times in their minds and used countless methods to deal with it, it was absolutely impossible to block the slap just now. I feel the rules coming. The leader of the Changhe sect turned pale with fright. Even though Yichen was not targeting him, even though he was so far away, he was still frightened. If it were me who resisted, I would definitely die. The great elder of Huangxian sect felt very frightened. The power was too vast and overbearing. It seemed easy, but in fact if it all exploded, it would definitely destroy the world. This person is extremely strong. Unfathomable. I am no match for him. The master of the Golden Dragon Palace behaved slightly better and seemed more calm, but his pale face and quietly retreating steps completely exposed his innermost feelings. Like everyone else, they coveted the holy fruit tree on Yichen. As long as the time is right, they will join the fray. But this slap made them wake up completely. If you want to get a treasure, you have to see how much you weigh. If someone slaps you to death, why don't you get a piece of it? The two girls, Zixing and Ziyu, were also completely stunned, their big watery eyes full of shock and surprise. They suffered so much torture and abuse at the hands of Elder Lei that in their hearts, Elder Lei was invincible. However, the master's casual palm completely killed Elder Lei. Huge surprises and shocks filled their little hearts. Dead? He is actually dead? This devil is finally dead. Great! Zixing was so excited that he waved his little pink fist. He was even happier than during the Chinese New Year. Ziyue burst into tears. Her master had avenged her, and the devil finally disappeared completely. Sister, our revenge has been avenged. Ziyu held Zixing's hand, feeling very happy in her heart. Yeah, thanks to Master. Our master is really too strong. Sister Zixing wiped away her tears and looked up at the master's tall back, feeling full of security in her heart. They were so lucky that they worshipped a powerful and good master who not only saved their lives from hell, but also helped them take revenge. The key is the master so powerful? Incredible, incredible. Lei Ting was completely stunned at this moment. She saw her grandfather die in front of her eyes, and she was deeply shocked. In the past, no matter how much disaster she caused, Grandpa would make things right for her. If she wants a certain kind of natural treasure, her grandfather will bring it back for her, even if she kills people to seize the treasure. Once, she just took a fancy to a sword in someone else's hand and asked her grandfather to take it by force. After the other party refused, Grandpa killed the other party without hesitation and then doted on the sword to her hand. In her heart, Grandpa is invincible and omnipotent. She couldn't believe that such an invincible person could die. Moreover, he was slapped to death by someone else in front of her. Lei Ting stared at Chen with extremely hateful eyes, pointed at him and roared crazily, "You bastard, you actually killed my grandfather? I must kill you. You must die a good death." She was so crazy that she scared the disciples and elders of the Ziwei Holy Land around her. They subconsciously changed their expressions and stayed away from her. This stupid woman is really spoiled by Elder Lei. Since he can easily kill Elder Lei, he can kill her. If the other party was afraid of the Ziwei Holy Land, how could they possibly kill Elder Lei? At this moment, the other disciples in Ziwei Holy Land were cursing Lei Ting in their hearts. This stupid pig will really hurt everyone. Chen originally wanted to kill this idiot with one look, but then he thought it would be better to let Zixing and Ziyu practice their skills. He lowered his head and said to the two girls gently, "Zixing, Ziyu, she is cursing Master. Are you willing to kill her to save Master's reputation?" When the two girls heard Lei Ting cursing the Master, they were very angry, but they obviously did not expect that the Master would let them take action. They are only in the foundation building stage. Lei Ting is already in the nascent soul stage. Can they beat Lei Ting? But they only paused for a breath before nodding their heads firmly and promising in unison, "Disciples will defend Master to the death." They have already died once, and this life was given by their Master. Even if they die in Lei Ting's hands, they will never regret it. "Okay, this is a good disciple for your Master. Go." Chen laughed with satisfaction. He was worried that the two little girls were not courageous enough, but now it seemed that he was worrying too much. "Dare you insult my Master? Do you want us to tear your stinking mouth apart?" The two girls took a step together, still speaking in unison with great tacit understanding. Their voices were extremely cold, and the auras of the Holy Light Body and the Immortal Spirit Body completely exploded for the first time. Two domineering auras burst out from their bodies. My sister Zixing's fairy spirit body emits white fairy light. It is exquisite and clear, flawless, and almost immortal. It stands to reason that this kind of immortality can only be found at least in the realm of true immortals. She is a girl with the 5th level of foundation establishment, and it is absolutely impossible for her to be hazy with immortal energy. But the immortal spirit body has this sense of superiority. It is born to be close to an immortal. In the future, it is really necessary to have the skills to achieve the realm of true immortals. Of course, Chen's requirements for his disciples are naturally not just the realm of true immortals. For him, in the realm of true immortals in Kunlun Holy Land, the most he can do is hold the position of an outer sect elder. My true disciples must all be immortal emperors from now on. Sister Ziyu's holy light body also bursts out with brilliant golden holy light. Different from Zixing's hazy and soft fairy light, her holy light is more domineering, blazing, and extremely aggressive. What a good seedling! This kind of qualification would be treated as a core disciple in any holy land. They may even be hidden and secretly cultivated in advance. Old Man Lei has a good idea. If these two physiques are really transplanted into Lei Ting's body, he will definitely be able to artificially create a peerless genius. Everyone was shocked by Zixing and Ziyu's super talents. In the small foundation building period, he has already shown his extraordinary talent. Lei Ting felt even more resentful and jealous when she saw the two of them looking majestic and threatening to tear her mouth apart. In her eyes, these two physiques originally belonged to her, so now Zixing and Ziyu stole her innate physique. Young foundation establishment period. Do you think I won't kill you? What I can't get, you can't even imagine. Lei Ting's eyes were red with anger. She just wanted to kill Zixing and Ziyu and would not allow her physique to be possessed by the two of them. Boom! The terrifying aura of cultivation in the nascent soul stage burst out from her body. Although Lei Ting's talent was poor, at least her level was higher than that of the two girls. In their first fight, Zixing and Ziyu were immediately at a disadvantage. But they had a good understanding, and after a few short moves, they adapted to the rhythm of the battle and began to cooperate skillfully and tacitly. Relying on the strangeness of the Holy Light Body and Fairy Spirit Body, they seriously injured Lei Ting after 100 moves. Seeing Lei Ting vomiting blood and falling to the ground, Yichen showed no mercy and ordered the two girls with a cold tone, "Kill her." In this cruel world, killing is often the best way to protect yourself. Just because they are only 13 years old, we cannot overprotect them and prevent them from seeing blood. Disciples trained in this way will only become timid, cowardly, or even holy mothers. So, what needs to be done must be done. Zixing bit her lip in embarrassment. It was her first time killing someone, so she was a little reluctant to do it. But when she thought about how her two sisters were almost killed by Lei Ting, she couldn't help but show murderous intent. When I think about this stinky woman still scolding the master, I can't bear it anymore and I will kill her. Ziyue, the sister of the Holy Light Body, was more decisive and domineering. As soon as Yichen gave the order, she pierced Lei Ting's chest with a sword. Zixing followed closely and ended Lei Ting's life with the last sword. No one here dared to say no. Well done, I will reward you well when you go back to the Master Council. Yichen rubbed their heads with satisfaction. He then looked at everyone present and asked loudly, "Does anyone else want to stop me? This is the last chance." After hearing his words, everyone looked at each other in horror and then became extremely helpless. Who dares to attack him now? Can't find death? The heads of the three of them, the master of the Golden Dragon Palace, the master of the Changhe Sect, and the great elder of the Longxiang Sect, were shaking like rattles. Senior is joking. How dare we trash to stop you? Yes, yes. It is our honor to see our seniors show off their magical powers today. Senior, have a good journey. If you have time, you can come to our Changhe Sect as a guest. I will definitely entertain you, Senior, with the highest rules. These three are also seniors. They usually look arrogant or cold in their sect. But in front of Yichen, they were groveling and flattering, and those who didn't know it thought they had become eunuchs. Yichen didn't even bother to look at them, but glanced at the people in Ziwei Holy Land. Everyone in the Ziwei Holy Land was so frightened that they were all frozen by his glance, fearing that this big boss would slap everyone to death. The background of the so-called Ziwei Holy Land not only fails to bring them a sense of security, but will also make them die without a burial place at any time. A disciple immediately bravely explained, Senior, we were just here to watch the fun. We have nothing to do with Elder Lei, and Old Ghost Lei. Yes. We are not familiar with him. Old Ghost Lei died well, and his granddaughter died well. We have long disliked them. Senior is really a good person who eliminates harm for the people. In order to survive, these noble members of the Primordial Holy Land can be said to have a lotus tongue and say all the good things. Yichen didn't bother to argue with them. Anyway, the apprentice had already received it, and the alchemists had also been kidnapped. No, they were invited. It's time to return to the sect. Just when he was about to leave, a figure exuding an astonishing aura rushed over from the sky, so fast that he could not lock it with his spiritual consciousness. The strength of this person is extremely strong. I am Elder Zhou of Ziwei Holy Land. Who killed the members of my holy land? Die quickly. The deafening sound came like thunder, and the person who came was none other than Elder Zhou. Before, Elder Lei crushed the contact jade pendant, informed Elder Zhou of the situation here, and asked Elder Zhou to come over for support. But before Elder Zhou arrived, he noticed that Elder Lei's aura had completely disappeared, which also meant that Elder Lei was in danger. Just now, he happened to see Zixing and Ziyu kill Lei Ting with one sword, and he was even more angry. He immediately increased his speed and rushed over to settle the score. People from the Ziwei Holy Land who dare to kill him so brazenly in central China must be living impatiently, right? Elder Zhou's voice resounded through the sky, making everyone's heads buzz. Everyone turned around in shock and saw that Elder Zhou was already high in the sky. Many people know that Elder Zhou is more powerful than Elder Lei. Can he turn things around and avenge Elder Lei? Just when everyone was thinking differently, a giant energy palm appeared again, swatting Elder Zhou to death like a fly. Noisy. Trouble. Chen murmured to himself in disgust. If you hit the weak one, you'll get the strong one, right? Do you have to come here one by one and give them away? Then he can only slap the world back to peace. After casually dealing with the noisy Elder Zhou, Chen, Zixing, and Ziyu disappeared where they were, as if they had never appeared before. Only the confused people were left. Looking at the messy scene and the two huge palm prints left on the ground, everyone didn't know what to say. The two elders of Ziwei Holy Land are just gone? He had no sense of existence at all and was easily beaten to death? Elder Lei was a little better, at least he showed his face. But what's going on with Elder Zhou? As soon as I said a word, I became cold. I'm afraid he won't know how he died until his death, right? Everything that happened today seemed like a dream to everyone. Originally, they came to see the fun and see how Elder Lei transplanted his physique. As a result, a strange young man in white appeared out of nowhere. Not only did he mess up the plan, but he also picked the holy fruit and even uprooted the tree. In the end, Elder Lei and Elder Zhou were both dead. If two elders of the Ziwei Holy Land were killed at once in central China, it didn't take much to know that the Ziwei Holy Land would be furious. By then, I'm afraid the entire central China will be in turmoil. The people who were lucky enough to survive were shocked and frightened. Fortunately, the man was reasonable and only killed a few Elder Lei and did not beat everyone to death. From this point of view, the boy in white is quite good. Today's incident has nothing to do with our Golden Dragon Palace. If I hear that someone puts the responsibility on Jinlong Palace in the future, I will not let him go. The master of the Golden Dragon Palace glanced at everyone coldly and then left in a hurry. The people from Changhe Sect and Longxiang Sect are similar. They don't dare to stay here for too long. After returning to their respective sects, they immediately announced that the mountain gates were closed and no one was allowed to enter or exit at will. Suddenly, central China is going to change. Someone murmured worriedly. However, some people think it doesn't matter. They are just theatergoers anyway, and if Ziwei Holy Land pursues the case, it has nothing to do with them. After everyone dispersed, a strong vibration suddenly occurred in the deepest part of the Holy Mountain at the beginning of the Yuan dynasty. The 10 mountains were shaking, as if the sky was about to collapse. Who on earth took away a sacred fruit tree? Damn it. When I fully recover, I will kill them all. A sound containing shocking power rumbled in the Yuanchu Divine Mountain, and countless broken stones rolled down from the mountain peak. Then, waves of thick gray mist surged out from the deepest part, rushing towards the outside world like a stormy wave. This thick gray fog covered many areas outside. The monks who often practiced and wandered around the Holy Mountain in the early Yuan dynasty were horrified to find out after being covered by this thick fog that this thick fog turned out to be an ominous aura. Such a strong ominous aura, comparable to the level of the deep. Why did it come out and cover the outside? Many monks wanted to escape from this area, but the power of the thick fog was too great, and countless low-level monks lost their lives. Those who had the strength to barely escape were at least monks at the void refining stage and above. The towering holy mountain of the Yuan dynasty was covered by thick fog and could no longer be seen. Also starting from today, the scope of the holy mountain at the beginning of the Yuan dynasty has been expanded at least 3 times. No living creatures are allowed to enter any place shrouded in thick fog. No one knows that the source of all this is actually that Chen took away the holy fruit tree, forcing the unknown creatures sleeping deep in the sacred mountain to use gray mist to prevent outsiders from entering. After Chen returned to the clouds high in the sky, he took 4 immortal alchemists of the Immortal Lord level and 3,000 alchemists of various levels back. Is this the soaring clouds and mist? It's so wonderful. It's like stepping on marshmallows. Zixing looked down at the clouds at his feet in surprise and even jumped a few times. Sister, do you think these clouds really taste like marshmallows? Ziyu said stupidly and bit the cloud, but the cloud dissipated as soon as it entered her mouth and she couldn't taste anything. Fa, fa, fa. It's not delicious 1 inch. Zuf frowned in disgust. The cute and ignorant behavior of the two little girls made everyone laugh, and the depression and resentment of being captured and imprisoned by Chen were also washed away a lot. However, after watching Chen's various things at the Holy Mountain in the early Yuan dynasty, most of their resentment had dissipated. Especially when they saw Elder Lei and Elder Zhou being slapped to death, they felt a little secretly happy. Immortal Lord Huangxian and several other immortal lords looked at each other, thinking that the Holy Land of Divine Pill was finally not the worst Holy Land. At least, there is a Ziwei Holy Land to accompany him. No matter what, my life can still be saved. Soon, rolling mountains appeared under their feet, and several of the peaks were towering into the clouds, very majestic. Here we are, this is our Kunlun Holy Land. Chen smiled. Everyone looked down in confusion and found that something seemed strange here, but if they felt it carefully, they felt that it was just an ordinary mountain range. Is there really a powerful Holy Land built here? Girls, you can meet your senior brothers and sisters later. Chen smiled and patted their heads. When they heard that they were about to meet their senior brothers and sisters, their eyes immediately lit up. The master is so powerful, but they don't know how strong their senior brothers and sisters are. I finally have a sect that feels like home, right? Everyone landed at the foot of a mountain. In front of them was the huge mountain gate. When they looked up, they could see the huge, majestic mountain gate plaque. The 4 characters Kunlun Holy Land are engraved on it. If you look closely, there is even a faint Taoist rhyme, which is extremely mysterious. The 4 immortal lords all felt this. There was some surprise in their eyes, because even the mountain gate of Shindan Holy Land did not have such profound Taoist charm. Not to mention the Divine Pill Holy Land, this was the case with many holy places they had visited. Kunlun Holy Land is the only one so high-end. Could it be that the Kunlun Holy Land, which they have never heard of, is really a huge force that is hidden from the world? With surprise and confusion, they followed Chen into the gate. The moment they stepped through the door, everyone felt like the world had changed. The extremely rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushes into his body like crazy. There is no need for him to practice at all. The spiritual energy and immortal energy in his body are all increasing his muscles. If the outside world is the mortal world, then this is the fairy world. It's not on the same level at all. What a rich spiritual energy from heaven and earth. It's so abundant. It's the first time I've seen this kind of holy land for cultivation. Even if you sleep for 1 day, the effect will be comparable to half a year of hard training in the outside world, right? I'm going crazy. What kind of treasure is this? Does it really exist? Has anyone slapped me? I want to know if this is a dream. Are we going to live and practice here in the future? That would be so cool. These 3,000 alchemists all exploded, each one more excited than the other, and many of them were even so excited that they burst into tears and couldn't even speak clearly. When they were caught by Chen, they were in despair, and their lives were completely gloomy. They all feel that they will definitely become the refining tools of this so-called Kunlun Holy Land in the future, and they will spend their entire lives in torture, pain, and despair. The fact that these 3,000 alchemists were selected by Chen shows that their talents in alchemy are very good. It stands to reason that if they stand out at the Alchemist Conference, they have a great chance of entering the Holy Land of Divine Alchemy and becoming a part of the Holy Land. Chen kidnapped them by force. How could they not resent him? It's just that their strength is too low, they are not qualified to resist, and they don't even have the courage to speak out. But when they took their first breath when they arrived at Kunlun Holy Land, all of them were dumbfounded and completely confused. The scene in front of you is a lush variety of trees, flowers, plants, natural materials, and earthly treasures. There are many spiritual animals walking, playing, and having fun in the forest. There is a frighteningly rich aura of heaven and earth in the air. Looking up, there are many floating fairy islands. This place is completely like a fairyland. How can it be like the dark hell they imagined? Such a rich aura of heaven and earth, not even comparable to the Holy Land of Divine Pills. If I had to choose, I seem to prefer to live and practice here. How can you know that it's a blessing in disguise? Maybe leaving the Holy Land of Divine Pill is not a disaster for us, but a great opportunity. It's so majestic. Why do I think Kunlun Holy Land is more majestic than Xindan Holy Land? It only takes me 1 year to practice here. I am confident that I can break through to the stage of divine transformation. These 3,000 alchemists were simply crazy with excitement. Only then did they realize that they were not harmed by Chen, but saved by him. Yes, the Divine Pill Holy Land is very good, but this place is obviously better. In their excitement, they realized that there were 4 alchemy masters from the Holy Land of Divine Pills standing in front of them. It doesn't seem right to say that the Divine Pill Holy Land is not as good as the Kunlun Holy Land, right? Although it's all true. Huangxian Immortal Lord and the 4 others felt speechless when they heard everyone's exclamations. After all, who wants to hear someone say that the Holy Land of Divine Pills is not good enough? They came out of there. How could they not know how powerful the Holy Land was? But the problem is that even they can't refute these words, because such a rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth is already several times, even 10 times, that of the Holy Land of Divine Pills. How terrifying is this? You know, it is a holy land, the top power in the great world of desolate immortals, and it has all kinds of blessings. Can it have less spiritual energy? But even so, they were all crushed by Kunlun Holy Land. If they hadn't experienced it personally, they wouldn't have dared to believe it. Therefore, they can't refute it. Immortal Lord Huangxian could only pretend not to care, and said calmly, "So, what if the spiritual energy is strong? You are all alchemists, and your future path is to become top alchemists. I don't believe that the alchemy skills of Kunlun Holy Land can be compared to the magic pill. The Holy Land is still strong." As soon as these words came out, many people who were still excited did calm down. As alchemists, what they value most is the art of refining medicine. In terms of refining medicine alone, the Holy Land of Divine Pills is already at the top of the wild, immortal world. This is a fact that has been recognized for countless years. No one can refute it. No matter how rich the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is here, if the resources for refining medicine cannot keep up, will they think that the Holy Land of Divine Pills is better? However, in the hearts of these alchemists, the importance and authority of the Holy Land of Divine Pills has indeed been greatly reduced. The aura of heaven and earth in the Kunlun Holy Land is so rich. Are you still worried that you won't be able to cultivate the finest heavenly materials and earthly treasures? Everyone followed the stairs all the way up and finally arrived at Zhongmen Square. In the wide square, Xiaoya was the only one sweeping the floor. Although Chen had not left the sect for a long time, as a maid, she could not be lazy, and she still had to do what she had to do. The White Dragon Immortal King sent her to sweep the square, so that when the sect leader came back, she would be able to serve him as soon as possible. For a noble holy landowner like Xiaoya, she has never swept the ground since she was a child. In Luowei Holy Land, this is all hard work that can only be done by handyman disciples. Then wouldn't she also become a handyman disciple? If it had been before, she would have definitely protested. But after seeing the Enlightenment Tea Tree and even tasting the leftover tea left by Chen, she had begun to adapt to her status as a maid. Just sweep the square. No one will see it anyway, so you won't be embarrassed. Just when she was sweeping the floor and comforting herself, Chen appeared in front of her with thousands of people. Xiaoya still held the broom in her hand and looked up blankly, ? In an instant, everyone's eyes fell on him. Xiaoya subconsciously wanted to hide. If someone knew that the majestic Holy Lord of Luowei Holy Land was sweeping the square here, where would she put her face? Sect Master. Xiaoyu saluted Chen with a guilty conscience. Chen nodded at her and then introduced, "These 2 girls are my new disciples. Zixing, Ziyu, this is my maid, her name is Xiaoyu." Zixing and Ziyu looked at Xiaoyu, their eyes couldn't help but light up. What a beautiful big sister. "Hello, Sister Xiaoya. You are so beautiful." Zixing praised from the bottom of his heart. Ziyue also nodded vigorously. "Yeah, this is the first time I have seen such a beautiful girl like Sister Xiaoya. After being blown a rainbow fart by the two little girls, Xiaoya also smiled happily. Although the sect leader was indifferent, his disciples were still very sensible. The one on the left is beautiful and the one on the right is sister, making Xiaoya very happy. The 3,000 alchemists behind were also shocked when they saw Xiaoya's appearance. What a beautiful woman! Although she is just a maid, her appearance and figure are definitely top-notch. Many so-called fairies and saints may not be able to compare with her. Moreover, Xiaoya still has a natural nobility in her body. Only when facing the sect master, she will become like an ordinary maid. Is such a beautiful woman just the maid of the sect master? Kunlun Holy Land is so luxurious. Only the 4 immortal kings from the Holy Land of Divine Pills looked at each other in confusion after seeing Xiaoya, a little doubtful that they had recognized the wrong person. Why does this maid look so similar to the Holy Master of Luowei Holy Land? The appearance, figure, temperament, and even the level of cultivation are all exactly the same. Isn't this the Holy Lord Luowei himself? But they were too embarrassed to confirm it. What if it wasn't the case? How could the majestic Lord of the Holy Land sweep people away here? In the end, Immortal Lord Huangxian couldn't help it anymore and asked, Xiaoya, aren't you the Lord of Luowei Holy Land? Why are you sweeping the floor here? Xiaoya, who had already secretly breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly froze when she heard someone suddenly shout out her true identity. She was extremely panicked. Whoops, was she recognized? Xiaoya was panicking at the moment. Although she was getting used to the maid's stunning beauty, it didn't mean that she wanted to be recognized. When she heard someone calling out her identity, Xiaoya subconsciously wanted to deny it and even wanted to scold him. You are the only one who can talk if you have a mouth, right? If you don't speak, no one will treat you as a mute. When she was confused and didn't know how to respond, Chen smiled lightly and said, What you said is already in the past. Now Xiaoya is my maid. Chen's words completely confirmed this. Immortal Lord Huangxian and others looked at each other in surprise. Is it true? But why would the Holy Lord of Luowei Holy Land come here to be a maid? They instinctively felt that the process might have something in common with their own abduction. They would never believe that the Lord of the Holy Land volunteered to be a maid in the very beginning. Thinking of this, the immortal kings in the Divine Pill Holy Land felt a lot more comfortable. It seems that some holy places have been unlucky before, so that's good, I'm not the only victim. What? The maid Xiaoya is actually the Holy Master of Luowei Holy Land. No wonder she's so beautiful. Isn't Xiaoya's background so extraordinary? This is a holy lord. He actually came to be a maid? Unbelievable. Really unbelievable. Our sect leader is so powerful that we can even get the Lord of the Holy Land to be a maid. Many people were surprised and began to whisper. They had never been to Dongxing Continent or Luowei Holy Land, but they knew how much a holy lord weighed. Can a person of this level only be a maid when he comes to Kunlun Holy Land? Everyone's psychology suddenly became much more balanced. There are also many people who have automatically assumed the identity of members of Kunlun Holy Land. When Xiaoya saw that she had been recognized, there was nothing she could do about it. She raised her head and looked at Chen, then at the 4 immortal lords of the Divine Pill Holy Land, and was stunned on the spot. Aren't these senior Immortal Lord Huangxian, Senior Immortal Lord Jingyu, Immortal Lord Qingshui, and Immortal Lord Yanlei? Xiaoya also recognized the senior immortal kings in front of her. As the Holy Master of Luowei Holy Land, she usually has to communicate and contact with other holy places. And the Holy Land of Divine Pill is the most popular place with the widest network of connections. Naturally, Luowei Holy Land often communicates with Divine Pill Holy Land. Therefore, Xiaoya has met these seniors before, and she knows that these seniors are very strong and have reached the level of Immortal Lord. More importantly, their alchemy skills are also outstanding, and they are all at the super level of 7th and 8th level alchemy masters. No matter where they go, any one of them can receive the highest courtesy and the highest respect. This is the importance of an alchemy master. But how could such an important figure appear here? Xiaoya's face was full of astonishment, and she couldn't figure out the reason. Seniors, did you come to Kunlun Holy Land specifically to communicate? Xiaoya asked innocently. Huangxian Immortal Lord and others suddenly became embarrassed when they heard her asking this question. When Xiaoya saw this, she suddenly understood something. It seems that everyone has the same problem. He must have been forcibly kidnapped by the sect leader, right? This indifferent leader. He actually tied up a big shot like an immortal lord? No wonder he specifically asked himself where in the wild immortal world was the strongest at refining medicine. So the idea was to rob people? Then when she thought about it, she felt much better. Even 4 immortal lord-level alchemy masters have been kidnapped, and my identity as the Holy Lord is no longer so conspicuous. It's hard to describe in words. Immortal Lord Huangxian smiled awkwardly. Xiaoya waved her hands nonchalantly. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Everyone is the same. While several people were talking, several of Yi Chen's disciples also came over. Master, this disciple has learned a new secret technique and wants to verify it with his master. Huh? These 2 little sisters are so cute. Are they your daughters, master? The 3 disciples headed by Mu Yan all came over. They were very curious and excited to see so many people here. The popularity of our Kunlun Holy Land is finally going to be lively. Such a huge sect with only a few of them is actually pretty deserted. Hiss. Jingyu, look at these people. They are very unusual. At this time, Immortal Lord Huangxian couldn't help but gasp when he saw the super talents of Mu Yan, Guing Luo, and Su Jian. Immortal Lord Jingyu had also discovered it a long time ago, and his expression became very serious. One's body is extremely hot, and it seems like there is a terrifying flame in his body. A man born close to an immortal, with an ethereal temperament and a Taoist charm flowing around him, which is extremely mysterious. The last one is extremely sharp, like an unsheathed force, vowing to cut the world apart. None of these 3 are ordinary people. They are all super geniuses. The 4 of them were all shocked by the talents of Mu Yan and the others. Any genius of this level would be snapped up by the Holy Land. And here, 3 appeared at once? What kind of place is Kunlun Holy Land? Isn't it terrible? When these young people grow up in the future, their limits will be unimaginable. I'm afraid the entire world of Desolate Immortal will leave their legends behind, right? Yi Chen nodded at them and said, "These 2 are your new junior sisters. Let's get to know each other later." Li Yao, Yu, and Xiaoya are responsible for taking them to familiarize themselves with the environment and make them familiar with it as soon as possible. If you can directly open the furnace to refine the medicine, it couldn't be better. Li Yao, who was standing at the rear of Mu Yan and the others, heard the order from the sect leader and immediately came out to receive the order tremblingly. He has already felt that among the thousands of people in front of him, many people have extremely deep cultivation auras, even more powerful than his void refining realm. Especially the 4 people at the front, their looks almost made him unable to stand. Where did the sect master find so many strong men? Yes, sect master. After receiving the decree, Li Yao and Xiaoyu led the way, while Yi Chen led several disciples back to the main hall. Back in the main hall, Mu Yan and the others looked at Zixing and Ziyu curiously, making the 2 girls feel embarrassed and kept hiding behind Yi Chen. However, they also know that this is their senior brother and sister, and they have no ill intentions towards them. Seeing that they were so afraid of life, Yi Chen also found it a bit funny, so he could only comfort him softly. "Don't be afraid. These are your senior brother Mu Yan, second senior sister Guing Luo, and third senior brother Su Jian. If you have any questions about cultivation, you can also ask them for advice. Mu Yan, Ing Luo, Su Jian, these are your junior sisters. Her name is Zixing. Her name is Ziyu. You can't bully them in the future," Yi Chen warned. Mu Yan and others nodded with smiles. "We finally have a junior sister. They look alike. Are they twins?" Mu Yan looked at the 2 in surprise as they looked almost identical. Zixing timidly said, "Yeah, I am the elder sister, and she is the younger sister Ziyu." After a brief introduction to each other, the 2 girls quickly let go and were not as nervous as before when the girl Guing Luo was there. Their strength has increased significantly recently, and they really want to show off in front of Yi Chen. One look from Yi Chen made them feel the suppressive power from the top boss, so they had no choice but to go down and continue practicing. During this period, Yinglue was responsible for taking care of Zixing and Ziyu. After Yichen sent away a few disciples, he started to check the big gift package for accepting disciples. Chevron_left. After taking Zixing and Ziyu under his wing, he received 2 gift packages. Open the first one first. Yichen opened the system space and opened the first apprenticeship gift package. Reward: 50 Fairy-class battleships. Reward: 2 Immortal King Summoning Cards. Reward: 5 Qianzhong Linkshire Veins. Reward: 1,000 tons of yin-yang treasure liquid. Reward: Fairy Holy Body, Emperor level qualification. Yichen was quite satisfied with the reward of the first gift pack. There are a total of 50 Immortal-class warships. If the disciples of Kunlun Holy Land want to go to the outside world in the future, these Immortal-class warships will be put to great use. Needless to say, there are 2 Immortal King Summoning Cards. Thousands of feet of spiritual stone veins can increase the wealth of Kunlun Holy Land. At the same time, after these spiritual stones are mined, they can also be provided to disciples for cultivation. Yin-yang treasure liquid is a kind of divine liquid that can help with cultivation. It is very rare in the entire wild immortal world, and even those holy places don't have much reserves. However, he obtained 1,000 tons at one time, which can be used as water to drink. Needless to say, the Immortal Holy Body is used to help Zixing upgrade his physique. After all, as Yi Chen's direct disciple, just having immortal level qualifications is really unreasonable. Everyone must become Emperor level qualifications. Open the second gift bag. Yi Chen is in a good mood now. Reward: 2 Immortal King Summoning Cards. Reward: a Forging Pavilion. Reward: Endless Light Body, Emperor level qualification. Reward: 29 Aperture Sacred Stone, Sunstone, Holy Spirit Stone, Sky Crystal Stone, and Black Jade Mine each. These rewards are quite satisfactory to Yi Chen. Various ore resources play an important role in the construction and development of the sect. A forging pavilion is exactly the place used to forge various magic weapons, and it already has very complete equipment. Just missing people. The Endless Light Body with Emperor-level qualifications can also be used to help Ziyue upgrade her Holy Light Body. Her achievements in the future will be limitless. With the 2 gift packages, the sect's resources and heritage have increased a lot. Ding! The system prompts that because the host has accepted twin sisters as disciples, an additional super gift package will be awarded. Please check it yourself. Just when Yi Chen thought this time's rewards were over, the system unexpectedly gave him another surprise. Can you get extra rewards for accepting twins? Do you have any unknown habits in the system? Are you secretly reminding me to accept more twins in the future? Yi Chen was speechless. The reason for this reward was somewhat nonsensical. However, he likes it. The system is still very sensible. He suddenly thought of something and asked with some wickedness, if I receive a mother and daughter as my disciples in the future, will there be additional special rewards? System. The host can try boldly. Yi Chen was so happy when he got this answer. He was just talking nonsense. Could it be true? If you accept the mother and daughter as your disciples, will there really be special rewards? Okay, I will remember what you said. If there are no additional rewards in the future, you will be finished. Yi Chen said half-jokingly and half-threateningly. Open the extra super gift package for twins. System. The gift package is opening. Reward. An Emperor Summoning Card. There was only one reward in this special gift package, but it surprised Yi Chen. It's actually the Emperor's Summoning Card? So far, the highest level summoning card he has obtained is the Immortal King Summoning Card. Several Immortal King level experts are Black Dragon, White Dragon, Red Lotus, and Snow Lotus. All that's left is the True Immortal Summoning Card. However, in the Kunlun Holy Land, a true immortal level expert can only serve as an elder of the outer sect and is not yet qualified to be an elder of the inner sect. An Immortal Emperor Summoning Card is already a surprise. Currently, I still have 4 Immortal King Summoning Cards and 1 Immortal Emperor Summoning Card. In terms of top combat power, even if I are not included, can it be considered the strongest Holy Land? If you add me, well, that would be too bullying. Chen couldn't help shaking his head and laughing when he thought of this. Unexpectedly, the Kunlun Holy Land that I established would grow to such a terrifying level without even realizing it. We are currently short of a large number of talented disciples. But I am not in a hurry. I will wait until the Kunlun Holy Land becomes more famous before I start recruiting disciples. Chen already had a plan in mind. When the time is right, he will recruit more disciples, expand the size of the sect, and make Kunlun Holy Land truly the strongest sect in all aspects. Moreover, his goal is clear. The vision of Kunlun Holy Land has never been limited to the great world of Desolate Immortal. For others, the world of Huangxian is already so vast that it is impossible to visit most places in a lifetime. Not to mention breaking through the world's barriers and traveling freely around the world like those top experts. And the Kunlun Holy Land wants to be famous in all the big worlds, suppress all dissent, and become a unique superpower in the world. Thinking of this, Chen felt that the future was very fulfilling. Just when he was about to summon 4 Immortal Kings and an Immortal Emperor, the system suddenly popped up a prompt. System, remind the host that the host has summoned many alchemists through peaceful means and strengthened the sect's alchemy branch. So get extra rewards from the system. Chen's eyes couldn't help but light up. There was actually an extra reward? Why are there so many extra rewards you got today? Couldn't this dog system be crazy about giving away treasures after drinking Gotzi's fake wine? Actually, I use my love to influence these alchemists simply because I want to expand the number of people and strengthen the sect's logistics force first. I didn't expect that there was an extra reward. Didn't you tell me earlier? Chen laughed twice and then opened the extra gift package. Reward, 10,000 snow jade lotus plants. Reward, 10,000 phoenix grasses. Reward, 10,000 golden ginseng plants. Reward, 10,000 thunder flowers. Reward, 10,000 Buddha heart fruits. Reward, 10,000 cold spirit ghost grasses. Inside this reward treasure chest are all kinds of treasures of heaven and earth, 100 kinds in total. Moreover, the number of each type is 10,000. You know, every kind of heavenly material and earthly treasure rewarded by the system is relatively rare in the outside world. Even the Holy Land may not have much stock. However, Chen obtained such a massive amount of natural and earthly treasures at once. I believe that the people in the Divine Pill Holy Land will be so excited that they cry when they see it. As alchemists, besides all kinds of powerful flames, aren't they the most cherished treasures of heaven, earth, and materials? Of course, since those people from the Divine Pill Holy Land have come to the Kunlun Holy Land, they have already taken the shape of the Kunlun Holy Land. Wanna betray? Sorry, let alone whether they can survive one of Chen's fingers. Just say that their identities have been loaded into the system. Once they have second thoughts and want to betray Kunlun Holy Land, they will be dead ends and no one can save them. Everything is done. It's time to continue messing around for a while. Chen stretched out comfortably and prepared to go to the back mountain to lie down under the Enlightenment Tea Tree to sleep. But before that, he had to use 4 Immortal King Summoning Cards and 1 Immortal Emperor Summoning Card. Use the Summoning Card. He used all the cards, and soon 4 powerful men with powerful auras walked into the main hall and knelt in front of Chen. My subordinates have met the sect master. The voices of these 4 strong men echoed through the hall in unison. They're the 4 summoned Immortal Kings. As summoned strong men, each of them is at the peak of their current realm. In other words, these are the super strong men at the peak of the 4 Immortal Kings, and they are only one step away from the Immortal Emperor. Of course, it is not easy to truly enter the realm of the Immortal Emperor, but if you are in the Kunlun Holy Land, there will be unlimited possibilities in the future. Lingxin, the peak Immortal King, is born with the best with spiritual roots. Just go and take care of the spiritual plant garden. Your cultivation there will be more effective with half the effort. Chen ordered one of the men wearing a green gown. This person's name is Lingxin. Since he is born with the best with spirit root, this job is most suitable for him. Lingxin didn't have any objections. He immediately clasped his fists obediently and said loudly, "I obey my orders. Ling Tian will go to the spiritual plant garden now." After saying that, his figure slowly disappeared into the hall. Chen looked at the other three people and then fixed his eyes on one of them. Ling Dan, the peak Immortal King, is a 9th grade medicine refining immortal master. He is the best at refining medicine. It just so happens that you are responsible for managing the medicine refining pavilion. Chen continued to make arrangements. Ling Dan nodded in agreement and then disappeared. He looked at one of them again and ordered, Ling Kong, you are good at discipline, then you will be responsible for managing the affairs of the sect from now on, and you will be the deputy sect leader. Ling Kong, who was named the deputy sect master, also clasped his fists in thanks and then disappeared from the main hall to check on the affairs of the sect. As for you, Ling Shui, you are best at formations, restraints, and talismans. However, this branch has not yet been established within the sect. You should be the elder of the inner sect and manage the affairs of the sect. Chen said to the last Immortal King. This is a female fairy king with top-notch strength and extremely beautiful appearance. Her figure is swaying, and a pair of soft white jade trembling under her collarbones. Ling Shui is best at formations and talismans. From now on, she will arrange her work in detail after the relevant branches are established. After hearing this, Ling Shui obediently accepted the order, but before leaving, her eyes lingered on Chen reluctantly. I don't know what she is thinking. After making arrangements, Chen waited quietly for the arrival of the last Immortal Emperor. Not long after, the atmosphere between heaven and earth suddenly changed, and a different kind of majesty of the Immortal Emperor descended. A beautiful shadow appeared erratically. Chen's eyes were first fixed on a pair of jade feet hanging in the air. These jade feet were so white that they glowed. They were really emitting a faint light. Even every toe is like a work of art polished with jade, delicate and small. Above the right ankle is a thin ankle, and there is a red rope with 2 bells hanging on it. As long as the ankle shakes slightly, the bell will make a crisp and sweet sound. She was wearing a purple and black dress with a thin red belt around her waist, which highlighted her slender and perfect waistline. Show off that round and plump but very well. At the top, there is a pair of soft white jade pieces that sway with slight movements. Although the long skirt she wore was not revealing, she could still see the astonishing size of the 2 soft white jade balls, which were definitely larger than the size of one hand. She gently took off the ferocious ghost mask covering her face, revealing an extremely beautiful face. But what is different from her beautiful appearance is that there is extreme indifference between her eyebrows, as if she is emotionless. Only when facing Chen, his eyes would appear bright and fluctuating. The ghost-faced Empress is at the pinnacle of the Immortal Emperor and can be called the strongest Immortal Emperor. Chen looked at the ghost-faced Empress with great satisfaction. I have met the sect master. A slightly indifferent but gentle voice came from the mouth of the ghost-faced Empress. Her breath was as blue and as sweet as a silver bell. Your name is Ghost-faced Empress. Although it is very domineering, it is not enough if you don't have a serious name. Why don't you take my last name? From today on, your name will be Yi Shuang'er. She is cold to others, but only shows tenderness to herself. Then, it's most appropriate to have the word Frost in your name. After being given the name by Chen, the ghost-faced Empress was at a loss for a moment, but in the end there was a little surprise in her eyes. Thanks to the sect master for the name, I will be called Yi Shuang'er from now on. Ghost-faced Empress Yi Shuang'er, you go down first. I'll call you if anything happens. Chen waved his hand. Although Yi Shuang'er was extremely reluctant to leave, since the sect leader said so, she had no choice but to put on the weird and terrifying ghost mask to cover up her shocking face, and then retreated. Okay, the sect has grown stronger again, and I can destroy it again. Chen stretched out with satisfaction. At this time, the system popped up a prompt. Host, in 3 months, there will be a secret trial in the Liangyi realm of Dongxing continent. Please lead the disciples to the trial to broaden their horizons. After receiving another mission, Chen yawned and responded vaguely, 3 months? It's still a long time. Let me get some sleep first. Afterwards, he also left the main hall and returned to take a leisurely rest under the Enlightenment Tea Tree. In terms of sect affairs, the deputy sect leader Ling Kong made arrangements, so he didn't need to worry about it. On Li Yao and Xiao Yu's side, they both led the alchemists from the Divine Pill Holy Land to places such as the Alchemy Pavilion and the Spiritual Plant Garden to familiarize themselves with the environment. Of course, they now belong to Kunlun Holy Land and have been branded by the system. I can't even run away. He also just learned that the new maid is actually the master of Luowei Holy Land. This incident made him tremble with fear. In the past, he was just a monk in the Mahayana stage. He had not even reached the tribulation yet, and he was extremely far away from the realm of true immortality. To him, the Lord of the Holy Land is a super important person. Even with his former Mahayana strength and excellent medicine refining skills, he couldn't get into Luowei Holy Land, let alone seeing the Holy Lord with his own eyes. But now he not only saw but also witnessed the Holy Master working as a maid for his sect master. Li Yaoguang was so frightened that he was sweating profusely just thinking about it. Sect Master, you are really defiant. You can get such a beautiful Holy Master? Along the way, Li Yao didn't dare to speak loudly. However, Xiaoya also integrated into the identity of a maid. Apart from being a little arrogant and delicate, she did not deliberately look down on Li Yao. Xiaoya is still very curious about the arrival of Huangxian Immortal Lord and others. What method did the sect leader use to get so many people? Senior Immortal Lord Huangxian, the sect master must have spent a lot of money to invite you here, right? Hearing Xiaoya's question, everyone's expressions, including the Immortal Lord Huangxian, suddenly became complicated. How much did it cost? The price was not spent, but it is true that he robbed all the Kirin Amethyst Flame in the Holy Land of Divine Pills. Naturally, they couldn't say these shameful things openly. Immortal Lord Huangxian laughed twice, waved his hands and said, "It's nothing, it's just like this first, and then that." Xiaoya nodded thoughtfully, knowing even more clearly that Huangxian Immortal Lord and his party were definitely abducted by the sect master forcibly. "Oh, I feel comfortable. Li Yao on the side shivered when he heard this. Huangxian Immortal Lord? He knew that the origins of this group of people were definitely not simple. They were all very powerful people. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth the sect master's personal visit. But he never expected that one of them would be an Immortal Lord? Damn it, Immortal Lord, what kind of concept is this? The super boss who walks sideways in the world of Huangxian. In the Holy Land, they are the absolute core of the high level, the mainstay of combat power, and the profound foundation. In the past, it would have been impossible for him to come into contact with such a big shot, and he could only play fish in low-end games. The sect leader is really awesome. He brought back several Immortal Lords at once. And they're all alchemists? Let me think about it. Where have I heard the name of Immortal Lord Huangxian? Li Yao suddenly felt that this name was very familiar, and he must have heard it somewhere. Soon, he remembered that he had practiced an elixir called Yuhua Dan. It was said that this elixir was created by Huangxian Immortal Lord. After realizing this, Li Yao suddenly turned back to look at Immortal Lord Huangxian and exclaimed, "I understand. Are you the legendary senior who created the Yuhua pill?" It is said that the Yuhua pill is the masterpiece of a senior in the Holy Land of Divine Pills. This recipe is the one that juniors admired the most when they were refining pills in the early days. Li Yao seemed to have met an idol. When he looked at Huangxian Immortal Lord, there were twinkling stars in his eyes. Immortal Lord Huangxian was also stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that his identity could be recognized in this way. Normally, he would definitely ignore low-level fans like Li Yao. But this was the Holy Land of Kunlun, and Li Yao belonged to Chen, so he couldn't just ignore it. Moreover, seeing the people in Kunlun Holy Land so shocked by his identity and worshipping him so much, Immortal Lord Huangxian, who had been feeling aggrieved for a long time, finally regained some sense of superiority. Humph, so what if Kunlun Holy Land has profound heritage? Don't you people regard me as an idol? Immortal Lord Huangxian smiled slightly proudly and nodded. The Yuhua pill was indeed created by me. It was just a superficial attempt in my early years and is not worth mentioning. Hearing what he said, although Immortal Jingyu and the others around him didn't say much, they showed disdain on their faces. What are you bragging about? Still, a superficial attempt is not worth mentioning? When you worked so hard to create the jade flower pill, you were so excited that you almost ran naked in the Holy Land. Li Yao naturally didn't know this, and his awe and admiration for Immortal Lord Huangxian grew a little more. This is Immortal Jingyu. Do you know the 7 Life Xianmen pill and the 9 Yuan Nourishing pill? He was the one who created them. Immortal Lord Huangxian is very generous and knows that you can't just pretend to be cool yourself, but you must also give your partners some opportunities. Hearing this, Li Yao's eyes were so shocked that they almost bulged out. He stared at Immortal Jingyu with disbelief on his face. What? Even the legendary Jingyu Immortal Lord is here? I've heard of his name for a long time. Several of the elixirs you created are extremely difficult to refine, and even this junior has not been able to fully understand them. Li Yao's voice was trembling. Sect Master, how on earth did you find these big guys back? They're all legendary figures, and they're the ancestors of many alchemists. Jingyu Immortal Lord raised his chest slightly, raised his head, and nodded slightly, indicating that he had greeted Li Yao. Although he didn't say it, he felt very happy to see Li Yao worshipping him so much. Cough cough. Seeing that the two of them had successfully pretended to be cool, Immortal Lord Qingxue and Immortal Lord Yanlei, who had always been quiet, also coughed twice to remind Immortal Lord Huangxian. Knowing his partner's thoughts, Immortal Lord Huangxian immediately introduced, "This is Immortal Lord Qingxue, and this is Immortal Lord Yanlei. Although they talk less, their alchemy skills are actually better than mine and Jingyu's. They are all 8th grade alchemy immortal masters." Boom! Li Yao was so frightened that he almost fainted on the spot with a simple introduction. He had never heard of Immortal Lord Qingxue and Immortal Flame Thunder. Maybe it was because his level was too low and he was no longer qualified to know too many secrets. However, the words 8th grade medicine, refining immortal master were like a huge mountain, smashing him to death. Holy crap. Alchemy immortal master. And he is also an 8th grade alchemy immortal master. Li Yao's head was buzzing. For an alchemist, being able to refine an elixir was already the pinnacle of life. He is only an 8th grade alchemist now, and he is still far from a 9th grade alchemist. Not to mention the 1st grade alchemy master. No joke, for Li Yao himself, if he could reach the 9th level of alchemist in this life, he would be very satisfied. As for the 1st grade medicine refining immortal master, he couldn't even think about it. But now 4 alchemy masters appeared at once, and they were all super high-level ones. The strong shock made his eyes darken, and he had the urge to faint. A group of people looked at Li Yao in a daze, but they just smiled without any ridicule. Because any alchemist would be so excited when he sees several legendary alchemist masters appearing in front of him. After finally recovering, Li Yao almost cried. Sect Master, why didn't you tell me the identities of these people earlier? At least it makes me mentally prepared. They're all big bosses, how can I serve my little Li Yao? While he was excited and admired these 4 immortal kings, Li Yao admired the sect leader Chen the most. Being able to invite these people back shows that the sect master is more important than them. Otherwise, how could the extremely arrogant alchemy masters be dispatched by everyone? The excited Li Yao led everyone to the medicine refining pavilion first. Seniors, this is the medicine refining pavilion of our Kunlun Holy Land. Is it quite attractive? He shyly introduced the tall and magnificent building in front of everyone. When Huangxian Immortal Lord and others looked up and saw this building that was even more majestic than the alchemy pavilion in the divine alchemy Holy Land, their slightly proud smiles just now froze. The building in front of you is towering and majestic. It already gives people a strong sense of oppression even before you get close. You know, if ordinary people feel oppressed, it is because their cultivation level is too low. This is normal. But they're already at the Immortal Lord level, how can they still feel this way? What big secret is hidden in this alchemy pavilion? The 4 Immortal Lord Huangxian couldn't help but look at each other, and they all saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. Since entering the Kunlun Holy Land, they have discovered that everything here is eye-opening to them. A powerful immortal king who came from a dignified holy land actually behaves like a country bumpkin entering the city? They were all ashamed. But I have to admit that the environment of Kunlun Holy Land is really shocking. Li Yao was still excited to see his idol, so he didn't catch the little glances between the four of them, and thought they looked down on the medicine refining pavilion in Kunlun Holy Land. Hee, maybe our medicine refining pavilion is not as powerful as the Divine Pill Holy Land, but among all the holy lands, I think it is definitely not bad. Senior, please come in, Leo said with a smile, and then poured spiritual power into the door. The Dao patterns engraved on the surface of the door were activated and lit up one by one. Rumble. With a deep voice, the door was pushed open. A wave of heat hit my face, and there was a strong medicinal fragrance. The alchemists present could not help but feel refreshed when they smelled these familiar smells, as if they had returned home. After several people entered it, they began to look around curiously. The place is very spacious, with 1,000 alchemy furnaces neatly arranged, and near the wall, there are wooden shelves used to hold various elixirs. The environment here makes the 4 alchemy masters very satisfied. Yes, although the number of alchemy furnaces is a little less, and the medicinal materials stored are also a little less, they can be improved in the future. Immortal Emperor Jingyu looked around, finally feeling somewhat comforted. Because there are countless alchemy furnaces in the Holy Land of Divine Alchemy, much more than here. Moreover, there are also a large number of various elixirs stored in the Divine Pill Holy Land, which can be used by members for daily refining and practice. In this regard, Kunlun Holy Land cannot compare, right? Li Yao felt a little chilled in his heart. He felt that the Divine Pill Holy Land was too powerful and mysterious. Is it really that much better than the facilities in the Kunlun Holy Land? He said a little shyly. Indeed, our alchemy branch has not yet begun to develop. Currently, we only have 1,000 immortal-level alchemy furnaces. But as for medicinal materials, we have them everywhere in Kunlun Holy Land, and there are even more precious ones in the spiritual plant garden. The immortal masters don't have to worry about this. Chevron_left. Li Yao explained a little embarrassedly. Immortal Lord Jingyu nodded calmly, but suddenly he caught a key word: immortal-level alchemy furnace. He took a closer look and was surprised to find that all the alchemy furnaces in front of him were fairy-level alchemy furnaces, 1,000 in total. The low-level alchemists behind him also noticed this. They came to the alchemy furnaces one after another in surprise, and touched these alchemy furnaces with enchanted eyes. The levels of items in the wild immortal world are usually divided from low to high: ordinary level, spiritual level, mysterious level, king level, holy level, immortal level, and emperor level. TSK, it's really an immortal level alchemy furnace. I'm currently using only a mysterious level alchemy furnace. This is the first time I've seen an immortal level alchemy furnace. Damn it, is this true? It's an immortal alchemy furnace. I once spent a huge price in exchange for a king level alchemy furnace. I never thought that I would have the opportunity to see an immortal-level alchemy furnace with my own eyes. In the auction house, I saw a broken fairy-level alchemy furnace. It sold for a sky-high price, and a group of people fought to their death. There are 1,000 intact fairy-level alchemy furnaces, among which I can't imagine how precious it is. It's such a complicated Dao pattern. It contains very mysterious power and Dao charm. It's definitely at the immortal level. The sect I used to belong to only had one holy-level alchemy furnace, and only the leader and the great elder were qualified to use it. I'm developed. I'm willing to spend my whole life refining medicine in the Kunlun Holy Land. It doesn't matter if I am refining it until I die. Me too. Isn't this condition too good? Can't you believe that I can also enjoy the immortal alchemy furnace one day? Mom, your son has made his mark. He will work hard in Kunlun Holy Land in the future. By the way, the tofu must be sweet. Although these alchemists are extremely talented, many of them are still famous figures. But facing 1,000 fairy-level alchemy furnaces, they still couldn't control their excitement. After all, for an alchemist, the alchemy furnace and flame are extremely important. A good alchemy furnace and flame can increase the probability of making an elixir. Several immortal masters, the configuration of the Divine Pill Holy Land should be better, right? When Li Yao saw that Jingyu Xianjun and others had no reaction, he thought they were dissatisfied. Huh? Oh, it's not bad. It's almost the same as the one in our divine Holy Land. Immortal Jingyu touched his nose subconsciously and laughed twice. The other three remained silent. Yes, there are indeed many alchemy furnaces in their divine alchemy Holy Land, but the ones at the spirit level, Xian level, and king level are the most numerous. It is specially provided for disciples to use. Higher-level saint-level alchemy furnaces are relatively rare, and they have to pay a certain price before they can be used by disciples. As for the immortal-level alchemy furnace, there are only more than 500 of them. After all, it is difficult to find an alchemy furnace at this level, and each additional one costs a lot of money. Moreover, there are not many people who are qualified to use the immortal alchemy furnace, and some powerful people have their own exclusive alchemy furnace. Therefore, there are usually 500 fairy-level alchemy furnaces left. Did they never expect that Kunlun Holy Land does not even have an immortal alchemy master, but it has 1,000 immortal-level alchemy furnaces? Are you kidding me? Is this Chinese cabbage? Immortal Lord Hengqing and the others were not embarrassed to continue to delve deeper into this topic, and they could not express their inner shock too much. Xiaoya gave them a strange look, feeling that they were a little guilty. Is it my own illusion? Many years ago, she visited the Alchemy Pavilion in the Holy Land of Divine Alchemy. She remembered that there were about 500 immortal-level alchemy furnaces inside. The quantity is far different from that of Kunlun Holy Land. Could it be said that the Divine Holy Land has added new features in recent years? Well, that's probably it. Speaking of which, this place is really nice. If you refine elixirs here, you will feel calm and less likely to be irritable. It can increase the chance of making elixirs. Jingyu Immortal Lord continued to give praise. The entire alchemy pavilion must be engraved with many profound Dao patterns and formations, which have the effect of calming the mind and ensuring that the alchemist can deal with all problems calmly. The same is true for the Divine Holy Land, but it is not as advanced as the Kunlun Holy Land. It's just that there's a little less elixir. Immortal Emperor Hengqing said. At this time, a strange voice suddenly sounded from behind them. As for elixirs, you can go to the spiritual planting garden and have a look. You won't be disappointed. The sound was so sudden that no one present was mentally prepared, as it seemed to appear out of thin air. Everyone was startled and turned around to look back in surprise. Appearing at the door was a tall, middle-aged man wearing a gray robe and looking ordinary. Even the four powerful immortal lords were extremely dignified because with their level of cultivation, they would definitely be able to detect if someone was approaching. But just now, they had no warning at all? What is the problem? Could it be that? The four of them looked at the strange man who appeared in front of them in shock, and they had a terrible guess in their hearts. Xiaoya and Li Yao looked at the strange middle-aged man and were also confused about the other person's identity. Especially Li Yao, he has never seen this person since he entered Kunlun Holy Land. Excuse me, Your Excellency. Li Yao asked tentatively. Ling Dan said coldly, My name is Ling Dan, and I am the master of the medicine refining pavilion personally appointed by the sect leader. From now on, I will be responsible for everything in the medicine refining pavilion. Hearing this, Li Yao suddenly realized. Since it was appointed by the sect leader himself, then it's okay. At first, he was worried that the sect master would make him responsible. How could a little guy like him control these big guys? Now that a dedicated master of the alchemy pavilion has appeared, it's the best. Ling Dan looked at the four immortal lords again. After sizing them up for a moment, he nodded with satisfaction and said, Although the four of you have made no progress for many years, your ability in refining medicine is acceptable, and you are qualified to be my right-hand man in the future. Hearing his contemptuous tone, Hengqing Immortal Lord and the others were immediately laughed out of anger. As two 7th-level alchemy refining immortal masters and two 8th-level alchemy refining immortal masters, wherever they go at this level, they are not walking sideways? This Ling Dan's cultivation level may be higher than theirs, but what about his medicine refining skills? What qualifications do you have to say such things to the four of them? Immortal Lord Yanlei, the most powerful one, immediately turned gloomy, stared at Ling Dan with an unkind look, and said coldly, "Isn't it too early for your excellency to say such big words in front of us? Even if you are the master of the alchemy pavilion personally appointed by the sect master, but you really want to suppress us, you still have to speak with your true ability." With that said, Immortal Flame Thunder's terrifying Immortal Lord's aura was released from his body. Although he was not exaggerating too much, the pressure of the dignified Immortal Lord was enough to make everyone almost be crushed to the ground. This is the super strength that is qualified to surpass many creatures in the world of Desolate Immortal. But faced with such a terrifying aura impact, Ling Dan still remained calm. He took a step forward, and the aura of the peak Immortal King in his body was slightly released, and its pressure was equivalent to suppressing the entire sky. Boom! Just a wisp of breath leaked out, shocking the Flame Thunder Immortal Lord so much that he retreated repeatedly. This was caused even though Ling Dan didn't use all his strength. What a strong strength! Immortal King! Definitely the Immortal King. Immortal Lord Yanlei's expression changed instantly. He knew very well how strong he was, and he was forced to retreat with just a wisp of breath. What does this mean? The opponent is definitely a powerful Immortal King. Moreover, he is a very powerful Immortal King. The three of Immortal Lord Huangxian were also very surprised. In terms of realm, they were all inferior to Immortal Lord Yanlei. So, how strong is this Ling Dan? The remaining 3,000 people were even more stunned. Just one face-to-face meeting made Immortal Lord Yanlei defeated. This person must be a powerful person whose cultivation reaches the heavens and the earth. The Kunlun Holy Land has such a profound foundation, and it seems very ordinary on the surface. Unexpectedly, there are crouching tigers, hidden dragons, and strong men emerging in large numbers. No wonder their sect master dared to cause trouble in the Holy Land. Oh no, now we should say, our suzerain. They already belong to the Kunlun Holy Land. Seeing the shocked and angry looks of several people, Ling Dan knew that they were still not convinced. In order to help Chen manage the alchemy pavilion in the future, he knew that he had to show his hand again. Watch it for yourself, I will only perform once. As Ling Dan spoke, he suddenly stretched out his right palm. A ball of flame was generated out of thin air, and the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to gather in the palm of his hand. As the flames and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth increased, a round pill began to form, and the fragrance of the medicine also emerged. This magical alchemy method shocked everyone present. Alchemy in the void? Without materials, just relying on flames and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, you can really make a pill? I thought it was just a legend. Does this kind of alchemy technology really exist? He didn't use any materials at all. Using the heaven and earth as the elixir furnace, using spiritual energy as the material, guiding the rules of heaven and earth for assistance, and creating elixirs out of thin air. Incredible! Everyone was shocked by this incredible scene. In everyone's common sense, you must have enough materials to make medicine. Otherwise, no matter how good your flame is, or how advanced your alchemy furnace is, it will be useless. Make bricks without straw. But there is also a legend. That is, when the alchemist reaches a super high level, he can make elixirs in the void. This is a very mysterious thing that cannot be explained in words. Because it is so incredible, many people think this is just a legend or an unconfirmed development direction. But now they really saw the legendary void pill? It's incredible. Is there really anyone in the world who can do this? When these alchemists looked at Ling Dan, their eyes were full of shock and awe, as if they were looking at a mountain that was insurmountable in this lifetime. The four of them, Jingyu Immortal Lord, were even more inexplicably shocked at this moment. It turned out to be a pill made from the void? There are several 9th grade alchemy masters in the Holy Land of Divine Pills. They have also tried it before, but they were not successful at all. Could it be that his level has surpassed that of the 9th grade alchemy immortal master and reached an unprecedented transcendental state? Who is he? Ling Dan? I have never heard of this person before. A few of them were shocked beyond words, and their whole bodies were about to burst. Only when they reached their level could they better understand the horror of Ling Dan. At this time, Ling Dan had refined a round pill and handed it over to everyone for inspection. The person who got the elixir carefully held the elixir and checked it over and over, as if he was trying to find some truth in the world. At this point, the four of them are convinced by Immortal Jingyu. My subordinates have met the master of Lingdan Pavilion. My subordinates have met the master of Lingdan Pavilion. As the four of them bowed to Lingdan, everyone also bowed in unison, and the sound was deafening. Until they left the medicine refining pavilion, everyone's minds were still buzzing and they still couldn't come back to their senses. Ling Dan's method of refining medicine in the void has been deeply engraved in their minds. With an expert of this level sitting in the medicine refining pavilion, wouldn't their future growth be stable? In the future, everyone here will become an alchemy master, right? If they can get a little guidance from Ling Dan, it will be enough for them to benefit from it for the rest of their lives. The four of them, Jingyu Immortal Lord, looked at each other after walking out of the door, and they all saw the helplessness, loss, and shock in each other's eyes. In front of Ling Dan, they looked useless. Where did the Kunlun sect master find this expert? It's really amazing. Kunlun Holy Land should not be underestimated. At this time, they also felt a little lucky and proud. Fortunately, Chen had captured four of them before. If he had captured someone else, he would never see someone who could actually make elixirs in the void, right? Staying in the Kunlun Holy Land seems to be much better than staying in the Divine Pill Holy Land. All in all, it's definitely not a bad thing. Seniors, after watching the Medicine Refining Pavilion, let's go to the Spiritual Planting Garden to have a look. There are not many types of spiritual medicines currently planted, but the quality is absolutely high. Li Yao continued to act as his guide and led several people in the direction of Lingji Garden. Everyone was also very interested when they heard about Lingji Garden. The Medicine Refining Pavilion is so high-end. The Lingji Garden will definitely not be any worse. The 3,000 alchemists following behind were also whispering among themselves, immersed in excitement and unable to extricate themselves. I must perform well in the Kunlun Holy Land, even if I am refining the elixir until I vomit blood. As long as I can get some advice from the Lingdan Pavilion Master, I will make a lot of money. Damn, there are 1,000 fairy-level alchemy furnaces. I should be able to allocate one, right? We really came to the Kunlun Holy Land at the right time. Fortunately, the Sect Master brought us back. Otherwise, where would we find such a good place? Isn't that right? I think it's more attractive than the Holy Land of Divine Pills. They were all very excited. Everything about Kunlun Holy Land had subverted their understanding, letting them know that Kunlun was actually the strongest in alchemy. The four immortal lords walking at the front could naturally hear everyone's whispers. Hearing that everyone no longer took the Holy Land of Divine Pills seriously, the four of them felt a little bitter in their hearts. But I have to admit that what they said is true. Not to mention others, just the four of them are already enjoying it now and are even looking forward to their new life in Kunlun Holy Land. Soon, several people arrived at Lingji Garden. As soon as they arrived here, everyone was shocked by the amazing aura of Lingji Garden. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in Kunlun Holy Land is already rich enough, and the richness of the spiritual plant garden is several times that of other places. With such a good environment, there will be trouble if all kinds of elixirs and herbs don't grow well. Before Li Yao could start his introduction, Immortal Jingyu was the first to see the red land in the spiritual plant garden. Surprised, he squatted down and picked up a handful of soil with his fingers and immediately felt the surging vitality and pure energy from it. It is indeed the red blood immortal soil. This is the best spiritual soil, and it is perfect for growing all kinds of elixirs and herbs. Immortal Jingyu made a sound of exclamation. Others gathered around and stretched their necks out of curiosity. Many people also imitated his example and inspected the soil. As an alchemist, he naturally knows something about the cultivation of spiritual plants. They have all heard of the red blood immortal earth, but they have never seen this precious material. Looking around now, the entire vast spiritual plant garden is filled with red blood fairy soil. This time it wasn't Li Yao's turn to introduce, so Xiaoya took over the role of narrator and introduced with a pink eyebrow. As you can see, The entire spiritual plant garden is made of red blood fairy soil, covering 1,000,000 acres. After finishing speaking, looking at the shocked expressions on everyone's face, Xiaoya felt very satisfied. I was shocked last time, now it's finally my turn to see others shocked, right? 1,000,000 acres? How much does it cost to get it? You can't get this just for the price. Even if you have money, you can't buy so much. Millions of acres of red-blooded fairy land. I even doubt that the sect master collected it by plundering the entire world of the wild fairy. It's also possible. After all, our sect master takes part in creation, and the entire world of the wild immortal is his back garden. What can you do with it? It's so exciting. With millions of acres of red blood fairy soil, you can plant whatever you want. Coupled with the extremely rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth in our Kunlun Holy Land, the quality of the spiritual plants far exceeds those of the outside world. Everyone was very excited. The sect master brought them too many miracles. Even though they are newcomers, their worship and awe of the sect leader has already reached its peak. Huh? There are so many Danong vermilion fruits planted here? There are also soul infant fruits and dragon scale fruits. Is that Shui Yulian? There are also Buddha heart fruit, thunder flower, golden ginseng, phoenix grass. All are precious medicinal materials. The quantity is huge, but the key is that the quality is also great. The quality of each elixir is at least 10 times that of the outside. Isn't the medicinal effect of one plant comparable to 10 plants outside? It's all good stuff. It's simply a paradise for us alchemists. The faces of these alchemists were so excited that meeting such a top-quality medicinal material in their lives was like meeting a top-quality beauty. Who can resist the temptation? One of the alchemists was so excited that his lips trembled and asked, "So in the future, can we refining medicines and pick them at will?" Li Yao and Xiaoya both hesitated, and they did not dare to say that they could pick it casually. Just when the two of them didn't know how to answer this question, an erratic figure floated out from the depths of the spiritual plant garden. His appearance, just like Ling Dan just now, no one could detect it in advance. When he appeared in front of everyone, everyone reacted. However, after the first experience of being frightened by Ling Dan, everyone obviously adapted quickly. I am the master of the Lingji Garden, Ling Sen. I am ordered by the sect master to guard the Lingji Garden. From now on, I will be in charge of all affairs of the Lingji Garden. Ling Sen said in a cold tone. I've met Senior Ling Sen. Everyone bowed their hands respectfully. Everyone is already familiar with it. Since the sect master personally appointed him to take charge of an important place, he must be a top-notch person with astonishing strength. Ling Sen glanced at everyone and then reminded, the spiritual planting garden also has the rules of the spiritual planting garden. Except for the sect leader, medicinal materials are not randomly picked without restraint. They need to be reported in advance. I will inform Li of the specific procedures later. Medicine. Li Yao was named, and while he was happy, he was also very nervous and stepped forward to agree. For a sect to function well, it must have various rules. Nowadays, there are more and more people in Kunlun Holy Land, and the rules will become more and more detailed. It seems to be a lot of trouble, but it is actually more conducive to the development of the sect. When everyone heard what Ling Sen said, although everyone felt a little pity, they also understood that it was reasonable. It is as powerful as the divine pill Holy Land, and the various heavenly materials and earthly treasures there are not used casually without restraint. Otherwise, no matter how many treasures there are, they will all be wasted, and no one will cherish these natural and earthly treasures. At this time, Immortal Jingyu saw a purple-gold color flashing past in the depths of the spiritual plant garden, which looked like a small real dragon. He poked Immortal Lord Hongqing beside him with his elbow and said doubtfully, "Look, is there a true dragon elixir in that corner deep in the spiritual plant garden?" Everyone was shocked when they heard the true dragon elixir and quickly looked in the direction pointed by Immortal Jingyu with bated breath. Sure enough, they saw a small purple-gold dragon jumping deep in the spiritual plant garden with a plant pole on its head. What else could this be if it wasn't the legendary true dragon elixir? Hiss, it's really the real dragon elixir. Immortal Lord Huangxian and others were so shocked that they took a breath of cold air. This is one of the most precious medicinal materials in the world. It is called a super holy medicine that only the Immortal Emperor can possess. Even the Immortal Lords have only met once and have never had any personal contact with him. This level of super holy medicine is no longer something they can get close to at this level. At least they must be at the Immortal King level. However, it is normal for Kunlun Holy Land to have the true dragon elixir. Gudu. Immortal Lord Huangxian swallowed hard and sighed heavily. A true dragon elixir, this is a heavyweight guy. Ling Xin glanced at him and said calmly, "Who told you that there is only one plant?" Hearing this, everyone looked at him with crooked faces in confusion, not understanding what he was thinking. Are there two more? Immortal Lord Huangxian was very surprised. The people behind them took a breath of cold air again. Two plants? Isn't that too arrogant? Ling Xin shook his head, looked into the depths of the spiritual plant garden, and said indifferently, "There are 100 plants in total." When he said these words, the whole place was silent. Except for Li Yao and Xiao Ya, everyone seemed to have turned into statues instantly, unable to move. The news of 100 true dragon elixirs had such a huge impact on them that their brains could not digest it so quickly. For ordinary alchemists, the true dragon immortal medicine is the legendary super holy medicine, the standard recipe for the Immortal Emperor. This is true even for immortal lords and immortal kings. That is to say, the top powerhouses who were born in the Holy Land have profound knowledge and are lucky enough to meet them. But 100 true dragon elixirs? Does this really exist? As if cooperating with Ling Sen's words, the real dragon elixirs hidden in the deepest part of the spiritual plant garden began to emerge happily. One after another, purple gold real dragons, with a touch of green on their heads, were playing with each other. They were so numerous that it was unbelievable. Everyone's eyes are straightened. At this moment, does it matter whether it's enough to reach 100? There are so many real dragon elixirs fighting with each other, which is enough to prove what Ling Xin said. It's true. It's all real dragon elixir. Too many. Is this a wholesale market? Or am I dreaming? I'm going crazy. Although I don't have the right to get close to them, but I can take a look at them from a distance. This life is worth it. Mom, I'm so promising. I can actually see so many real dragon elixirs with my own eyes. This group of alchemists were going crazy. Many of them were pulling their hair hard, as if they couldn't believe the reality of the scene before them. There were also people who kept slapping themselves in the face, suspecting that they were dreaming, but their faces were swollen and the scene still did not disappear. Looking at the crazy people, Li Yao and Xiao Ya felt extremely happy. So it's so fun to watch other people lose their temper. Ahem, everyone, this is what our alchemists are going to learn today. Kunlun Holy Land is very big and there are many magical things. Let's learn about them one by one in the future. After waiting for about half an hour and everyone was almost calm, Li Yao announced the end of today's arrangements. The next step is to arrange their accommodation and then start the formal alchemy making. Now, no one among them wants to leave the Kunlun Holy Land, and each one of them is scrambling to believe that they are a member of the Kunlun Holy Land. Including the 4 immortal lords, even if Chen puts a knife on their necks and tells them to get out, they will never leave. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. In the palace of the god of war, Su Jian was naked from the waist up, holding a green-edged sword and fighting a powerful enemy. It is worth mentioning that at this time, Su Jian's realm has reached the peak of the foundation building stage and is only one step away from the golden elixir stage. In such a short period of time, he was able to make such rapid progress not only because of his very good qualifications, but also because of the adaptation of his skills. There are also various resource blessings from the sect. Of course, both the God of War Palace and the Chaos Realm can slow down the flow of time, giving him more time to comprehend and fight. On the surface, he just practiced for a while. But in fact, he has been practicing hard for 2 or 3 years. In fact, he can break through faster. If he didn't suppress his realm, he would be at least around the 4th or 5th level of the golden elixir stage. But he knows that haste makes waste, and sometimes, blindly breaking through the realm may not be a good thing. Therefore, he has to wait for the ultimate state. After all his energy and spirit are compressed to an extreme, and he breaks through to the golden elixir stage in one fell swoop, his fighting power will definitely be even more terrifying. At this time, his opponent in the God of War Palace was a strong man at the 4th level of the Golden Core stage. After the two sides fought fiercely for a long time, Su Jian, who was at the peak of foundation building, finally cut off the opponent's head with one sword and won the battle. Su Jian let out a long breath, feeling that his understanding of the way of the sword had increased a bit. The Eternal Sword Way given by Master is truly an emperor-level skill. The more you continue to practice, the more profound you will feel about this skill. However, the Eternal Sword Way technique is a natural fit with my Supreme Sword Bone. Su Jian sighed. If it weren't for his master's help, he wouldn't know where he would be playing in the mud right now. At this moment, Su Jian felt that the realm he had suppressed for a long time was finally loosening uncontrollably. Can't you suppress it? Then rush to the golden elixir stage in one fell swoop. After Su Jian left the Ares Palace, he sat cross-legged outside the Ares Palace and began to use the Eternal Sword Way technique to achieve a breakthrough. In an instant, all the energy between heaven and earth was sucked in, turning into a vortex with his body as the center, and continuously poured into his Tianling cap. At the same time, one after another extremely sharp sword energy rushed out of his body. This place seems to have completely turned into a sword realm. After a long period of transformation, a sword-shaped golden elixir condensed in his body, releasing an extremely sharp aura. And his whole body is more like a peerless sword, especially the spine behind him, which emits bursts of bright sword light, tearing apart the world. This is the domineering power of the Supreme Sword Bone. Feeling the surging power in his body, Su Jian was extremely happy. He had finally entered the golden elixir stage. Compared to the foundation building period, he felt that his power was endless at this time. After taking control of the power, Su Jian's first thought was to report the good news to his master and let him know that he had not embarrassed him. Just when he stood up and prepared to go to the main hall, Chen's voice sounded in his mind. "Disciple, you have done a good job. I did not misjudge you. I also know what you want to do. Go ahead and fulfill your obsession. Remember, the entire Kunlun Holy Land is standing behind you." When Chen's voice ended, a small golden sword appeared out of thin air, floating in front of Su Jian. Su Jian was so excited that he grabbed it. He knew that this was a treasure given to him by his master. He clenched his fists with excitement. As expected of Master, he knew his situation right away. What's even more amazing is that Master actually knew his other thoughts. Su Jian did not hesitate, but bowed to the void and said loudly, "Thank you, Master, for your cultivation." Without Master, Su Jian would not be where he is today. Su Jian is going down the mountain today. When the matter is finished, he will return to the sect immediately to continue practicing and strive to relieve the sect from its worries as soon as possible. After saying that, Su Jian strode down the mountain in rapid strides. This time when he goes down the mountain, he wants to do something big, something that can end his obsession. In the void, a translucent figure followed closely behind. It was Zhang Laosi, one of the elders of the outer sect, who was secretly protecting Su Jian on the orders of the sect master. Of course, with the small sword that Chen gave to Su Jian to protect his body, Su Jian would not really be in danger. Chen knew that Su Jian could not let go of the hatred of his parents being killed. When he accepted Su Jian as his disciple, Su Jian was already an orphan. At that time, he didn't directly lead Su Jian to kill all his enemies. He waited until he had learned a lot and then killed people with his own hands. When Su Jian reaches the Golden Elixir realm, he will definitely not be able to help but go down the mountain. It was just as he expected. At the same time, the system also popped up a prompt. Ding! A random mission is triggered. Disciple Su Jian goes down the mountain to take revenge. Rewards will be distributed based on the completion of the mission. Seeing the reminder from the system, Chen didn't have any worries because he knew that Su Jian would complete the task very well. All you have to do is wait to get the reward. Everything in Kunlun Holy Land is operating in an orderly manner. The Medicine Refining Pavilion has begun to officially refine medicine, and many high-quality elixirs are released every day. As for the several direct disciples, their cultivation progress is also very rapid. Mu Yan was not very interested in fighting, so he stayed in the world of chaos day and night, comprehending the law of fire. He didn't cultivate deliberately, but the realm in his body seemed to come naturally, constantly breaking through on its own. Now, he has already reached the peak of the Golden Core stage from the original 6th level of the Golden Core stage. Between his eyebrows, a mark of flame condensed and regular power was escaping. Mu Yan slowly opened his eyes and felt that his understanding of the rules of fire had reached a limit. It was like a bottle. If the bottle was not expanded, it would be difficult to fill it with water. It's time for a breakthrough. With a thought in his mind, he disappeared on the spot and left the world of chaos. When he came to the outside world, the extremely rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth in Kunlun Holy Land suddenly rushed towards his body like crazy. He didn't even need to run the exercises himself. These powers entered his body very wisely, constantly strengthening his spiritual power. This is the benefit of the Kunlun Holy Land. The rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth is everywhere. If you want to break through, you can just find a place to practice. There is no need to go to great lengths to make a lot of arrangements and preparations. Mu Yan's body was seen bursting with blazing flames, and he was instantly wrapped in it, turning into a huge fireball. He directly used the Emperor-level skill, Fire God technique, and more of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was absorbed by him, turning into terrifying power to break through the realm barrier in one fell swoop. Boom! A low roar came from his body, and with the breakthrough of his realm, a stronger aura rose into the sky. Nascent Soul First Level. The second level of Nascent Soul. The third level of Nascent Soul. The fourth level of Nascent Soul. The terrifying aura is rising steadily, like a volcanic eruption. Once it breaks through a certain limit, it is uncontrollable. Endless flames are being released, almost turning this area into a sea of fire. Once such a terrifying flame spreads without control, it will inevitably cause huge damage. However, when the sea of fire seemed to be getting bigger and bigger, Mu Yan, who was already flying into the air, took a deep breath. Flames from all directions returned to his body like a tide. In the end, only the flame mark between the eyebrows shone with golden light, faintly exuding astonishing fluctuations. Feeling the surging power in his body, Mu Yan was a little dissatisfied. This level seems to only be at the 4th level of the Nascent Soul stage. I thought I could break through to the 5th level in one fell swoop. What a pity. Mu Yan sighed. His understanding of the rules of fire is too deep and he can break through at any time. With accumulated experience, as long as you absorb enough spiritual energy from heaven and earth, you can advance to the next level immediately. If someone from the outside heard what he said, they would probably be so angry that they wanted to kill him. For others, there is a huge barrier between the Golden Elixir stage and the Nascent Soul stage. Some people are even trapped in this realm and cannot break through it in their entire lives. Some people paid a huge price to finally advance to the Nascent Soul stage. Not only did he reach the Nascent Soul stage with ease, but he also rushed all the way to the 4th level of the Nascent Soul. This heaven-defying performance would shock any sect. He himself is not satisfied yet? It's so shocking. I wonder what happened to that girl Yingluo? Thinking of Yingluo, a doting smile appeared on Mu Yan's lips. Just like Mu Yan, Yingluo often stayed in the chaos realm for more than half a year, comprehending the rules of heaven and earth. She has a supreme immortal body, emperor-level qualifications, and an ethereal innate immortal energy. She is very sensitive to the rules of the Great Tao. At this time, she was in the realm of chaos, her whole body shrouded in a hazy fairy light, which was very mysterious and profound, as if she was already a fairy herself. She could feel that her understanding was already very deep, and spending more time in the world of chaos would only be counterproductive. Thinking of this, she also left the chaos realm. Just like Mu Yan, as soon as she left the world of chaos, the endless spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed into her body and became part of her power. The fairy light is hazy, and the Tao is manifest. Guingluo's feet grew lotuses step by step, and many strange phenomena of heaven and earth appeared around her body, such as creatures worshipping, ethereal fairy sounds, and light rain falling. And her aura has also rushed from the second level of the Golden Core stage to the peak of the Golden Core stage, and is only a hair away from the Nascent Soul stage. As long as she wants, she can enter the Nascent Soul stage at any time. However, Guingluo is not a person who is eager for success, nor will she be dazzled by the surprises of successive breakthroughs. On the contrary, she was very conscious and did not rush to the Nascent Soul stage. She has to wait for the best period before she can hit that realm. Mu Yan in the distance saw that Ingluo had successfully advanced, and he clapped happily. Ingluo, you are not bad, you have reached the peak of the Golden Core stage. Hearing his voice, Guingluo looked over in surprise and wanted to show off to him. However, after feeling the more terrifying pressure in his body, she suddenly pouted in anger. You're already a nascent soul. I'm not yet. Guingluo played with her temper, crossed her arms, and waited for Mu Yan to comfort her. Mu Yan corrected him. Wrong, it's not the nascent soul. To be more precise, it's the fourth level of the nascent soul. You. Guingluo glared at him angrily, turned around and left. Huh? What's wrong with you, Ingluo? Mu Yan looked confused. He was telling the truth. Why was she suddenly unhappy? He had no choice but to chase after him. In a place with rich spiritual energy in the Kunlun Holy Land, the twin girls Zixing and Ziyu were also practicing quietly. Zixing was born with a fairy spirit body, but now he has been promoted to an emperor-level fairy spirit body by Chen. The Immortal Spirit Holy Body is similar to Guingluo's Supreme Immortal Body. It is born to be close to immortality, and it is born to be close to the Tao. Your achievements in the future will be limitless. The little guy has lived up to expectations. After this period of practice, he has raised his level from the 5th level of foundation building to the 8th level. His younger sister, Ziyu, was born with a body of holy light and was promoted by Chen to become an emperor-level body of endless light. At this moment, she was like the only source of light in the world. Endless holy light was transmitted from her body, extremely dazzling. Her realm has also changed from the 4th level in the foundation building stage to the 7th level. This rate of progress can be described as rapid. If Ziwei Holy Land knew about this, I wonder if it would regret it to the extreme? These are two good seedlings at the level of successors of the Holy Land. However, after being discovered by Elder Lei, he did not want to cultivate them properly, but stripped them of their physiques and transplanted them into others. It would be fine if the transplantation was successful, but the key point is that it still failed. Just when everything in Kunlun Holy Land was getting better, in central China, Ziwei Holy Land was already furious and making a lot of noise. Chevron_left. In fact, on the day Chen killed Elder Lei and Elder Zhou, Ziwei Holy Land learned the news, and the entire sect was furious. Both of them are very powerful elders who hold a high status in the Holy Land and represent the face of Ziwei Holy Land. As a result, the murderer killed them in central China. Wasn't he provoking the entire Ziwei Holy Land? In order to find the murderer, Ziwei Holy Land immediately mobilized all its connections to conduct a search in central China. Once the murderer is found, shoot him without mercy. Unfortunately, a few days passed and they turned over many places, but there was no clue about Chen. At the same time, other news gradually leaked to the outside world. At present, there are no less than 3 things that surprise the people of central China the most. The first thing is that it is said that a certain big shot forced his way into the alchemist conference held in the Holy Land of Divine Pills. That big shot not only caused a big fuss, but also took away many alchemists. The key point is that there is no resistance in the Holy Land. When this incident spread, it immediately caused an uproar in the outside world. Everyone felt incredible and even thought it was a rumor. That's the Holy Land of Divine Pills. How could you be bullied to this extent? Is the news accurate? Is it true or false? Someone would knock on the door of such a large holy place, and some people would be kidnapped? Who is so bold? The news is absolutely true. My sister-in-law's husband's mistress went to attend the alchemist conference. She saw it with her own eyes and told her lover after she came back. Then how did you know? I am her lover. Discussions like this emerged one after another, and at first everyone thought it was fake news. But as more and more alchemists who participated in the alchemist conference left the Holy Land of Divine Pills, they all said the same thing, and everyone was the same. This cannot be faked. Because no one dares to speak ill of the Divine Pill Holy Land, and it is impossible to collude with confessions on such a large scale. Therefore, a storm swept through the central China, and there were rumors about a strong man breaking into the Holy Land. More details have also leaked. I was refining medicine at that time, but the young man in white appeared out of thin air and injured several holy masters who came as guests. You won't believe it when I say it. A strong man at the level of the Holy Lord can't even make a move in front of that boy in white. What is this? Even the Kirin amethyst flame was taken away by him. What's even more outrageous is that this matter alarmed a certain ancestor in the Holy Land of Divine Pills. We thought that after the ancestor showed up, he would be able to turn the tide, but we didn't expect that he would give in before we even took action. It's really scary. Many alchemists have been forcibly kidnapped. Fortunately, I was not kidnapped, otherwise I would definitely live in darkness now. I have pity on the kidnapped alchemists. I guess not many are alive now, right? These powerful people who participated in the alchemist conference came forward one after another and revealed many unknown details. Every detail that comes out can cause shock and heated discussion. Who is that mysterious strong man that everyone is talking about? Why so arrogant? Even the ancestors of the Holy Land can't do anything to him? This is definitely the first time that Shendan Holy Land has been bullied in so many years since its establishment. In addition to the chaos in the Divine Pill Holy Land, the death of 2 elders in the Ziwei Holy Land was also hotly discussed by everyone. In central China, the identity and strength of those 2 elders could definitely leave them sideways. Except for the strong men who are also in the Holy Land, no one dares to provoke them, because they represent the Ziwei Holy Land. But they were all killed by a mysterious strong man. Many monks who had personally experienced that incident were still frightened when they mentioned what happened that day, as if the terrifying big handprint was hanging above their heads. That mysterious strong man appeared out of thin air in the Holy Mountain at the beginning of the Yuan dynasty, and he is not affected by the ominous aura. The mysterious strong man saved 2 little girls and uprooted the holy fruit tree. As strong as Elder Lei and Elder Zhou, it's just a slap in front of him. I doubt he can even kill us with one slap, but he just doesn't bother to do it. At that time, everyone was eyeing the holy fruit tree on his body and preparing to rob it. I also had this idea, but fortunately I didn't actually do it, otherwise I would be dead too. You dare to provoke a strong man from the Ziwei Holy Land, and he has the image of a young man in white. Do you think the 2 things were done by the same person? Most likely, yes, but does anyone really dare to provoke 2 holy places at the same time? Don't you want to live? The matter continues to ferment, and many people believe that the kidnapping in Shendan Holy Land and the killing of the elders in Ziwei Holy Land were all done by the same person. Single-handedly, he stirred up the turmoil in the entire central China. The key is that so much time has passed, and the 2 holy places don't even have any countermeasures. I have to say that mysterious and powerful man is very powerful and can play tricks on the 2 holy places. However, some people think that the young man in white will only be arrogant for a while and may be caught after a while. The 2 holy places will never let him go. While the outside world was making a fuss, many important figures gathered together in the main hall of the Holy Land of Divine Pills, and the atmosphere was awkward and dignified. The person sitting on the main seat is naturally the Wuhan ancestor from the Holy Land of Divine Pills. On both sides of Patriarch Wuhan stood the Holy Master of Divine Pills and many high-level elders. On the left side below, there is a whole row of big shots from the Ziwei Holy Land, led by Holy Lord Ziwei. On the right, sitting a person from Luowei Holy Land, is none other than Immortal Summoning, who is best at deductions. Immortal Summoning has been deducing this time, but there has been no progress. He received news that a strong man who claimed to be from the Kunlun Holy Land broke into the Divine Pill Holy Land and kidnapped many people. Immortal Lord Summoning was immediately certain that this man and the one who kidnapped his Holy Lord were the same person. Therefore, he quickly came to the Holy Land of Divine Pill in central China to find more clues. Senior Wuhan, that young man in white killed 2 of my elders, and this matter will never end. I suggest that our 2 sects jointly handle the case and find the murderer. Holy Lord Ziwei was so angry that he gritted his teeth. As a high-ranking Holy Land, they had always bullied others. How could there be any reason for others to bully them? If the 2 holy places join forces, I don't believe they can't kill him. Ancestor Wuhan frowned slightly, but did not directly agree, but said, this matter needs to be discussed further. After saying that, he looked at Immortal Summoning in confusion and asked, Immortal Summoning, why did you come all the way? The Holy Land of Luowei is far away in Dongxing continent, and it is unknown how far away it is from central China. Although a powerful immortal lord can tear apart the void at will and rush on his way, it will take a long time for an immortal lord to travel from Dongxing continent to central China. You know, the great world of Huangxian is extremely vast. Not to mention the immortal lord, even the Immortal Emperor dare not say that he can visit the entire world. As a result, all the eyes in the hall turned to Immortal Summoning and were very curious about his arrival. Being watched by everyone, Immortal Lord Summoning felt a little embarrassed even though he had lived for so long. Only a small number of people in Luowei Holy Land know about the abduction of Holy Lord Luowei. Many elders and disciples are unaware that this happened. Do you still say such embarrassing things to everyone after all? After brewing for a while, Immortal Summoning said calmly, not long ago, our Holy Lord was kidnapped by a mysterious person, a person from the Kunlun Holy Land. I suspect that he is the same person as the young man in white who caused a lot of commotion recently. After hearing his words, everyone present was surprised. Holy Lord Luowei was actually kidnapped? How is this done? No matter what, she is also a dignified holy master. For a holy place, it is indeed a great humiliation for the holy master to be robbed. Oh? What's going on? Tell me in detail. Ancestor Wuhan became interested and went to the Holy Land to kidnap him? Why is this behavior so familiar? Ever since, Immortal Summoning explained the cause and effect. After hearing this, the people present couldn't help but look at each other. Judging from the gangster-like behavior, it was definitely the same person. What kind of force is this Kunlun Holy Land? I have never heard of such a holy land in the great world of Desolate Immortal before. The Holy Master of Shindan had a gloomy face, and he was so angry that he gritted his teeth when he mentioned the boy in white. Not only was he severely injured by Chen in public, but the Kirin Amethyst Flame, which symbolized the identity of the Holy Lord, was also robbed. What a shame and humiliation! However, after hearing that Holy Lord Luowei was kidnapped, Holy Lord Shindan was slightly comforted. At least, he is still safe and sound for now. Perhaps it is a hidden force. There must be an extremely profound inheritance behind the Kunlun Holy Land. My deduction method is completely useless, and I can't find any clues. Immortal Summoning's originally calm tone also contained a hint of anger and helplessness. Everyone was surprised. They all knew that Summoning Xianjun was the best at deducing secrets, but even he said he had no clue? Who is the other party? Ancestor Wuhan nodded silently, not feeling any surprise about this. After all, that person is someone who even he is afraid of. Do you want to blame an Immortal Emperor? Thinking too much? So, it's best for the 3 of us to join forces and find each other secretly. Holy Lord Ziwei said coldly. Now the number of victims has reached 3 holy places. How could such an outrageous thing happen before? If you offend one holy land, you are already destroying yourself. How about offending 3 families? The entire world of Desolate Immortal will not be able to tolerate you. As soon as Holy Master Ziwei finished speaking, everyone's eyes focused on Ancestor Wuhan again. Ancestor Wuhan is the most senior and most powerful here. The most important thing is that the Holy Land of Divine Pill suffered the greatest loss. For immortal alchemists and 3,000 genius alchemists have been kidnapped. Can the Holy Land of Divine Pills really be at peace? Everyone thought that after the Luowei Holy Land and Ziwei Holy Land joined forces, the Divine Pill Holy Land would make big moves. Unexpectedly, the Wuhan ancestor was silent. The coal mine responded to everyone immediately. Obviously, he was worried about something. Senior Wuhan, do we still need to consider this matter? Immortal Summoning didn't understand. Things have reached this level. How about killing Kunlun Holy Land? Everyone began to become restless, wondering why the ancestor Wuhan was so timid. Isn't it enough for the 3 Holy Lands to join forces? Wouldn't it be more than enough to give him the Kunlun Holy Land? Just when everyone was a little restless, Ancestor Wuhan's eyes flashed coldly, invisible pressure spread, the entire hall was filled with a sense of murder, and everyone fell silent instantly. Ancestor Wuhan told the truth, that young man in white is the Immortal Emperor. As soon as these words came out, everyone who was clamoring for revenge immediately became even quieter, and the whole place was so silent that you could hear a pin drop. Immortal Emperor. Chevron_left. A word with the greatest weight. These 2 words represent the pinnacle of this world, represent an extreme, represent invincibility and invincibility. On the surface, the Immortal Emperor has not appeared in the great world of Desolate Immortal for many, many years. How many of the former Immortal Emperors are still left in the great world of Desolate Immortals? No one knows this. If the young man in white is really the Immortal Emperor, then he will be the first Immortal Emperor to truly show his face. Although the Holy Land is strong and rich in heritage, it has all kinds of immortal weapons, and even a few Imperial weapons. But so what? After all, it cannot replace the real Immortal Emperor. If you form a deadly feud with an Immortal Emperor, even a Holy Land will encounter very terrifying suppression, and even a lot of its heritage will be destroyed by then. Holy Lord Ziwei and the others had calmed down at this time, completely losing their indignation and blathering just now. Facing a real Immortal Emperor, they didn't dare to be too arrogant. Immortal Lord Summoning had a clear expression. Since he was an Immortal Emperor, it was normal that he could not deduce any cause and effect. Everyone was much better behaved at this time. Do you know what I mean? There is no way for us to completely enmity with an Immortal Emperor. Concerning Kunlun Holy Land, we also need to find out what is true and what is true. We should try our best to make good friends with him if we can. I don't think that Senior likes to kill or is unreasonable. This is what Patriarch Wuhan wants to do. Since Kunlun Holy Land has kidnapped so many alchemists, it means that this little-known Holy Land will definitely come to the world one day. In addition, it is clear that there is an Immortal Emperor sitting in charge, so do we need to say more about the strength of Kunlun Holy Land? As a result, the discussion among the 3 families changed from revenge at the beginning to how to make peace with Kunlun Holy Land. The external bounty and killing order of Ziwei Holy Land has also been revoked. I don't want to shout and kill like I did a few days ago. This move surprised many outsiders. After 2 elders died, it was normal for Ziwei Holy Underground to order a death warrant, but why was it cancelled after only a few days? Don't they plan to continue pursuing this matter? Everyone thinks it is impossible, because no one can be tolerated by the Holy Land after messing with it. This is the first case. What exactly happened that caused Ziwei Holy Land to make such a change? This question has caused many people to speculate. I heard that the murderer was actually Holy Master Ziwei's old friend, so why don't our own people kill our own people? Isn't this too outrageous? What I heard is that the murderer has been punished and is willing to work as a sweeper in Ziwei Holy Land to atone for his sins. Isn't that right? A friend of mine told me that a beautiful elder from the Ziwei Holy Land fell in love with the young man in white and asked the young man in white to warm the bed before revoking the fatwa. There are more and more rumors, and each one is more outrageous than the last. There were even rumors that the boy in white was the illegitimate son of Holy Lord Ziwei. When Central China was making a fuss over this bit of gossip, Su Jian had already appeared in the Luowei realm of Dongxing continent through various means of teleportation and traveling. Returning to the Falling Moon realm, Su Jian felt quite emotional. There wasn't too much time between before and after, but his fate had already undergone earth-shaking changes. He used to be a useless person with one-star qualifications who was ridiculed and humiliated. Now he is a direct disciple of Kunlun Holy Land, with a high status, a super genius, and a bright future. After wandering around the city for a while, Su Jian came to an inn. This is an asset in the name of his enemy. Bloody revenge begins here. In an inn in the city, Su Jian strode into it and chose the best spot. Having become a strong man in the Golden Core stage, he could hear many whispers coming from all directions. Have you heard? Mr. Yu raped a girl again and beat the girl to death. The girl's parents knelt in the Yu mansion and cried for a long time before being beaten to death. Isn't this the normal operation of the Yu family? It's normal for them to kill people. Who gives the Yu family strength? Many industries in the city belong to their family. Shoo! Stop talking. Don't you know that this inn is the property of their Yu family? If you want to die, don't take me with you, okay? After learning that this inn was also the property of the Yu family, those who had spoken ill of the Yu family just shut their mouths in horror and regretted it deeply. They really shouldn't be quick to talk for a while. I hope the people at the inn don't notice them. It's a pity that there are hidden experts in the inn who are responsible for security and are also responsible for monitoring some comments that are unfavorable to the Yu family. While praying secretly, a powerful aura of cultivation suddenly enveloped the entire inn. At the same time, a ferocious voice sounded. You are gossiping in my Yu family's inn? Yu Hao, have not seen such bold people like you for a long time. A man who called himself Yu Hao appeared in the corridor on the second floor, staring angrily at the few guests who had been talking quietly. Everyone was shocked when they saw this man's face full of anger and his name Yu Hao. Those people who spoke ill of the Yu family were even more panicked and regretful. Yu Hao is one of the masters of the Yu family. He is ruthless, and his cultivation has reached the 5th level of the Golden Core stage. He also has a high status in the Yu family. In order to help the family conquer the country, he single-handedly killed several masters from other families. Create a great reputation in one fell swoop. Wherever he appears, that means where the smell of blood will drift. It's Yu Hao. Oh no. Master Yu Hao, this is all a misunderstanding. Let us explain. Explain it. Get out quickly. Do you want to die? Those people who spoke ill of the Yu family were so frightened that they couldn't even speak. In desperation, they quickly jumped out and wanted to escape from here. Yu Hao's eyes were cold. He jumped into the sky with long strides, turned into a rainbow light, and chased after him. Within a dozen breaths, I saw him coming back with the smell of blood. Everyone watched him pass by with great fear, as if they were looking at a murderous god. Su Jian's expression was cold. Of course, he had heard of Yu Hao. He had done too many bad things for the Yu family, and he had a bad record. But if you laugh at the poor and don't laugh at the prostitutes, if you are fierce, ruthless, and bad enough, you can be popular and drink spicy food. If you are honest and obedient, you will only die miserably. Just like Su Jian's parents. Thinking of the death of his parents, although Su Jian's expression was extremely cold, his heart ached extremely, as if he was being grabbed by a big hand. In order to earn more money, his parents joined Yu's family to do odd jobs. However, within half a month, his parents died in the Yu family. It is said that a fallen leaf accidentally swept onto the new shoes of the eldest son of the Yu family while sweeping the floor. The eldest son of the Yu family was furious and slapped the two of them to death, then threw the bodies into a corner of the city and ignored them that day. When Su Jian arrived, the body was stiff. If it hadn't been for the help of kind-hearted passersby to find a place for burial, he, a teenage boy, wouldn't have known what to do. The scene of that day appeared in his mind, and Su Jian felt murderous intention in his heart. The Yu family, this cancer. He must be destroyed. Not only to avenge his parents, but also to avenge the innocent people who were oppressed and killed by the Yu family. Su Jian took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He will eradicate the Yu family bit by bit, and this inn is the first stop. This guest, what would you like to eat? A waiter came over with a menu and asked, nodding and bending. Su Jian casually took the recipe and threw it aside without looking at it. He asked casually, chicken stewed with mushrooms, do you have it? Upon hearing that this dish was so ordinary, the waiter smiled a little disdainfully and said, Guest, those are just farm dishes. We are a high-end in here. The implication is that they don't sell this kind of junk low-end food. Su Jian curled his lips. None of these? Then let's have some tofu bread first. Remember it's sweet. The waiter shook his head and said, Guest, we don't have this either. Aren't tofu buns just low-end products sold by vendors? Low-end goods? That's okay. Give me the high-end ones. I want the bird's nest of the silver feather white swallow, the fish belly of the North Sea thunder eel, the peach blossom wine from central China, and the braised claws of the deep sea dragon. Su Jian reported the name of his dish with a sneer. When the waiter heard these ingredients, his face suddenly turned green. Silver feather and white swallow? That is a kind of swallow that builds its nest on the cliff. Not to mention that its nest is difficult to find. Even if you know where silver feather white swallow's nest is, you still have to have the strength to get it. North Sea thunder eels? Isn't that a monster that only exists in the North Sea thousands of miles away? Also, the strength of the extreme sea dark dragon is even more terrifying. Who dares to hunt an extreme sea dark dragon for food? As for the peach blossom wine from central China, that's even more nonsense. It is said that this wine is only worthy of tasting by those high and mighty. Who are these little minions? Not to mention tasting it, it's impossible to even take a look. The waiter stared at Su Jian coldly, wondering if this kid was here to stir up trouble. Su Jian didn't want to tease him anymore, so he directly ordered a set meal and said loudly, "Let the most expensive girl here come out to drink with me." The waiter's gloom just now was instantly gone. This is a big customer. Isn't he going to make a lot of money today? Girls, come up and give this man a good selection. As the waiter shouted, dozens of beautiful girls lined up in front of Su Jian with half-baked shoulders. Su Jian randomly selected a girl named Suehua. Suehua excitedly served Su Jian with wine and food. She served her with great care, and from time to time she even sat on his lap and rubbed her hands. This scene made many people extremely envious. The price of having Suehua serve is very expensive. The original price of a meal may only be a dozen spirit stones, but with the addition of Suehua, the price can soar to 300 spirit stones. Of course, the girls naturally have other projects to make customers less angry, and they will not charge so much money in vain. But before he drank half of the wine, Su Jian pushed Suehua away angrily and shouted, "You have bad breath. I don't like people with bad breath. Go away." Reluctantly, Suehua left the scene sadly, and the one who seamlessly connected was a girl named Dongmei. Dongmei is really good. She calls out "Big Brother" every time, which makes people feel happy, and her various hand movements become more and more bold. Just when Dongmei was about to take care of him with more considerate actions and make him happy, Su Jian wiped the grease from his mouth, pushed Dongmei away, and strode downstairs. Many guests around him looked up at him in surprise, not understanding the meaning of his move. Hey, it seems like you haven't paid this guest yet, right? The waiter quickly stopped Su Jian and refused to let him go downstairs. Su Jian burped and asked with confusion on his face, "Give me money?" "What money?" The waiter just thought he was drunk and reminded him with a smile, "Of course it's the money for Dongmei's service. The money for food and drinks is only 20 spirit stones, but with Dongmei accompanying the wine, it's 300 spirit stones." Just when everyone thought Su Jian would pay obediently, he held his neck and shouted confidently, "I exchanged the green flowers for Dongmei. What should I pay for it? I exchanged the winter plums for the green flowers. How much money do you give me?" Su Jian's words confused everyone in the inn. The waiter was ready to get angry, but after hearing these words, he lost his mind. However, he still felt that there was something wrong and asked, "But you didn't give Suehua any money?" Su Jian laughed angrily. "I haven't played with Suehua yet. Why should I pay for it?" "What?" If the waiter was hit hard, he froze on the spot, not knowing what to do for a moment. The guests in the inn couldn't help but put down their chopsticks and wine glasses, and even pushed away the bartender sitting on his lap. Started to think about this issue. Hiss, that's right, Suehua hasn't played yet. Why should I pay for it? Dongmei is exchanged for green flowers, so there is really no need to pay. I always feel that something is not right. But Dongmei is indeed serving him. This question stumped all the guests in the inn. Everyone was calculating in their hearts, but they couldn't figure out the process. The waiter was also confused. Dongmei was exchanged for Cui Hua, and he didn't bite Cui Hua, but what's the flaw in it? Who should I ask for the money from? The waiter was confused. If this person came to eat the king's meal, it would be easy to handle, just beat him to death. But now there is no reason for people to give money. What's going on? What are you doing here? Are you still doing business? At this time, the person in charge heard the noise and came over to scold him. As if he had found a savior, the waiter quickly asked the shopkeeper to explain the process again. After listening, the manager also touched his head and felt confused. You figure it out for yourself, I'll leave first. Su Jian said with a smile. Oh, wait a minute. There's a flaw. It's true that I shouldn't ask you for money, but you can't leave. The shopkeeper has never encountered such a thing, but he knows that the problem must be from Su Jian, and no one can leave here until it is solved. Why can't you leave? You can still stop me. Su Jian sneered disdainfully. Realizing that Su Jian was unkind, the shopkeeper's attitude became even tougher. Sir, if you play like this, it will make it very difficult for us to deal with it. It's difficult? If it's difficult, don't do it. Su Jian grabbed the edge of the table with one hand and overturned the entire table with force. All kinds of drinks and dishes were scattered all over the floor. The entire inn immediately became chaotic, and the masters responsible for maintaining order jumped out and surrounded Su Jian. I understand. You are here to cause trouble, right? Then there is no need to talk nonsense. Just keep your life here. Following the shopkeeper's order, everyone rushed forward ferociously, preparing to kill Su Jian on the spot. No one can play tricks on the Yu family's territory. Is it too weak? Su Jian didn't even look at the people rushing towards them. A flash of light flashed past his hand, and a long sword appeared out of thin air and was held in his hand. Jing! As a crisp sword cry sounded, a sharp sword energy enveloped the surroundings. Wherever the sword energy came, heads fell to the ground. Puff! Pillars of blood spurted out from the bodies of these people, and the smell of blood suddenly filled the surroundings. What? The sudden killing shocked the people in the inn, and some of the timid ones ran away in panic. Many people were surprised that this young man actually dared to kill someone in the Yu family's inn. How audacious. He's finished. Dare to cause trouble for the Yu family? He will definitely die. They're probably from out of town, right? Otherwise, it's impossible for the locals not to know the strength of the Yu family here. I think he seems to have some ability. He is probably young and energetic. He thinks he is invincible and is showing off everywhere, right? Many guests stood aside and did not intend to help. In their opinion, Su Jian has already committed a capital crime, and there is absolutely no way for anyone who offends the Yu family to get out of here. So, now let's see how he dies. Dare to kill members of my Yu family? You have no way out. The shopkeeper gritted his teeth in anger when he saw that Su Jian dared to fight back. In the city, the Yu family has a very vicious reputation. Who wouldn't tremble and kneel down to apologize after hearing this? Who dares to resist? But just as he finished speaking, Su Jian raised his hand and chopped off his head with a sword. The huge head rolled back and forth on the ground like a ball, and the shopkeeper's eyes were still wide open, as if he couldn't believe that Su Jian dared to draw a sword against him when he fell to death. Wow! This scene frightened more people into retreating and hid in some corners to avoid being misunderstood that they knew Su Jian. Too cruel. He is unreasonable. Why do I think he is here just for the Yu family? Even the shopkeeper is dead. These Yu family are really going to be furious. Many people's faces turned pale when they thought of the Yu family, who was about to go crazy. If nothing else goes wrong, this young man will cause a stir in the city. Of course, the ending will undoubtedly end with the tragic death of this young man. After killing dozens of people in the inn with one sword, Su Jian was not in a hurry to leave, but stood there quietly waiting for something. Sure enough, after a few breaths, the most terrifying murderous intent rose into the sky and went directly to the second floor of the inn. It's Yu Hao. Yu Hao looked at the corpses on the ground and couldn't believe that someone dared to kill someone here. He didn't say anything. The sword in his hand had already been unsheathed, and he slashed out a blade as bright as a crescent moon towards Su Jian. Yu Hao's power is obvious to everyone. Once he comes forward, everyone thinks that Su Jian will die. As a master at the Golden Core stage, Yu Hao has extraordinary strength. His sword is extremely fierce, and the combat grade in his hands is not low, so he can maximize his strength. With just a few swings of the knife, all the people hiding in the corner were already trembling. If they were to face Yu Hao, they would definitely not be able to pass 3 moves before being split into 2 halves. This is Yu Hao's Mad Dragon Sword technique. It is a Xian-level sword technique with terrifying power. With this sword technique and the sword in his hand, Yu Hao has killed countless people. Today, one more head will be killed under this sword. The people hiding in the corner recognized Yu Hao's sword skills and were even more frightened. The fierce sword energy was approaching Su Jian, and it seemed that Su Jian would be split into 2 in the next moment. But at this moment, Su Jian casually raised his sword and thrust it out. The sword light turned into a cold light and passed through the heavy sword energy. Like the only meteor in the world, it penetrated Yu Hao's forehead mercilessly. Yu Hao's eyes widened instantly, full of horror and disbelief. The other party just used a sword, but actually, Yu Hao's life was gone, and he turned into a corpse that was still warm and fell to the ground. The moment before he fell to the ground, he couldn't believe that he would be killed by the opponent's move. Fancy. Su Jian sheathed his sword indifferently. He walked around the inn and killed everyone related to the inn. After making sure that he didn't miss anyone, he headed towards the Yu family's base camp at a rapid pace. When Su Jian's figure completely disappeared at the end of the street, the innocent guests hiding in the inn crawled out tremblingly. The originally luxurious and wealthy inn was now filled with smelly blood, and corpses were strewn on the ground. Moreover, many of the corpses were incomplete and were neatly dispatched with a sword. The whole scene is simply like hell on earth. Everyone is dead, everyone is dead. There are corpses everywhere. Even Yu Hao's gone. It's too scary. Run away. Don't stay here anymore, or you'll get angry. These guests rushed out of the inn in a panic. Each one of them was so frightened that their faces turned pale, and they had lost their minds. They witnessed a massacre against the Yu family with their own eyes. People outside the inn had actually heard the movements inside and the smell of blood wafting from inside. But they didn't dare go in to check. After confirming that there was no danger, the outsiders went in with an uneasy feeling, and at first sight they discovered the messy corpses on the ground. When blood gathers in low places, it can condense into a small pool. Who is that person? Why is he so powerful? I found Yu Hao's body. What? Yu Hao is dead. Isn't this nonsense? If Yu Hao had not died, would that boy have left alive? But isn't Yu Hao a master at the 5th level of the Golden Core stage? Why is he still being killed? Someone else must be stronger otherwise. The world has changed. The world is going to change now. This boy is obviously going to the Yu family. Everyone realized that the Yu family was about to welcome a killing god. But is this murderous god more ferocious, or is the Yu family more powerful? No one knows the answer until the winner is determined. I hope this little brother doesn't die, he is a hero. At this time, someone suddenly became worried for Su Jian. When everyone heard these treasonous and unethical words, they all ran away from this person in fear, fearing that the Yu family would implicate them after hearing this. But they just realized, aren't all the Yu family members here dead? So what are you afraid of? The Yu family has done many evil things, and it is only a matter of time that they will be punished. No matter whether that little brother can destroy the Yu family, as long as he can get rid of a few people from the Yu family, it will be a great thing. Alas, there are many experts in the Yu family, so it will definitely be dangerous for him to kill him rashly. Maybe he is already prepared to die. This man is a hero. There is nothing we can do except burn a few more incense sticks for him in private after he dies. No one thought that Su Jian could survive in the hands of the Yu family. Killing Yu Hao shows that he has strength. But that doesn't mean he's qualified to attack the entire Yu family. However, many people still started to rush towards the Yu family, wanting to see with their own eyes whether that young man could cause some trouble. At this moment, in the Yu family's mansion, the eldest son of the Yu family was lying on the warm, fragrant, soft jade and enjoying himself immensely. It's time to go out. There is a girl with fair skin and beauty in the east of the city. You can bring her back and take good care of her, haha. Getting up from the soft bed, the eldest son of the Yu family went out with a few guards. When he gets tired of playing at home, he goes out to find something new. It has become a routine for him, and when he is done with it, he loses it. Anyway, to him, people outside are all pariahs, very lowly, and it is a blessing for those people to be favored by him. If anyone is not convinced, just beat him to death on the spot. Damn it, that old couple couldn't even sweep the floor last month, and they even put fallen leaves on my new shoes, making it impossible for me to wear them. The eldest young man of the Yu family was still cursing. In fact, there was nothing dirty about his new pair of shoes. They were just an excuse to kill someone to relieve his boredom. The old couple really hit the muzzle of the gun. Not far after leaving the door, the eldest son of the Yu family saw a young man with a sharp aura walking towards him, not taking him seriously at all. This arrogant pace and posture immediately made the young master of the Yu family feel dissatisfied. How could anyone in this city see him, the eldest son of the Yu family, being so disrespectful? Damn it. You too. Go over and break his legs and tell him to be more careful next time. Oh, by the way, remember to do it quickly so as not to cause him too much pain. The eldest son of the Yu family ordered the two guards around him. The two guards nodded in agreement and then walked towards Su Jian. They followed the eldest son of the Yu family and did this kind of thing frequently. They had long been used to it and even felt that it was natural to kill and beat people casually. They themselves also enjoy the sight of others kneeling down and crying, and they feel comfortable in controlling other people's destiny. But what they didn't know was that today they encountered a murderous god. Boy you. Two guards came to Su Jian, pointed at him, and prepared to scold him. But before they finished speaking, a cold light flashed in Su Jian's eyes. At the same time, the index and middle fingers of his right hand came together to form a sword, and he swung out a sword energy at will. The sharp sword energy was like a thin thread, quickly cutting off the raised wrists of the two men, and also slashed across their necks. Boom. Thump. The previous sound was the sound of a human head falling to the ground. The last sound was the muffled sound of the corpse's death. The Yu family, who were waiting for a good show, saw that their bodyguard was actually killed, and their expressions became extremely ferocious and crazy. Damn it, who dared to kill him in front of him? Are you tired of living? You bitch, you don't know that I am the eldest son of the Yu family, right? Touching one of my people is like slapping me in the face. Today, I want not only your legs, but also your dog's life. The eldest son of the Yu family let out a ferocious roar, and a powerful cultivation aura burst out from his body. He turned out to be at the 8th level of the foundation building stage. Although his talent is very poor, he has grown up surrounded by all kinds of natural materials and treasures since he was a child. Even a pig can break through to foundation building. This pressure is no longer weak. The strength is comparable to that of some outstanding disciples from small sects. Kneel down and kowtow now, and I might spare your life. You should be wiser. The eldest son of the Yu family, with a terrifying cultivation aura, approached Su Jian step by step, forcing Su Jian to kneel down in fear. However, his supposed strength seemed extremely ridiculous in Su Jian's eyes. The 8th level of the foundation building period? What a weakling. Didn't you who was at the 5th level of the golden core stage, be killed with just one sword strike? Still kneeling? Have you listened to too many idiotic stories from those Jianghu storytellers, and do you think you are long out yen? Su Jian also walked towards the eldest son of the Yu family step by step, with a cold tone. I won't let you die so quickly. I will let you witness the extinction of the entire family with your own eyes. Simply kill him with one sword blow? That would be too cheap for him. To deal with such a beast and such a scum, Su Jian had to make him lose himself in the most extreme pain so that he could be worthy of his parents who were killed by him, and all the people who were killed by the Yu family. However, after hearing Su Jian's words, the eldest son of the Yu family seemed to have heard some funny joke and couldn't help laughing exaggeratedly. Haha, it's just you? I can fight against the golden elixir at the 8th level of the foundation establishment stage. You are the proud son of heaven. Who do you think you are? The eldest son of the Yu family knew that the person in front of him was hopeless, so he planned to kill him with one palm. There was no need to let such a person affect his mood. White Light Holy Hand. The eldest son of the Yu family immediately used a very powerful palm technique of his own. White Light Holy Hand is a profound-level palm technique that is so powerful that only direct descendants like him are qualified to practice it. It is said that after cultivating to the deepest level, its power can even be comparable to that of a king-level magic formula. A group of palm prints shrouded in white light roared towards Su Jian's face, carrying a strong sense of oppression and destructive power. The eldest son of the Yu family is very confident that he can solve the problem with just one slap. Su Jian faced this palm but didn't even dodge, didn't even make a move to fight back, and allowed the violent power to pour on him. In an instant, Su Jian was enveloped in endless white light, and it looked like there were no bones left. Haha, are you pretending in front of me? How dare you bark like a dog without any strength? Think you are. The eldest son of the Yu family laughed proudly, becoming even more proud of his own strength. But his laughter stopped suddenly, because he saw a figure slowly coming out of the gradually disappearing white light. Then, Su Jian appeared in front of him unscathed. You, why are you intact? The eldest son of the Yu family screamed in surprise for the first time. Su Jian's body was clean and tidy, with no extra dust at all, let alone no bones left. TSK. With your three-legged cat skills, you still have the nerve to claim that you can fight against the golden elixir? Not to mention the golden elixir. In the same realm, you're a weakling. Su Jian mocked disdainfully. It is estimated that the masters of the Yu family deliberately gave way to him when they were sparring with him, so that he had the illusion that he was the favored one of heaven and could challenge higher levels. Impossible. You must have used some means to avoid harm. It's absolutely impossible to be truly unscathed. Unable to accept the reality, the eldest young man of the Yu family screamed with ferocious features and prepared to continue taking action. But Su Jian raised his hand and fired out a burst of sword energy, which then split into several rays of sword light in the air, directly cutting off the limbs of the eldest son of the Yu family. Thump! The eldest son of the Yu family, who had completely lost the ability to move, fell to the ground, lying in a pool of blood, and screamed in agony. You actually. The eldest son of the Yu family was frightened and furious, and kept screaming wildly. He never thought that he, who was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, would one day have his limbs chopped off. This chevron_left is no longer a huge gap, but life is desperate. Su Jian felt that his scream was too unpleasant, so he shot out a cluster of light and sealed his body, isolating his voice as well. The light ball that controlled and sealed the body of the eldest son of the Yu family flew in front of him. Su Jian showed a frightening smile and said with a smile, "Next, you can take a good look at how I destroy your Su family." After saying that, he threw the eldest son of the Yu family high into the sky, letting him watch the entire killing scene from the best perspective. That seems to be the eldest son of the Yu family? Why is he missing all his limbs? Later, people who came to watch the excitement were stunned when they saw the light group suspended in the sky. The eldest son of the Yu family is arrogant and domineering, bullying the weak. Everyone dares to be angry but dare not speak out. Never thought that he would be tortured and killed one day? How long has it been? The eldest son of the Yu family is gone? Isn't it too soon? That young hero is really a hero. No matter whether the Yu family will be shaken by him or not, at least the eldest son of the Yu family is completely defeated. It's so cool. The great hero who eliminates harm for the people. Thousands of people have gathered at the rear, all of whom came after hearing the news. They were filled with excitement. Seeing how miserable the young master of the Yu family was, they wanted to applaud and laugh, and they admired Su Jian even more. At this time, someone pointed in the direction of Su Jian and shouted, "Look, he is about to rush into the Yu family." Everyone looked over and saw Su Jian holding a long sword in his hand. The surroundings were filled with terrifying sword aura. Everywhere he went, there was a buzzing sword sound. If you get close, you will die. Someone's coming. Someone forced his way into Yu's house. Where did this stupid young man dare to kill people here? Call someone. This guy is very fierce. We are no match for him. He is at least in the golden core stage. The guards of the Yu family were killed in pieces, with mutilated limbs everywhere. Su Jian was like a god of death, leaving blood everywhere he walked. The originally fierce guards were so frightened that no one dared to step forward to stop him. Otherwise, you will definitely die. The entire Yu family was very big. Su Jian had killed at least hundreds of people in the front yard before many people in the back heard the movement. The masters of the Yu family showed up one after another. Seeing that the front yard had turned into ruins, they couldn't help but feel angry. It has been many years since anyone has dared to rush directly into the Yu family and start killing people. This is the first time they have seen it. Huang Mauer, which family sent you here? Tell me the power behind you, and I will spare your life. A middle-aged man glared angrily and issued a loud order. At the same time, several masters of the Golden Core stage surrounded Su Jian, and powerful auras rushed out of their bodies, forming an invisible cage. Lock up Su Jian. My background? You are not qualified to know my background. However, Su Jian seemed not to know that he was in danger and could still smile and talk calmly. He comes from Kunlun Holy Land. How can the small Yu family know about it? Does the Yu family deserve it? Pooh. Presumptuous. Can you resist this? Since you won't tell me, then first destroy your limbs, then destroy your dantian, and just search for your soul. The Yu family's golden elixir master shouted angrily, and then ordered other golden elixir masters to form a formation directly. This guy is a little weird, don't fight him alone, form a team. Under the leadership of this master of the Yu family's golden elixir stage, several of them exerted their vast spiritual power and entangled themselves with each other to form a huge formation. Su Jian was in the formation, like fish on the chopping board, and there was nothing he could do. This is the 7 Stars and Bagua Sword formation. It is infinitely powerful and ever-changing. Once you are trapped in it, you will have no choice but to wait for death. Seeing that Su Jian was trapped by the 7-star Bagua sword formation without any resistance, several masters from the Yu family laughed unbridled. I thought he was a master, but I didn't expect that he was just a stupid young man with some strength. Don't you even know that you are trapped by the formation? With this little strength and experience, do you dare to come to the Yu family to cause trouble, kill? Following the Yu family's Golden Elixir Master's order, several Golden Elixir Masters activated the formation together. The 7-star Bagua formation was activated, and countless sword energy emerged from all directions, all attacking Su Jian. In this sword formation, let alone a master who has just entered the Golden Core stage, even a master like Yu Hao who is at the 5th level of the Golden Core stage will die in despair. For a time, the entire interior of the 7-star Bagua sword formation was filled with sharp sword energy, accompanied by mysterious starlight flashes. The formation with such a strong killing aura made the residents of the city who were hiding very far away frightened to see it. Oh no, it's the 7-star Bagua sword formation. It is said that the last head of the Yu family got it in an ancient tomb. It is extremely powerful. The formation formed by a strong person in the Golden Core stage can be several times more powerful. That boy is in danger. That's not necessarily true. He can kill Yu Hao, which means there is absolutely no problem with his strength. Maybe a miracle will happen. Miracles? How can there be so many miracles in the world? I think he is in danger. People hiding in every corner of the city were worried for Su Jian. Being trapped in the sword formation, even if he survived, he would still be seriously injured. However, what they didn't know was that Su Jian, who was in the sword formation, was strangled by the intensive sword energy. Not only did he not suffer any injuries, he was even very relaxed. It's a good formation. I can see the weakness of the sword formation at a glance. Su Jian was born with a supreme sword bone and was too sensitive to sword techniques and secret techniques. He targeted a certain corner and fired a sword energy, which immediately destroyed the entire sword formation. Boom! The sword array collapsed, and the exploding sword energy was like an out-of-control beast, rushing in all directions. Oops, the sword formation was broken. One of the Jindanki screamed in shock. This was a sword formation formed by several Jindanki. Why was it easily broken by the opponent? This kid definitely has a strange treasure in his body. Otherwise, it would be impossible to break the formation. Another strong man at the Golden Core stage shouted greedily after blocking the sword energy surging in all directions. Kill. Don't let him have time to react and escape. Several masters at the Golden Elixir stage realized that Su Jian was extraordinary, so they took action together, planning to fight quickly to avoid long nights and endless dreams. Duan my divine palm. 4 core seals. Breaking Waves Demon Slayer. Several powerful attacks were directed at Su Jian, and the air was filled with the smell of murder, which was frightening to watch. Facing the siege of everyone, Su Jian, who was only at the first level of the Golden Core stage, was extremely calm. When he was still at the peak of the Foundation Establishment stage, he could already kill the 5th level master of the Golden Core stage. Now that his strength has greatly improved, there is no pressure for him to deal with 5 Golden Elixir stages at the same time. Tiangang Shadow Sword. Su Jian drew his sword without hesitation, and in an instant, countless shadows of sword light appeared in the sky and earth, overlapping and overlapping. The domineering sword light immediately destroyed several Jindan stage attacks and attacked their vital points in reverse. At first, they could resist a few attacks. But gradually, they discovered that the sword light came from all directions, and there was no way to completely defend against it. There were also several deep bloody wounds on their bodies. 9 heavens and 10 earths, 1 sword of annihilation. Su Jian's swordsmanship changed. It suddenly stopped from being dazzled just now, and finally condensed into one ultimate swordsmanship. A bit of sword light penetrated the void. Everyone present was unprepared for this sword. 2 strong men at the Golden Core stage were penetrated between their eyebrows. With 1 sword strike, both of them died. The impressive record is frightening. Died. The remaining masters at the Golden Core stage were so frightened that their 2 companions died without even taking precautions. The eyes looking at Su Jian were also full of fear and apprehension. Where did this person come from? It is obviously around the first level of the Golden Core stage. Why is it so powerful? Moreover, his swordsmanship is so terrifying that when he draws his sword, he will almost see blood, and even his head will fall to the ground. His body was filled with astonishing sword intent. If nothing else, he definitely came from those famous families and was well educated. Otherwise, how could he have developed such skills at such a young age? If the fight continues, these people might also have to answer here. I hope the owner of the family can come back soon, otherwise we really can't stand it anymore. At this point, they can only think of ways to delay time. As long as the family leader and the others come back, everything will get better. No matter how tough this kid is, he is definitely no match for the family leader. After all, the head of the family is already a strong man at the nascent soul stage. Isn't it easy to kill a kid at the Golden Core stage? Stop. Is there anything we can discuss? One of the strong men at the Golden Core stage shouted anxiously. However, what responded to him was a bright and cold sword light, spanning the sky and the earth, unusually domineering. Laugh. The sword light was sharp, as if it had traveled through time and space. 1 second it was still far away, but the next second it was already in front of him, making him unable to avoid it. He didn't even have time to raise his hands to resist. Puff. This Golden Elixir stage monk had a bloody mark on his forehead, his eyes widened, and he fell hard from the sky with an expression of disbelief. He couldn't believe it. He had been practicing for decades, but in the end he couldn't compare to a young man's sword. And you? Su Jian showed no mercy or mercy. Compassion for these people is ruthlessness for other victims. The long sword in his hand seemed to turn into a chain that seduces the soul. Under his sword, these masters fell into the pool of blood below one by one. He stepped on the void, the long sword in his hand pointed diagonally at the ground. His clothes were blown by the wind, and his long black hair moved with the wind. Those who were watching the battle from a distance were stunned. None of them could believe their eyes. They had heard about the power of the 7-star Bagua sword formation for a long time, and it was said that it had once besieged and killed a strong man at the peak of the Golden Core stage. The Yu family also relied on this sword formation to win a lot of territory and resources. But such a powerful sword array couldn't even trap that young man? That's all. His swordsmanship is almost divine. Every sword embodies the principles of heaven and earth, with some inexplicable Taoist charm. Sometimes it seems like a very ordinary sword, but others can't dodge it no matter what. In just half a day, rivers of blood flowed everywhere in the Yu family, and many golden elixir stage monks died in the pool of blood. The smell of blood in the Yu family's mansion is so strong that you can smell it even from several streets away. They simply couldn't imagine what kind of hell the Yu family was in at this time. However, none of them thought this was cruel. On the contrary, they were all so happy that they wanted to shout to the sky, and some of them were even moved to tears. Not for anything else, just because they have all been bullied and oppressed by the Yu family. They had long wanted to risk their lives and die together with the Yu family, but they knew very well that even if they exchanged their lives, they would not cause any loss to the Yu family. But it's different now. Su Jian's appearance gave them hope that the Yu family would be destroyed, and made them feel the pleasure of revenge. Die. Let's all die. It's best if they all die. The people of the Yu family really deserve their death. They are not pitiful at all, haha. It's very satisfying. All I can say is that it's very satisfying. Normally, I won't laugh out loud unless I can't help it, haha. Various voices rang out from all over the city. Some people couldn't help but cheer, and some were so excited that their eyes filled with tears. The same excitement and joy are stirring in my heart. I have never been so happy today during the Chinese New Year. In a corner of the city, a ragged old couple hugged each other and cried bitterly. They kept chanting, "Daughter, someone has avenged you. Did you see it in the spirit of heaven? A young hero avenged you." Similar situations occur in many places. The Yu family has done too many evils, and many innocent people have been severely oppressed. However, due to the Yu family's power, they dare not speak out. I can only pray silently in my heart that the Yu family will get retribution one day. But they also know that it is almost impossible to want the Yu family to suffer retribution, because good people do not live long, and disasters last for thousands of years. The badder, more vicious, and crueler you are, the more you can live a richer and more comfortable life than others. The wealth and power accumulated by bad people through their evil deeds will only grow. Seeing the Yu family prospering, no one dared to really expect this day to come. But luckily, a mysterious young hero really appeared and slaughtered the entire Yu family, leaving them covered in blood and broken limbs inside and out. Cool. So cool. The evildoers finally get their comeuppance. Everyone who witnessed the scene was filled with joy. However, while they were excited, they were also worried about the young hero. Although he slaughtered the entire Yu family and all the masters of the Golden Core stage were dead, the core senior executives of the Yu family had recently traveled far away on business and were not at home. Once those core executives come back and see the Yu family being slaughtered to pieces, they will definitely be completely furious and try every means to kill this young hero. Among the core senior executives, there are those at the peak of the Golden Core stage, and even those at the nascent soul stage. With so many masters gathered together, this young man will definitely die. At this time, many people were hesitating. Should they step forward to remind him and ask him to leave quickly? Anyway, the Yu family has almost killed them, and the remaining top experts are useless. The Yu family will definitely decline in the future. But most people still don't dare to show up, and even a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. What if the Yu family will cause trouble for them in the future? Due to this consideration, some people still dare not come forward. The old couple hiding in the corner tremblingly helped each other out and reminded Su Jian, who was floating high in the sky. "Little hero, run away for your life. You have killed so many people, and the head of the Yu family must have sensed it already. When they come back, you will never be able to escape again." The old couple reminded anxiously. They didn't want to see Su Jian killed, so they risked their lives to come out and remind him. Su Jian lowered his head and looked down, smiling. "Don't worry, they'd better come back quickly. I don't have that much time to wait for them. You guys should find a safe place and watch me kill everyone in the Yu family." After saying that, Su Jian put away his long sword and sat cross-legged in the void, practicing while waiting for the return of the senior members of the Yu family. His actions shocked everyone in the city who was secretly watching the battle. If no one reminds him, It's okay if he doesn't have time to escape. But when someone reminded him, he still looked fearless and even bluntly said that he was waiting for the core senior members of the Yu family and he wanted to kill them all. Is he that confident? What a powerful self-confidence. Could it be that he has hidden his strength and is confident that he can kill everyone in the Yu family in one go? That's great. We'll just wait and watch the show. But I still feel bad? There are several golden elixir peaks, plus a nascent soul stage. It's really not something he can handle alone. The residents in the city were looking forward to seeing Su Jian continue his killing spree. But reason told them that this young man was typically young and energetic, and even though he had some strength, he was arrogant and arrogant. When he meets those masters, is he really capable of fighting? Whoosh! At this time, a powerful aura passed quickly from a distance and finally stopped on a towering attic in the distance. He is a middle-aged man, exuding a strong aura, covering the whole world. Everyone who saw him showed a surprised expression, because this man was the head of the O family, one of the 3 major families in the city. It's the head of the O family. Why is he here too? The commotion here is so big. As one of the 3 major families, how could the O family not know about it? Did he come here to stage the Oriole behind the scene? Isn't there any danger to the young man? We don't dare to ask. The head of the O family is also a strong man at the nascent soul level. If he has any bad intentions, no one can stop him. Seeing the appearance of the head of the O family, everyone was surprised, but also felt that it was very reasonable. The Yu family was about to be wiped out, so how could he not show up to watch the show? The more miserable the Yu family dies, the better it will be for the O family. Just when everyone was exclamating, another figure exuding a powerful aura quickly flashed from another direction and finally stopped on the highest attic. Hiss, it's the Tang family. Sure enough, the head of the Tang family also showed up. 2 masters gathered together. What on earth do they want to do? They don't really want to kill that boy, do they? I think it's impossible. They're eager to see that young man destroy the Yu family so that they can reap the benefits. Even if they take action, they will only come out to harvest at the last moment. Seeing that the head of the Tang family had also appeared, all the people in the city, both covert and covert, couldn't hold back their restless hearts. The situation is getting more and more complicated. What actions will these 2 families take? Nobody knows. But everyone understood that the young man's situation was already very dangerous. Whether it was the Yu family, or the Tang family and O family who were eyeing him, they were all a huge threat to him. Hope he can survive this. Su Jian naturally felt 2 powerful auras approaching, but there was no wave in his ancient well, sitting cross-legged in the void, like an old monk in meditation. Taking advantage of this time, he can also adjust his breath and prepare for the next battle. You don't need to think about it to know that the next battle is the real tough battle. There was a ball of light suspended above Su Jian's head, and the body of the eldest son of the Yu family was wrapped in the ball of light. He witnessed the bloody battle of his family with his own eyes. I saw one clan member after another lying in a pool of blood. The eldest son of the Yu family was extremely resentful. His eyes were red and bloodshot. He didn't hate Su Jian for killing his tribesmen, but he resented Su Jian's actions, which would prevent him from enjoying his high status and nobility in the future. You deserve to die. 1,000 cuts is not an exaggeration. You really deserve to die. When my father and other elders come back, you will be dead. The eldest son of the Yu family yelled crazily in the light ball, uttering the most vicious curses. He wanted to see Su Jian die tragically in front of his own eyes. However, due to the seal, his voice could not be heard at all, so no matter how loud he screamed, no one outside could hear anything. Everyone only saw Su Jian calmly sitting cross-legged in the void and adjusting his breath. Everyone admires his confidence. Obviously, he is just waiting for everyone in the Yu family to come back and then catch them all. If it were anyone else, the first thing he would do after killing someone would be to run away quickly to avoid being caught up by his enemies. But he just refused to leave. This confidence and courage were enough to defeat everyone. In the eyes of everyone, he looks tall, but he also has the loneliness of a hero. But they didn't know that Su Jian never planned to risk his life. He just wanted to destroy the entire Yu family and then leave in style. That's it. In the attic far away, the head of the O family and the head of the Tang family have made a pot of tea, and while drinking tea, they are admiring the grand occasion of the Yu family. The entire Yu family was slaughtered. That boy was so ruthless. He deliberately spared the life of the eldest son of the Yu family, so that he could witness the destruction of the Yu family with his own eyes, right? The head of the Tang family saw through Su Jian's plan at a glance. This young man's behavior was quite to his liking. He was decisive and ruthless in killing, but he did not lack compassion for the weak. In time, this boy will definitely become a super strong person who is famous in the Sangtian realm. The head of the O family took a sip of the fragrant tea, nodded with a smile and said, "He is very good, but it's a pity that his strength is not good enough. When Master Yu and the others come back, this son will definitely die. However, I can take action to save him. If he is properly trained, he will definitely have super combat power." The head of the O family spoke calmly, as if he had grasped all the trends of the situation. He also admired Su Jian very much, and even planned to accept him as his disciple. The head of the Tang family looked sideways and said with a smile, "Then it will depend on which one of you or me can attract him more." When it comes to recruiting strong people, the Tang family leader himself is very confident. The Tang family is very wealthy, owning several mines, hundreds of acres of elixir gardens, and many valuable properties in the city. As long as he promised to let the young man become the shopkeeper of one of the properties, he believed that the young man would never be able to refuse. Let's wait until it's over. That bitch, Master Yu, will be back soon. The head of the O family snorted unconvinced. Both of them felt very relaxed at this time, because no matter what, the Yu family would definitely cease to exist. The Tang family and the O family will take action at the same time to eliminate all the Yu family members and then divide the Yu family's assets. After drinking about 3 pots of spiritual tea, the 2 family heads suddenly put down their teacups and looked into the distance with smiles. Su Jian also opened his eyes at this time and looked in the same direction, because he had already felt several powerful auras rushing into the city. Have the Yu family finally arrived? Su Jian slowly stood up, and the long sword in his hand appeared again, and he held it tightly with one hand. Boom! 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 Several extremely thick auras rushed into the city with the momentum of a violent storm. They were the senior members of the Yu family. The person at the front is none other than the head of the Yu family. With their appearance, everyone was so frightened that they quickly hid in the corner again, not daring to show their heads at will. It's the Yu family, they're back. Faster than I thought. Who will win in the end depends on this time. I hope that young man has other backup plans, otherwise, his hope is really slim. Everyone was deeply worried about Su Jian's situation. When the Yu family returned to the sky above the Yu family, they were all shocked when they saw that the beautiful mansion had turned into ruins, and the smell of blood was rising into the sky. They just went out for a trip and ended up losing their home. Everyone's eyes were filled with blood, they were anxious and angry, and the hatred in their hearts was rolling like waves. All dead. Everyone except them is dead. Where is my son? Where is my son? Family leader Yu looked around anxiously, and finally his eyes were fixed on the ball of light above Su Jian. Within the ball of light was his pitiful, tearful, inhuman, good son. He dotes on his son very much. He will give his son whatever he wants and kill anyone who dares to offend him. When he saw his precious son being tortured so miserably, the murderous intent and anger in his heart burst out at the same time. My son! The head of the Yu family let out a shrill scream. His eyes became more bloodshot, and he looked like he had fallen into unprecedented madness. On the way back, he sensed that the life cards of many people in his family were broken, including his wife and concubines who had lost their senses. Other core senior executives also feel this way. They knew that there must be a big problem at the family headquarters. But only when you see it with your own eyes will you know that everyone is dead and only a useless young master is left. No matter who you are, you must die today. No, it is too cheap for you to die. I will refine you into a corpse puppet and let you suffer torture forever. The head of the Yu family yelled crazily, and a nascent soul-level aura burst out instantly. This air wave alone destroyed many surrounding buildings. The power of nascent soul is so terrifying. Everyone was scared and ran away. They still underestimated an angry nascent soul boss. Just the leaked aura is enough to kill them. Huangxian Demon Subduing Fist. As soon as the head of the Yu family came up, he displayed an extremely fierce and lethal punch. Thick spiritual power burst out from his body, and when he waved his fists, a golden figure thousands of feet tall seemed to appear behind him. Boom! When he smashed his fists down, the figure of Qianzhong behind the Yu family also followed up and punched Su Jian. Before the huge golden fist seal completely fell, the ground was already cracked and sank, as if the world was about to be destroyed. If this punch lands completely, I wonder if it will destroy most of the city? Well done! Facing such a terrifying power, Su Jian didn't have any fear. Instead, his fighting spirit rose, and he made tricks with the long sword in his hand. One after another different sword techniques were executed by him almost at the same time. The bright sword light turned into a storm of blades and collided with the huge golden fist without hesitation. In an instant, the light exploded, as if a sun exploded above the entire city. Endless light and chaotic power were intertwined. Everyone closed their eyes subconsciously, and there was only a constant roar in their ears. No one knew what the situation was at this moment. They only know that the level of this battle is absolutely devastating. Chevron_left. The violent forces are pulling each other and destroying each other. The sword energy was flowing horizontally and vertically, filling the entire world, but the opponent's power was at the nascent soul level, far beyond Su Jian's level. In the confrontation between the two sides, Su Jian was obviously at a disadvantage. Su Jian only felt like he was violently blown away by a powerful force. Heat surged up in his chest, and he had the urge to vomit blood. His figure flew hundreds of meters high in the sky and then stopped. Call. He breathed a long sigh of relief and suppressed the energy and blood that was boiling in his body. Facing strong men of more than one level, it is still quite difficult for him now. As expected of a nascent soul warrior, he is indeed very powerful. He forced me to retreat with just one move. Although Su Jian was at a disadvantage, his eyes were very bright and his fighting spirit was very strong. Fighting across a huge realm was really exciting. I heard that senior brother and sister could compete with nascent soul in the golden core stage before. I can't fall behind. Su Jian held the long sword tightly in his hand. His whole body was full of sword energy, and the spine behind him was about to turn into a long sword soaring into the sky. Under his interference, the swords in the entire city were buzzing, as if they were very excited, and they seemed to be paying homage to the supreme being in the sword. It's okay. Everyone took a closer look and found that Su Jian did not have any obvious injuries except that he was a little embarrassed when he retreated. They were all shocked. That was an angry blow from a strong person in the nascent soul stage. The murderous intent was so strong that even those in the nascent soul stage of the same level, let alone the peak of the golden core stage, would have to be prepared. As a result, he, a boy with the first level of the golden core stage, didn't have any injuries at all? He actually withstood a blow from Master Yu. He just burst out with such strong sword energy. Isn't he just at the golden core stage? Why is he so powerful? His sword is of a very high level, most likely a royal weapon. This is the first time I've seen someone in the golden core realm be able to block the nascent soul without killing him in one blow. All the strong men who were watching the battle in secret were shocked by the scene in front of them, because it was far beyond their scope of cognition. The gap between each major realm is huge, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is even a gap between heaven and earth. According to their concept, it is absolutely impossible for the golden core stage to compete with the nascent soul stage. Perhaps there is still some hope at the peak of the golden elixir stage. But that young man, is he at the peak of the golden core stage? He is not at all. The teacups in the hands of Patriarch O and Patriarch Tang in the attic almost fell to the ground. The two of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. His sword skills are very strong. They are definitely not ordinary. Did he receive some powerful inheritance? The head of the Tang family could tell at a glance that the sword technique performed by that young man was of a very high level, possibly even reaching the king level. The head of the O family also said solemnly, not only that, his sword is also of a very high level, at least the level of a royal weapon. He actually wanted to say that it might be at the level of a holy weapon, but the holy weapon was too high level and rare in the world. None of his family had a holy weapon. How could that young man have it? The depths of their eyes were shining with greed. If they could win this boy over, not only would they be able to gain another top fighter, but they might also be able to obtain his mysterious inheritance. It doesn't matter if Su Jian doesn't agree. The worst thing is to kill him and seize his inheritance. Unexpectedly, I really made a big mistake today. Not only can you see the Yu family destroyed, but you can also gain a mysterious and powerful inheritance. On the Yu family head's side, he was also shocked to see that Su Jian was safe and sound. What? He himself was stupid. He knew only too well how powerful the blow just now was. Not to mention the peak of the golden core stage, even the nascent soul of the same realm had to avoid it. If you take it hard, you will definitely be injured. Killing the golden elixir is even easier. But why is there nothing wrong with that young man? Several members of the Yu family who were at the peak of their golden elixir stage were also in disbelief. The family leader's blow was so terrifying that even they felt like they were dying. If he had taken the master's move forcefully, he would have been seriously injured even if he didn't die. Why was that boy unscathed? However, after a brief period of shock, the Yu family leader also understood that Su Jian must have someone to rely on. But so what? If you can resist it once, can you resist it a second time? The heaven-suppressing dragon seal. The roaring dragon. The head of the Yu family was bound to kill Su Jian with one move, so he used his strongest killing move without reservation. The heaven-suppressing dragon seal and the raging dragon roar are incomplete secret techniques that he accidentally obtained while practicing outside. It is said that they are related to the true dragon clan. Even if they are incomplete, the levels of these two secret arts have reached the terrifying king level. If they are practiced to the highest level, they may even be comparable to the saint level. Only when facing an enemy of life and death will he use these two most powerful secret techniques. Boom! As he opened his mouth and roared, a translucent real dragon shadow appeared in front of him, several 100 feet long. The real dragon phantom opened its mouth and let out a roar. The sound wave energy exploded instantly, and terrifying power acted on Su Jian's body. Such a destructive sonic attack made everyone in the city cover their ears in pain. Death from severe bleeding from the 7 orifices. At the same time, as the head of the Yu family smashed down with his big hand, he condensed a large seal with a dragon-shaped mark on it and smashed it towards Su Jian's head. Boom! The double attack is coming, and no one can ignore it. Everyone watching the battle covered their ears, their faces full of horror. As for the heads of the Tang family and the O family in the attic, they couldn't sit still anymore. They dropped their teacups and stood up straight. It's these two incomplete secret techniques of the true dragon clan. The head of the Tang family was full of shock. He had fought against the head of the Yu family before and had already experienced the power of these two incomplete true dragon secret arts. The two secret techniques came together, and even he had to run away with his head in his arms. The head of the O family also said seriously, that young man will definitely die. He will definitely not be able to bear it. If we want to obtain his inheritance, we must help. If Su Jian dies, then they will get nothing. The spiritual power in the two people's bodies began to circulate, releasing a powerful aura that enveloped the entire attic, and they would take action to save Su Jian at any time. At this time, Su Jian had obviously fallen into a very dangerous situation. His combat power was very strong, but when faced with a strong man who was a level higher than himself, he was attacked by two incomplete true dragon secret arts. He couldn't bear it either. However, Su Jian didn't show any fear or flinch. He roared at the same time, and the green light sword in his hand burst into a dazzling light. At the same time, the spine on the body also turned into a huge sword light, rising into the sky, turning the entire world into a world of swords. Under his tug, all the swords in the city flew out and merged into the storm. Suddenly, the sky and the ground were filled with clattering swords. When the sound wave power of the roar of the angry dragon fell on these long swords, they were immediately shaken away. Everything was scattered like a rain of swords. Facing a battle of this level, Su Jian's strength was still a little weaker. But at this moment, the small sword in his arms glowed, and waves of power merged into Su Jian's body, causing his aura to rise suddenly like a volcano erupting. "It's the little sword that Master gave me that worked." Su Jian instantly understood the reason. With Master's backup, he will not face death no matter what. Next, it's time to fight back. With the blessing of this power, Su Jian's attack was countless times more powerful, and the sword light strangled and dispersed the real dragon's shadow. Even the huge and heavy heaven-suppressing dragon seal was chopped into pieces at this moment. 2 secret techniques were broken in the blink of an eye. Family leader, you vomited a large mouthful of blood. He couldn't believe that even though he tried his best, he didn't get any advantage at all. Where did this kid come from, and why are there so many powerful methods? Feeling the pressure from Su Jian, the head of the Yu family was actually afraid. He had a feeling that it would be difficult for him to survive the next move. Thinking of this, he chose to turn around and flee in front of everyone, and did not dare to say anything about revenge. Saving your life first is the most important thing. His action shocked everyone's attention, and no one could believe that this scene was real. Holy shit, what is he doing? He escaped? What happened? Why did the head of the Yu family, who is a dignified Yuanying-level person, turn around and run away? Doesn't he intend to avenge the family? What happened? Why does he feel like he's seen a ghost? Everyone looked stunned, and even found it inexplicably funny. Everyone felt that he could crush the boy, especially when both secret techniques were used. It would be no problem to kill the boy instantly. But why did he turn around and run away? Isn't the action of escaping too straightforward? Homeowner. Several core executives of the Yu family were also stunned, as if their brains had been hit hard by someone, and they couldn't react at all. What is even more unacceptable is that the eldest son of the Yu family, who was sealed in the light group, was speechless and opened his mouth blankly, like a fool. He couldn't wait to see his father avenge himself. But why did Dad abandon everyone and run away in the end? You old guy doesn't care about martial ethics, right? Su Jian's eyes were cold at this moment, and it was naturally impossible for him to let Master Yu escape so easily. The green light divine sword in his hand made a sword sound, or a bright blue light, like a rapid meteor, directly penetrated the body of the Yu family master from behind. The huge power caused the body of the Yu family to explode into a ball of blood mist, leaving not even a trace of residue behind. However, a strong person at the level of nascent soul cannot die so quickly. The body is gone, but the nascent soul is still there. A small white man radiated light and soared into the sky from the blood mist, exploding at an even more astonishing speed in an attempt to escape completely. Damn it. Who is this kid? Why is he so strong? When did my Yu family provoke such a monster? The head of the Yu family had already regretted it to the extreme. If he had known better, he would not have fought against the other party. As a result, it ended up like this, with only one nascent soul left. Fortunately, the speed exploded by directly consuming the power of nascent soul is extremely fast, so escaping should be no problem. But just when this thought flashed through his mind, a sword energy was faster than him. He didn't have time to react at all, and both nascent soul and nascent soul were killed with one sword. At this point, the world is peaceful. The real death of the head of the Yu family. The entire city seemed to have fallen into deathly silence, with no one making a sound. In their hearts, the head of the Yu family represents the highest combat power in the entire city. The powerful nascent soul can already overwhelm an entire city. They have lived under the threat of Family Master Yu for who knows how many years. To them, Family Master Yu is invincible. They never dared to think that the Yu family would be wiped out and that the head of the Yu family would die. But today, all these unimaginable wishes have come true. Everyone was either sluggish, shocked, or looking with admiration at the figure holding a green light sword high in the sky, as if looking up to the gods. Run. The head of the family is dead. There's no use keeping us here. Several core senior members of the Yu family completely lost the courage to resist. In front of Su Jian, he knew that he was as weak as an ant. Therefore, after they reacted, they quickly turned into rainbow lights and ran away separately. Unfortunately, in front of Su Jian in this state, they even had the luxury of escaping. Then, several rays of sword energy were released, cutting them into pieces. The Yu family is destroyed. Well done. What a great hero. The Yu family deserves to die. Everyone deserves to die. Finally dead. Who would have thought that I would actually witness the demise of the Yu family in my lifetime? Ha ha. You will be punished for your own misfortune. Retribution. It's all retribution. Anyone who commits injustice will be punished by death. This sentence is perfectly confirmed by the Yu family. In an instant, the entire city erupted into deafening cheers, and people from every corner jumped out to laugh or cry with joy. Now that the Yu family is gone, they don't care anymore. All the anger, humiliation, and unwillingness that had been accumulated in daily life were poured out at this moment. Some people beat gongs and drums on the street to celebrate the demise of the Yu family. Those who didn't know it thought it was the new year. No, it should be said that it is countless times more lively than the Chinese New Year. They regarded Su Jian as a great hero who saved the world. Without Su Jian, they would have been oppressed by the Yu family for who knows how many years. Even until he dies, he will have to live under the threats of the Yu family. Su Jian took the ball of light that sealed the eldest son of the Yu family in his hand and unlocked the seal. Why? Why do you do this to my Yu family? How did our Yu family offend you? I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. The eldest young man of the Yu family could be heard shouting madly. He was shedding bloody tears and his whole body was shaking violently. He thought that when his father came back, he would be saved. But the ending made him despair. My father couldn't beat this kid, and he even wanted to leave him and run away. Forget it, in the end, even the nascent soul was destroyed before he could escape. The eldest son of the Yu family has completely collapsed and despaired. He witnessed the demise of his family and the death of his father. Now he's not completely crazy, he's doing pretty well. Who are you exactly? Who are you? The eldest son of the Yu family stared at Su Jian, wishing he could bite him to death with his mouth. Looking at the crazy eldest son of the Yu family, Su Jian said calmly, "Do you still remember the sweeping couple you killed some time ago? Those were my parents." Hearing this, the eldest young man of the Yu family was stunned. After a while, he cried and laughed and looked up to the sky and shouted, "That's it, that's it." After knowing the reason, he fell into deep regret. If he hadn't killed that couple casually, he wouldn't have provoked this evil star, right? If. Unfortunately, there are no ifs, only results. Su Jian didn't bother to look at him anymore, slapped him to destroy his remaining spiritual power, and then threw him on the street like garbage. Crash! Wuyong's people rushed out from the streets and alleys, dragging the eldest son of the Yu family and kicking and beating him, venting all their resentment. Su Jian didn't bother to kill him because public anger would make his death worse. After doing all this, Su Jian knew that his obsession had been eliminated, his parents' revenge had been avenged, and it was time to return to the sect and continue practicing with his master. I wonder if master is satisfied with my performance? I guess I didn't disgrace the sect, right? Su Jian thought nervously. His figure flashed and turned into a sword light that shot straight into the sky. When he was about to leave, two figures exuding fluctuations in nascent soul cultivation stopped him. The two figures blocking Su Jian's path were none other than the head of the Tang family and the head of the O family. Su Jian looked at them calmly, seemingly not surprised by their appearance. In fact, he already knew that there were two masters nearby, but he was too lazy to pay attention to them. Is there a problem? Su Jian asked in a cold tone. Patriarch Tang and Patriarch O looked at each other, both feeling helpless. According to the original plan, they wanted to come out and rescue Su Jian when he was about to be killed by the Yu family leader. After the two of them worked together to kill everyone in the Yu family, they then obtained the mysterious inheritance from Su Jian. But in the end, Su Jian's invincible performance completely disrupted their position. Judging from Su Jian's performance in killing the head of the Yu family just now, even if the two of them had done it together, they might not have been able to survive. Want to use force to gain benefits from Su Jian? Impossible. Therefore, they had to find another way. I am the head of the Tang family. I just saw your superior strength and I admire you very much, so I hope to make friends with you. The head of the Tang family said with a smile, putting his status very low. The head of the O family also smiled and said, the Yu family deserves to be destroyed. You just did it for the people. We both admire you very much. Su Jian was indifferent to the two of them's overtures. Get out of the way. Su Jian's tone was still very cold. He had no interest in talking nonsense to these two people. Both of them were extremely unhappy at being responded to in such a rude manner. After all, they were also powerful at the nascent soul level, and they also had tremendous power in this city. When did you get ignored like this? If they weren't worried about his ability to kill Yuanying, they would have taken action long ago. We want to hold a grand feast for you as a way of thanking you for your many contributions to the residents of the city. The head of the Tang family said with a smile. It would also be of great benefit to them if they could make good friends with geniuses with mysterious inheritance. Su Jian waved his hand and refused without even thinking, no need. As he said that, he swayed his body and turned into a sword light to leave, but the two people didn't want him to leave so easily, so they still stopped him. Su Jian's eyes contained murderous intent, and he warned, if you don't get out of the way, you will die. The head of the Tang family quickly explained, we are not here to cause trouble, we really just want to make friends with you and ask for your favor. At the same time, they were also carefully observing the changes in Su Jian's aura. A strong man in the golden core stage suddenly has the strength to easily kill a strong man in the nascent soul stage. Normally, he must have used some secret method to forcibly increase his strength. Such secret techniques are very burdensome and harmful to the body. If Su Jian suddenly becomes weak, they will take action without hesitation and capture him. As they expected, the aura on Su Jian's body quickly dropped to the level of a normal golden elixir stage, completely losing the feeling of invincibility just now. Their eyes suddenly lit up, and they knew that the opportunity had come. They changed their friendly faces just now, and even their smiles became colder. The nascent soul-level aura was slowly released from their bodies, shrouding Su Jian inside. My little friend, there are some things that you can't just refuse if you want to. Do you have the means to bear the consequences? The head of the Tang family smiled sinisterly. The secret method to forcibly enhance strength cannot be used again in a short period of time. In other words, Su Jian has now completely become a plaything in their hands. A powerful spiritual energy condensed in the palm of the O family's head, threatening Su Jian. Looking at the two people who suddenly changed their faces, Su Jian was still gouging Wubua and even wanted to laugh a little. They don't think they can control themselves in this way, do they? With the methods left by his master, they were just two nascent soul experts, so he really didn't need to take them seriously. Su Jian asked with interest, I am not an unreasonable person. My master often tells us to convince others with virtue, so I can give you a chance to repent. Now, get out of my way and I will spare your lives. Su Jian's tone was calm, without any fear at all. However, the way he looked so calm, in the eyes of Head Tang and the others, was more like pretending to be calm. They had already concluded that Su Jian would not be able to use the secret method a second time. I think he is just holding on and is just pretending. We are also very reasonable. As long as you take out all your inheritance, we will definitely let you go. Patriarch O smiled sinisterly. Having said that, the two of them had already released powerful pressure, locking Su Jian tightly. This was nascent soul-level pressure, and the two of them attacked at the same time, which was several times stronger than the oppression felt by Family Master Yu just now. Boom! Su Jian only felt an invisible force hitting him hard, as if there were countless mountains crushing him from all directions. How can one fight against two nascent soul stages when he is in the golden core stage? In the seemingly desperate situation, Su Jian calmly mobilized the power of the small sword in his arms. Wave after wave of powerful energy was transmitted into his body, causing his aura to rise again, instantly breaking through the blockade of the two nascent soul powerhouses. He can still use the secret technique? The head of the O family looked at Su Jian with long hair dancing wildly in shock, wondering why it was different from what he thought. Just delay it for a while. This secret technique cannot have any sequelae, and it will be ineffective as soon as the time is up. The head of the Tang family hurriedly shouted low. He had no intention of confronting Su Jian head-on. He could clearly see the tragic death of the head of the Yu family. As long as it is delayed until the end of Su Jian's secret method, they will win. However, what they didn't know was that Su Jian had no intention of delaying time. What a pity. If you are unreasonable, I can only be unreasonable. When Su Jian mentioned the Qingfeng Divine Sword, his figure split into tens of thousands of figures in an instant, all over the world, all of which were his shadows. The terrifying sword technique broke out. At this moment, Patriarch Tang and Patriarch O realized that they had made a mistake in their judgment. Faced with this kind of attack, it would be good if they could hold on for a few breaths. Wait a minute, there may be a misunderstanding between us. The head of the Tang family changed his face, screamed in horror, and quickly begged Su Jian for mercy. But what responded to them was the falling of thousands of sword lights, all of them slashing at them like a gust of wind and rain. As strong as two nascent soul stage men, they were as fragile as two pieces of tofu in the face of such a heaven-destroying sword art. First, the physical body was destroyed, and then even the nascent soul was completely destroyed. The three major nascent soul masters in the city all died in Su Jian's hands. After killing two people easily, Su Jian put away the small sword in his arms and secretly sighed that he was still not strong enough. How could he still borrow the power of his master to kill a nascent soul? After returning this time, you must practice hard and strive to kill Yuanying with your own strength. Battles at high altitudes happen quickly and end quickly. While the city was still excited and cheering for the demise of the Yu family, they were also frightened by the sudden and huge movement. When they looked up, they saw that the head of the O family and the head of the Tang family were killed alive in the bright sword light that filled the sky. After experiencing a series of things, the residents' psychological endurance has been very strong, but witnessing this scene with their own eyes still shocked everyone. Did I read that correctly? It was Patriarch Tang and Patriarch O just now. It must be. Didn't they come to watch the game before? I saw them going to find the young hero. I guess they had bad thoughts towards the young hero, right? As a result, they were killed. Haha, isn't that what you deserve? The remaining two major families are not that clean. Well done. That boy is just a child, what could he do wrong? It's too cruel. The patriarchs of the three major families are gone like this? All of them are dead. The residents in the city were shocked beyond words. This day is destined to be recorded in history. A young hero appeared and eradicated not only the huge cancer in the Yu family, but also the patriarchs of two major families. Just ask, who can surpass this achievement? There are many different speculations about the identity of the young man. Some people say that he is a top genius sent by a certain holy land for training, and he takes action to defend justice when he sees injustice. Only the super geniuses in the Holy Land have such strength. Some people also think that the young man is some old monster. For a strong man with advanced cultivation, appearance is not a big deal. Many old monsters like to stay young, so Su Jian looks like a teenager. Maybe he has lived for thousands of years? Some people also say that Su Jian is the incarnation of the way of heaven. After seeing the suffering in the world, he specially manifested the human form to destroy the cancer. In short, there are various opinions. The entire city was enveloped in joy and excitement. I don't know how long it took, but two mysterious men in black robes suddenly appeared in the sky above the city. These two men in black robes have powerful auras and unfathomable realms. One of the men in black robes threw a small gourd, and a suction force was generated from the mouth of the gourd, even causing a storm in the surroundings. Soon, the souls of the previously killed monks were sucked back. Including the eldest son of the Yu family and others, they were all sucked into the gourd. After closing the lid, a man in black robes was obviously very dissatisfied with this harvest. Why are they all garbage from the Golden Core stage and the Foundation Establishment stage? Didn't I remember that there was one from the Nascent Souls stage? Where have all the souls gone? Another man in black robes said calmly, "Perhaps he was beaten to ashes and his soul was shattered? Forget it. Mosquitoes are still meat no matter how small they are. We in the Ghost Mansion must be down to earth to collect more souls." It all comes down to Lu Jing, that stinky woman. She was a fat bastard when she captured Li Yao's remnant soul. If she did it well, it would be a great achievement, but she disappeared instead. When talking about the task of Li Yao's remnant soul, both of them were indignant. According to the information they have, Li Yao was a Mahayana monk during his lifetime and was very close to the stage of transcending tribulation. His remnant soul is really tempting. Moreover, Li Yao's remnant soul resides in a boy who is only in the foundation building stage. Isn't this task just to send out sub-questions? Just have some hands. As a result, Lu Jing, who was in charge of this task, disappeared completely, and not a single hair could be found. As for Li Yao's remnant soul and the boy in the foundation building stage, there are currently no clues. The palace master responsible for this matter is currently very angry and is sending more manpower to investigate the matter, focusing on the Songtian realm. The remnant soul of the Mahayana monk is a great supplement. With Li Yao's remnant soul, the awakening of the bloodling ancestor is not far away. If the ancestor of bloodling could wake up soon, we wouldn't have to work so hard. What kind of wolf culture are we doing? Damn it. If you have to work overtime yourself. After collecting the souls, the two monks from the Ghost Palace cursed a few words about the wolf culture recently promoted by the palace master, and then went back to their business. They believe that they will soon find out the truth behind Lu Jing's disappearance, capture Li Yao's remnant soul, and revive the bloodling ancestor in advance. This side of Kunlun Holy Land. After Su Jian destroyed the Yu family, Yichen had already received the system's prompt. Disciple Yichen has completed the mission, and the mission completion rate is 100%. Rewards have been distributed, and an additional reward is included. Lying and taking a leisurely nap under the Enlightenment Tea Tree, Yichen showed a satisfied smile after receiving the news. As expected of his disciple, he is indeed very up to date and did not embarrass me, master. Yichen started to check the rewards. Rewards: 1,000 fairy-level alchemy furnaces, 5,000 saint-level alchemy furnaces, 10,000 king-level alchemy furnaces, 15,000 mysterious-level alchemy furnaces, and 20,000 spiritual-level alchemy furnaces. Rewards: 1 portion of Naming Lihua, 1 portion of Sun True Fire, 1 portion of Ziwei Heavenly Fire, 1 portion of Nine Heavens Mysterious Fire, 1 portion of Netherworld Ghost Fire, 1 portion of Absolute Holy Fire, 1 portion of Yuluo Ice Flame, 1 portion of Nine Death Reincarnation Flame, and 1 portion of Blue Sea Blue Sky Flame, 1 portion of Red Lotus Osteitis. Reward: 1,005 Elements Fruits. Reward: a Shenbing Pavilion. Seeing these 4 rewards, Yichen was a little surprised. Although there are only 4 types of rewards, the number of rewards is actually quite large. The alchemy furnace alone adds up to tens of thousands. Among them, there are 1,000 fairy-level alchemy furnaces. There are also 10 different kinds of fairy fire. Fairy fire is the highest level of flame. The power and effects of any flame classified as fairy fire go without saying. But now he has directly obtained 10 kinds of fairy fire, and each kind of flame will be fought over by others, causing bloodshed and family destruction. Take the Divine Pill Holy Land, which has the most fairy fires, as an example. They only have a lot of fairy fires after countless years of accumulation, search, and cultivation. But in Kunlun Holy Land, Su Jian only needs to complete 1 task, and he will directly receive 10 kinds. If the Holy Land of Divine Pills found out, wouldn't they cry to death? Unfair. How unfair. The 3rd type is 1,005 Elements Tao Fruits. This is one of the immortal roots. In terms of its preciousness, it is no less precious than the holy fruit tree that Yichen transplanted back from the sacred mountain in the early Yuan dynasty. You know, just 1 holy fruit has already caused many top experts to fight for it. If 1,005 Elements Tao fruits were taken out, it would definitely plunge the entire wild, immortal world into madness. It would not be surprising if a war breaks out between holy lands. I have to say that the reward system this time is as generous as ever. The last reward is the Shinbing Pavilion. In the Divine Weapon Pavilion, there are countless weapons of all kinds stored, ranging from mortal weapons to immortal weapons, and the Divine Weapon Pavilion itself is also an imperial weapon. You know, the Divine Weapon Pavilion not only stores countless weapons, but it itself is an extremely terrifying imperial weapon. Once the Divine Weapon Pavilion is allowed to release all the weapons, there will be a torrent of weapons so terrifying that even the Immortal Emperor will tremble. Even if the torrent of weapons is not released, the power of the Divine Weapon Pavilion alone is enough to suppress the current world. What a great thing! Another foundation-level treasure. Chen laughed with satisfaction. The imperial weapons he currently possesses include the Wuxia Immortal Bell, the Immortal Killing Sword Formation, and the Divine Weapon Pavilion that were initially rewarded. I wonder which Holy Land has such a strong foundation? In the future, these will be great weapons to fight against in all the heavens and worlds. The original sword palace obtained before contains only various kinds of divine swords, which are most useful for pure sword cultivators. As for the Forging Pavilion, there are currently no forging talents in the sect, and it has not yet been officially opened. Moreover, forging artifacts also takes time. Now that we have the Divine Weapon Pavilion, there are many ready-made weapons that can be used. Chen was still very satisfied with this reward. By the way, is there an extra reward? Chen continued to check. The 100% completion of the task gave him an extra reward. Reward: Zhenmu's Sacred Tree Seedling. Zhenmu's Sacred Tree? Chen took out the sapling of the Zhenmu Sacred Tree from the system space. The height of the seedlings is only about half a meter, with many small branches and some wide leaves. The whole tree looks like it is carved from jasper, and it is so green that if you don't look carefully, you might think it is some kind of work of art. As soon as the saplings of the Zhenmu Sacred Tree came out, a strange pressure appeared in the surrounding world within 1,000 meters, noble and mysterious. Even Chen felt unattainable when facing the seedlings of the Zhenmu Sacred Tree. What a magical sapling! It has its own rules of the world, and it is vaguely above the rules of this world. This is just a seedling. What will happen if it grows up? Will it truly break through the sky and extend beyond the world? Chen curiously checked the introduction of the Zhenmu Sacred Tree. Zhenmu Sacred Tree, a sacred tree that is not restricted by the rules of heaven and earth, also known as the World Tree. A mature Zhenmu Sacred Tree can communicate with all realms. Seeing this introduction, Chen was quite surprised. Can the Zhenmu Sacred Tree communicate with all realms? What does this mean? Unfortunately, there is no too specific description in the system. It just mentions the words, can communicate with all realms. It seems that we have to wait until the Zhenmu Sacred Tree grows up before we can know. With a wave of his hand, Chen planted the Zhenmu Sacred Tree not far from the Enlightenment Tea Tree. To his surprise, the moment the Zhenmu Sacred Tree took root, the Enlightenment Tea Tree immediately uprooted itself as if it had encountered something extremely frightening. The Enlightened Tea Tree ignored Chen, who was enjoying the cool under the tree. The huge root system pulled out from the soil and then fled away quickly like an octopus. What the hell? Chen was stunned. Enlightenment Tea Tree, are you mentally ill? It wasn't until he ran 1,000 meters away that the Enlightenment Tea Tree took root again, but it was still trembling, obviously in shock. Su. The leaves of the tea tree shook off after enlightenment. Chen looked at the Enlightenment Tea Tree, then at the Zhenmu Sacred Tree, and probably understood the reason. The level of the Zhenmu Sacred Tree is too high, and the rules it carries are far superior to those of the Enlightenment Tea Tree. Both are plants. The Enlightenment Tea Tree is the highest level and unique in the Huangxian World. Before this, there was only one Enlightenment Tea Tree in the Huangxian World. One can imagine how valuable it is. But the Zhenmu Sacred Tree is different. Its rules are no longer restricted by the great world of Desolate Immortal, and after growing up, it can even communicate all realms. The Sacred Tree of Zhenmu completely tortured the Tea Tree of Enlightenment. This is equivalent to a local vassal king. How can he not be afraid when he meets a real emperor? I see, you coward. What do you have to be afraid of? We are all members of the same family, and we should love each other from now on. Chen had no choice but to come over to comfort the frightened Wu Daochashu. Under his comfort, Wu Daochashu finally calmed down a lot and stretched out several branches to put on his body, asking for a hug. At this time, only Chen could give it a sense of security. When the Jianmu sacred tree saw the Enlightenment Tea Tree begging for a hug, it naturally became restless and began to shake its branches and act coquettishly towards Chen. Helpless, Chen had no choice but to go over and comfort the Jianmu sacred tree before calming down the child's temper. You should restrain your aura a little from now on, otherwise as you grow up, not to mention my Kunlun Holy Land, I am afraid that the plants in the entire wild immortal world will be afraid of you. Chen reminded softly. The Jianmu sacred tree shook its branches to express its agreement. But now it is still too small, only half a meter tall, and many things need to be learned slowly. Under Chen's guidance, Jianmu Divine Tree initially mastered the method of controlling breath, making it shake its head happily. After solving the small problem of building a sacred tree, Chen planted 1,005 elements Dao fruits in the nearby spiritual plant garden and asked Ling Sen to take good care of them. Then, the Shenbing Pavilion was realized and placed within the sect. Ling Dan, come here. Chen informed Ling Dan. After a while, Ling Dan appeared in front of him. What is the order from the sect master? Ling Dan respectfully raised his hands and asked. Chen said, you are now in charge of the affairs of the medicine refining pavilion, so I will leave these things to you. With that said, he handed over the 10 kinds of immortal fire and all the alchemy furnaces to Ling Dan and asked him to distribute them. After receiving these treasures, Ling Dan was not surprised or surprised at all, because to him, no matter what the sect leader did, it was all right. With the sect leader's ability, isn't it normal to be able to come up with something like this? I understand, I will make arrangements. After saying that, Ling Dan's figure gradually disappeared, and when he appeared again, he was already in the medicine refining pavilion. In the past few days, these alchemists have integrated into the working atmosphere of the alchemy pavilion. Whether they are low-level alchemists or high-level alchemists, they either concentrate on refining medicine or discuss various professional knowledge of refining medicine together. Everyone has achieved the greatest improvement in the shortest time. Even the 4 highest-level immortal lords have benefited a lot. Here, there are the best alchemy furnaces, the highest quality materials and treasures, and countless kinds of elixir recipes. For these alchemists, Kunlun Holy Land is really the best holy land. To put it bluntly, if they die in the alchemy pavilion, they will not have any complaints. I recently wrote an article called On the Effect of 500-Year-Old Blood Jade Grass on the Effect of Blood Jade Pill. Which colleague is free to help take a look at it? I made a breakthrough. I successfully broke through from a 6th grade alchemist to a 7th grade alchemist. So refining the yin-yang longevity pill requires so many precautions? No wonder I always fail. In the alchemy pavilion, many alchemists have a strong academic atmosphere. Until Ling Dan appeared. Seeing Ling Dan's appearance, many alchemists who were still discussing bowed their heads to show respect. Ling Dan was not only powerful in his own right, but what made them even more admired and convinced was his miraculous alchemy skills. In the hearts of these alchemists, Ling Dan's status is second only to the sect master. I've met the Ling Dan Pavilion Master. I've met the Pavilion Master. Everyone greeted him one after another. After Ling Dan nodded, he said loudly, everyone, stop what you are doing. I have something very important to announce. Hearing what he said, both those who were still discussing alchemy and those who were refining medicine all looked over. After everyone focused their attention on him, Ling Dan waved his hand, and tens of thousands of alchemy furnaces flew out of his sleeves. Every alchemy furnace exudes brilliance, and the spirit-level alchemy furnace has the dimmer light. Secondly, there are the Xian-level, King-level, and Saint-level alchemy furnaces. The most eye-catching thing is the 1,000 immortal-level alchemy furnaces. Every fairy-level alchemy furnace exudes powerful power fluctuations and is shrouded in a white fairy light, like a unique treasure in the world. Alchemy furnace. They are all alchemy furnaces. Isn't this too much? Where do you get so many alchemy furnaces? I remember that our sect's forging pavilion has not been officially opened yet. Immortal level. Those 1,000 alchemy furnaces are immortal level. All the alchemists present were so excited when they saw the large number of alchemy furnaces. The impact of 1,000 alchemy furnaces on them was too great. Adding on the original 1,000, there were now 2,000 immortal level alchemy furnaces. Even if they saw it with their own eyes, they found it incredible. 2,000 alchemy furnaces, let alone the great world of Desolate Immortal. Even in other great worlds, there are not so many, right? Pavilion Master, where did you collect this from? The quantity is too terrifying. Immortal Lord Huangxian asked in surprise. They don't care about those alchemy furnaces below the immortal level. Those who reach their level use all the alchemy furnaces at the immortal level. However, there are 5,000 saint-level alchemy furnaces and 1,000 immortal-level alchemy furnaces. Even if several holy places concentrate their efforts to collect them, it will be difficult to obtain them in a short time. Ling Dan said calmly, "These are all collected by the Sect Master himself. For the Sect Master, these are trivial matters." Hearing this, everyone was surprised but also calmed down a lot. Oh, it turns out that the Sect Master took action, so that's normal. With the Sect Master here, it doesn't seem strange to get these good things. Unknowingly, Chen has become synonymous with omniscient and omnipotent in their hearts, as if all unbelievable things will become normal as long as they are associated with the sect leader. That's it. No wonder. Immortal Lord Huangxian also looked clear. Not everyone can use the alchemy furnace, especially the immortal-level alchemy furnace. It depends on everyone's merit. Moreover, the alchemy furnace assigned to you will belong to you. In other words, even if you leave the sect to practice, you can still take the immortal-level alchemy furnace out. This is your private property. Ling Dan glanced at everyone and announced the rules for using the alchemy furnace. There is motivation only when there are rewards. For everyone, obtaining the ownership of the immortal-level alchemy furnace is definitely the most inspiring thing. Sure enough, everyone present was excited. Really? Can it belong to us forever? Become our private property. In other words, I can also have my own immortal-level alchemy furnace? Great. I have already taken my fancy to one of them. If I can get a reward, I will definitely choose that one. Everyone cheered with excitement. So far, although many of them can also use the immortal-level alchemy furnace, they are all belonging to the sect and have no fixed owner. To put it bluntly, the alchemy furnace is public and does not belong to anyone. But after Ling Dan formulated this rule, it gave them a huge hope. After all, which alchemist doesn't want to have his own alchemy furnace? Ling Dan was not worried that they would betray the sect after getting the immortal-level alchemy furnace. Because no matter who betrays the sect, he will definitely die without a burial place. After all, the immortal-level alchemy furnace will eventually return to Kunlun Holy Land. After everyone calmed down a little, Ling Dan continued, "In addition to the alchemy furnace, there are other things as rewards." Hearing what he said, everyone was extremely excited and curious. The alchemy furnace is already amazing. Is there anything more precious than the alchemy furnace? Otherwise, how could it be worthy of being announced later by the Ling Dan Pavilion Master? Under everyone's expectant gazes, Ling Dan flipped his palm, and 10 palm-sized light groups appeared. Inside each light group, there is a small group of flames sealed. Although the flames were only the size of a fist and looked very cute, the moment these flames appeared, the temperature of the entire alchemy pavilion suddenly rose many times. Even the aura of heaven and earth has become restless. Cool. The flames still burning in many alchemy furnaces swayed one after another and then bent in this direction, as if worshipping the King of Flame. This strange scene surprised everyone so much that their pupils suddenly shrank. There is something strange about these 10 flames. Fairy fire. Are they all fairy fire? Immortal Jingyu screamed subconsciously. Everyone also shouted out, "What? Are these all fairy fires? 10 different kinds of fairy fire? No wonder the fire in my body is trembling. It turns out to be 10 groups of fairy fire. Every kind of fairy fire has the terrifying power to destroy the heaven and the earth. If all 10 groups of fairy fire were released, the devastation would be unimaginable. I seem to recognize it. The light blue one seems to be the legendary Naminglihua. The hottest, purest flame, like a small sun. Is it the true fire of the sun? The blue flame flowing like the ocean must be the blue sea and blue sky flame, right? Is that Yuluo Bingen? It seems extremely hot, yet also seems bitingly cold. It's so weird. I can't grasp its flame characteristics at all. Everyone's eyes were as fiery as ever as they gathered around the 10 flames and tried to identify their identities. Every time someone identifies one of the flames, there will be a burst of exclamations and cheers from the crowd. After everyone recognized a series of flames such as Ziwei Skyfire, 9 Death Reincarnation Flame, and so on, everyone's bodies were so excited that they were shaking. Many people even burst into tears, which is no exaggeration at all. Only alchemists know what these fairy fires mean to them. Even if you can't own it yourself, you will have no regrets if you can take a look at it. For them, a good flame is almost equivalent to half a life. As for the fairy fire, they really can't even think about it. Because the generation of fairy fire is either the natural fire of heaven and earth. For example, the flames that Lingdan brought out were the types naturally born from heaven and earth. Or it is the flame produced through special skills, secret techniques, and physical training. For example, Mu Yan's Heavenly Emperor Divine Flame. In terms of quality, Mu Yan's Heavenly Emperor Divine Flame is more powerful than these 10 balls of fairy fire. Because the creation of the Divine Flame of the Heavenly Emperor is the result of the mutual achievement of the holy body of the Flame Spirit and the Emperor-level skill, the art of the Flame God. It is one of the most explosive and blazing flames in the world. Among these 10 flames, the one with characteristics similar to the divine flame of the Heavenly Emperor is the true fire of the sun. However, the true fire of the sun is not as good as the divine flame of the Emperor of Heaven. They couldn't even think about the fairy fire produced through special physiques and secret techniques. Because this is only possible for super geniuses with great luck, and it is impossible for ordinary people to encounter it. As for the naturally occurring fairy fires, each one is extremely unique and rare in number, making it difficult to encounter even one. Even if they meet with their strength, if they want to collect the fairy fire that can destroy the world, they are looking for death. Therefore, they basically have no connection with fairy fire. But now, Lingdan suddenly took out 10 pieces of fairy fire and displayed them in front of everyone, which brought them a huge impact. Pavilion Master, what do these 10 immortal fires represent? Isn't it also that they're also given to us? An 8th grade alchemist asked expectantly and nervously. Everyone's hearts were raised to their throats. They knew that the master of Lingdan Pavilion would show the fairy fire, and there must be a reason for him. There is a high probability that it will have the same reward system as the previous immortal-level alchemy furnace. Gadu. Some people swallowed hard, their eyes widened as if they were about to pop out. Sensing that countless pairs of eyes were focused on his face full of passion and expectation, Lingdan showed a smile this time. He nodded and admitted, yes, these fairy fires are used for rewards. Whoever has made a huge contribution will be eligible to redeem a piece of fairy fire. Although they had already been prepared in their hearts, when they heard Lingdan's announcement with their own ears, they couldn't help but burst into loud cheers. Fuck. Fuck, fuck. It's really a reward. 10 pieces of fairy fire are used as rewards. Such a big gesture belongs to me only, Kunlun Holy Land. Don't say 10 copies. Even if it's just one portion, it would make people fight to the death. Awesome. Kunlun Holy Land is awesome. Everyone jumped up and fell into an unprecedented carnival. Regardless of whether they really have the ability to get a fairy fire reward, just seeing the fairy fire in front of them is already the biggest incentive. No one can resist this temptation. Even the 4 immortal lords swallowed hard at this moment, their hearts filled with indescribable shock and excitement. Naturally, they have no shortage of fairy fire, and they already have their own fairy fire, but Lingdan's generosity still completely shocked them. No matter where in the Holy Land, you can't find such a bold and arrogant hand. Kunlun Holy Land is so terrifying. If I could join the current Kunlun Holy Land when I was young, my future achievements would definitely be even higher. This is called a Holy Land. Anything else can only be called a sect. If I didn't already have my own fairy fire, I would even want to exchange it for one. The four immortal lords were shocked beyond words. Ling Dan was very satisfied with everyone's response. What he wanted was this motivated state so that everyone could have hope, so that everyone could make rapid progress. I will hang these 10 immortal fires above the medicine refining pavilion for everyone to see. I look forward to everyone making great contributions to the sect. With that said, Ling Dan threw out the 10 light balls in his hand, like 10 suns, floating in the sky above the medicine refining pavilion. 10 flames rotate slowly, and everyone can see their existence. The pavilion master is mighty. Everyone cheered. Ling Dan shook his head and corrected their statement. That's wrong. It's not me who is mighty. It's the sect master. These 10 immortal fires were given to me by the sect master. The alchemist's admiration for the sect master has reached a new level. How much ability does the sect leader hide that he can easily obtain even 10 pieces of fairy fire? Amazing, right? Dear best, and the rewards will only increase in the future. After leaving such words, Ling Dan's figure slowly disappeared on the spot, leaving only the excited people. All of a sudden, the medicine refining pavilion began to become more involved. Some alchemists work hard to study the changes in medicinal properties of various heavenly materials and earthly treasures, while others work hard to improve their level of medicine refining. The low-level alchemists made breakthroughs one after another. There are those who have been promoted from the first-level alchemist to the second level, and there are also those who have been promoted from the 8th-level alchemist to the 9th level. There are even several people who have made breakthroughs from 9th-grade alchemist to 1st-grade alchemist. Such a grand occasion can only be seen here in Kunlun Holy Land. Chen, who was taking a nap under the Enlightenment Tea Tree, snapped his fingers and said lazily, "Xiaoya, show up." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoya suddenly appeared next to him, as if he had just said it. For him, everything in Kunlun Holy Land is under his control. If you want to summon Xiaoya, it's too easy. It's just a matter of snapping your fingers. But such an unexpected thing made Xiaoya confused. Because at this moment, she was clean and smooth, with a lot of fragrant bubbles on her body, and she was still rubbing her hair and busy washing it. The last second, she was cleaning herself in the bathroom. Why did she suddenly appear in front of Chen in this second? Xiaoya was stunned for several seconds, her mind completely blank, and she lost the ability to think. She just stood in front of Chen with her hands on her head and her legs spread apart. What? I don't know how long it took before Xiaoya let out a scream and quickly used magic to put on clothes. She glared at Chen angrily. Her face was red, and she didn't know whether she was too angry or too shy. Sect Master, although I am your maid, you can at least take care of my personal affairs, okay? I am still a girl. Xiaoya pouted, clenched her fists and protested loudly to Chen, obviously very angry. Which girl is willing to suddenly appear in front of a man without any concealment while she is cleaning herself? Isn't it too embarrassing? Whether it was two huge soft white jade or a small rift valley, wasn't it all seen by the sect master? Chen was also a little embarrassed because when he forced Xiaoya to come over, he didn't observe what Xiaoya was doing in advance. As a result, such a big mistake happened. What can you hide in front of me? My eyes are no longer limited to this world, but to all the worlds. It's just a living body. Do you think I will take it seriously? Chen said mysterious words and glanced at her indifferently, suddenly expanding his layout countless times. Xiaoya, who was originally blushing with embarrassment, was stunned after hearing what he said. The sect master's words seemed very broad, but in fact they contained inexplicable truth, which shocked her little heart greatly. Xiaoya was shocked on the spot. Her moist red lips were slightly open, her eyes were full of surprise, and she even gradually understood some truths. That's right. If your horizons are limited for too long, it will only form a shackles on yourself. I have been the Holy Lord of Luowei for so long. I seem to be powerful and majestic, but in fact my vision is limited to the Holy Land, only to the great world of desolate immortal. It is precisely because of this that it is difficult for me to improve my cultivation. I am trapped in the realm of Huangxian and cannot reach the realm of Immortal Lord. Xiaoya murmured to herself, and her eyes became brighter and brighter. Many cultivation confusions that she had not figured out before were gradually solved, giving her a feeling of sudden enlightenment. Even the unlocking of her realm showed signs of loosening. She is about to hit the realm of Immortal Lord. Sect Master, thank you for your advice. Otherwise, Xiaoya still wouldn't be able to understand. Xiaoya knew that the sect leader had summoned her here on purpose and said those words to herself just now, which was actually an opportunity to wake her up. Yes, that must be the case. After all, he is the sect leader. His vision is no longer limited to the big world, so how could he be a vulgar person obsessed with the body of the opposite sex? When she thought that she was angry in front of the sect leader just now, Xiaoya felt very self-blame and guilty. It was clear that the sect leader was helping him to realize the Tao, but he was still bound by worldly concepts. He was really not even worthy of being a maid. Sect Master, Xiaoya was too presumptuous just now. I don't know the sect master's good intentions. Please punish Xiaoya. Xiaoya knelt down in front of Yi Chen guiltily, with a sincere attitude. Looking down from Yi Chen's angle, one could clearly see the two huge soft white jade. She sandwiched her arms between them, and when she put them on her knees, she squeezed out the two soft white jade balls. He didn't expect that the sentence he made up casually would actually make this girl realize something. He is worthy of being a top genius. His ability to brainstorm? No, it's just his understanding that makes him strong. Yi Chen said coldly, you just need to understand some truths yourself. When you are not obsessed with the truth, you can understand the realm of the Immortal King. The kneeling Xiaoya's delicate body trembled violently, and the soft white jade also swayed. She lowered her head respectfully. Thank you, sect leader, for your guidance, Xiaoya understands. But before that, please sect master punish Xiaoya severely, otherwise Xiaoya will have trouble sleeping and eating. Xiaoya still feels resentful about what she was angry with the sect leader just now, and she can't forgive herself. As she spoke, she stretched out her jade-white palm, waiting for the master's punishment. Yi Chen picked up a branch and hit her hand several times. What? Xiaoya screamed out in pain, but she gritted her teeth and held back the second blow, only letting out a muffled groan of After several blows, her palms were red, but she was very satisfied inside. When Yi Chen put down the branch, he even felt a little disappointed. It seems that she is looking forward to the sect leader continuing to beat her. I wonder what the sect master needs Xiaoya to do? Satsuki asked. It's like this. There are a few guests from outside the sect. You can pick some tea leaves and some spiritual fruits to prepare for the guests. Yi Chen ordered. He had known in advance that some people had arrived outside the Kunlun Holy Land. After all, the visitors were guests and they had to be entertained. Otherwise, if you tell others later, they will think that Kunlun Holy Land does not respect etiquette. As ordered. Xiaoya nodded obediently and prepared to pick tea leaves first. At this time, Yi Chen looked at her graceful figure and the beautiful scenery when she knelt down just now and suddenly thought of something. So, he transformed into a maid outfit, handed it to Xiaoya, and asked her to put it on. This is your uniform. Wear this from now on. Xiaoya, who took the maid uniform, looked at the strange style and felt very puzzled. This was a design she had never seen before, but since it was the master's order, she naturally obeyed it obediently. Perhaps because of her previous realization, she hesitated, turned around shyly, and then put on her maid uniform in front of Yi Chen. Sect Master, what kind of skirt is this? It feels so strange. Xiaoya tugged on the edge of the skirt with some confusion, wearing such weird clothes for the first time. A thin layer of white stockings was put on her legs, which just hit the thighs, slightly digging in the plump thigh meat. The entire maid outfit is white and pink. The pink tutu is very short and reaches the thigh. The waist was tied up with a white ribbon, which outlined her perfect lines. In front of him is a white napkin-like decoration with some pink cat paw print patterns on it. The further up part is the strange leather collar around the neck. Xiaoya squeezed her legs tightly, feeling very cramped. She is a stunning woman with rich temperament, nobility and coolness, and a plump figure without any fat. But wouldn't this strange outfit be too cute? It's okay for a little girl to wear, isn't it suitable for her? Is there really no risk in having such a short skirt? Also, why does the leather collar around your neck look a bit like the collars used by some monks to raise spiritual beasts? Zone, Sect Master. Xiaoya's face turned red and she hesitated. Yichen looked it up and down several times and nodded with satisfaction, approving the look. Not bad, it looks a bit like a maid. Let's wear it like this from now on. Okay. Although it's very unaccustomed, Xiaoya won't have any complaints. In addition to having to obey the orders of the sect master, she understood that this must also be a special training given to her by the sect master. The purpose is to stop yourself from being obsessed with appearance. In this way, I will have a huge breakthrough in my practice. Xiaoya continued to pick enlightenment tea leaves, and then went to the Lingji garden to pick some spiritual fruits. She is also quite familiar with the spirit planting garden. She has seen all kinds of elixirs here, including the transplanted holy fruit tree. Therefore, she was not too surprised. It wasn't until she saw 1,005 elements fruits that she finally couldn't hold back any longer and covered her mouth with her little hands in surprise. This seems to be the 5 elements path fruit? Xiaoya looked around and saw that all the nearby fruits were 5 elements Dao fruits. Each 5 elements fruit has 5 colors: gold, earthy yellow, fiery red, cyan, and aqua blue. These 5 colors represent the 5 elements, and they vaguely form some mysterious Taoist charm. Yes, this is the legendary 5 elements Dao fruit. So many. Xiaoya picked it carefully and admired the master's ability even more. In the whole world, only the sect leader can get 1,005 elements fruit trees at once, right? In addition to the 5 elements fruits, she also picked several holy fruits and other spiritual fruits to entertain guests. While Xiaoya was busy, several figures hidden in the void gradually appeared on the periphery of Kunlun Holy Land. With the appearance of a few of them, there are faint signs of being affected by the rules of this world, and wonderful changes have taken place. This phenomenon will only occur when the realm reaches a certain height. Senior Wuhan, this is the location of the Kunlun Holy Land we found out about. Immortal Lord Siming looked at the lush mountains below and said to the ancestor Wuhan in front of him. During this period, they used the oldest but most effective method, which was to ask people around, and finally roughly determined the scope of the Kunlun Holy Land. If nothing else, it's in this mountain range. Looking at the endless mountains below, the Wuhan ancestors all felt a little confused and uncertain. Because, although the mountains here are quite mysterious, they are not too magical, at least they cannot match a holy land. For example, their own holy land looks extremely impressive from the outside. According to the intelligence, it should be correct. Our 3 major holy places secretly mobilized countless people to search, and finally determined that they were in this area. Holy Lord Ziwei looked at this mountain range carefully and said seriously, Shindan Holy Land, Ziwei Holy Land, and Luowei Holy Land, they united to secretly search for Kunlun Holy Land. Since Yichen cut off all the causal lines, they were unable to deduce and calculate, and could only rely on huge manpower to inquire and search. Regarding this point, they had no other doubts. Today, Ancestor Wuhan, Holy Master Shindan, Immortal Siming, and Holy Master Ziwei are all here. How do we find the exact location? Should we use violent means to try it first? Holy Master Ziwei's eyes flickered, wanting to test the details of Kunlun Holy Land. But Patriarch Wuhan stopped him from being reckless. Wouldn't it be bad if that senior misunderstood that we were here to cause trouble? They are not here to stir up trouble, but are on good terms with Kunlun Holy Land. Several people stared at each other, not knowing what to do for a moment. Finally, Patriarch Wuhan said, "Let me investigate first. There must be something fishy here." As he spoke, he released his boundless spiritual consciousness, covering the entire mountain range, and immediately noticed that one of the areas was very strange. When your consciousness is close to that area, it will be repelled by an invisible force or even distorted. Found it. Ancestor Wuhan looked happy and led everyone to another location. Here, they saw the huge mountain gate with the 4 characters Kunlun Holy Land written on it. This is it, let's go in. Immortal Siming said happily that he had no clue after deducing it for so long, and today he finally discovered the base camp of Kunlun Holy Land. It's not easy. It's really not easy. When several people took steps to go in, they were blocked by a force of formation. This is exactly the sect-protecting formation of Kunlun Holy Land. What a powerful formation! Immortal Summoning was pushed back several steps involuntarily, surprised by the power of the formation. You know, he is a strong man in the realm of Immortal Lord. How many formations in this world can really stop him? But when he came into contact with the power of the Kunlun Holy Land's sect-protecting formation, he could clearly feel his insignificance. Is it more powerful than the formation in my Ziwei Holy Land? It's impossible, right? The formations in our Holy Land have been strengthened by many seniors generation after generation, and they are also blessed by the power of the Immortal Emperor. Holy Lord Ziwei said, somewhat unconvinced. Regarding Kunlun Holy Land, he is the one who is most unconvinced. He had never seen anyone from the Kunlun Holy Land, and 2 elders had died. If Patriarch Wuhan hadn't said that the other party was the Immortal Emperor, he would have definitely mobilized the power of the Holy Land to attack Chen. Although Patriarch Wuhan is very afraid of this Kunlun Holy Land. But Holy Lord Ziwei still wants to test its depth personally. Seniors, let me give it a try. Saying that, Holy Lord Ziwei immediately activated his skills and struck the mountain gate with a move of purple energy from the east. A blow from the Holy Lord will have an effect no matter what. Just when Holy Lord Ziwei thought he could open the formation, an even more surging star power burst out from the sect-protecting formation. Boom! One after another, huge stars smashed down with a destructive aura, which scared Holy Master Ziwei into a cold sweat and quickly used his body skills to avoid them. Fortunately, he was just testing it. Otherwise, the backlash from the formation will definitely be even more terrifying. What kind of formation is this? The power of the stars just now was too strong. Holy Lord Ziwei stayed far away this time, not daring to get closer. Ancestor Wuhan's expression was also very solemn because he felt the breath of the Immortal Emperor from this formation. If he guessed correctly, the sect-protecting formation in Kunlun Holy Land must be an Emperor-level formation. This formation is extremely powerful. I tested it with my spiritual consciousness, and it felt like the depths of the vast starry sky. It is profound and at the same time has infinite power. Ancestor Wuhan still had a vicious eye, and he immediately saw the subtlety of this formation. No wonder they failed to discover the location of the Kunlun Holy Land at first. With this formation as a cover, who could easily find it? Ancestor Wuhan bowed his hands and said loudly to the mountain gate of Kunlun Holy Land, Ancestor Wuhan from the Divine Pill Holy Land, come to visit Kunlun Holy Land. His voice echoed endlessly in the mountains, but no one came out after waiting for a long time. Several people's expressions were a little strange. After all, they were respectable big shots, and they all came to visit in person. Why was there no one at Kunlun Holy Land to receive them? The dignified ancestor of the Immortal King and the Lord of the Holy Land was just left to hang out here? Do you think it's better to hang clothes? But they didn't dare to get angry, so they could only comfort themselves that no outsiders could see it here, so it wasn't a shame. I'm Wuhan, please see my senior. Ancestor Wuhan spoke again. I shouted 10 times in succession, but no one paid attention. After waiting for another hour, several people were already hesitating whether to continue waiting. Fortunately, at this time, a tall figure appeared above the mountains. He looked down at everyone and said loudly, "You're a guest, come in." As he spoke, the man waved his hand, and the sect-protecting formation automatically tore open a hole. Seeing this, Wuhan Ancestor and the others no longer hesitated, stepped into the mountain gate, and truly entered the Kunlun Holy Land. What a rich aura of heaven and earth! As soon as they came in, they were surprised by the strong spiritual energy of heaven and earth. How could it be stronger than that of their own holy land? Moreover, there is a whole other world inside, like a small world that has been opened up by itself. The scope is extremely wide and endless. If the sect area of the Kunlun Holy Land was really placed on the external mountain range, it would definitely cover the entire mountain range or even exceed it. The inside and outside are equivalent to 2 worlds. However, the few people present were all people with great powers and broad vision. After being slightly surprised, they calmed down. The middle-aged man who had just led them in appeared in front of them again and introduced, "I am the Deputy Sect Master of Kunlun Holy Land, and my name is Linkong." Linkong was quite happy to see outsiders coming in. After being given the position of Deputy Sect Leader by the Sect Master, he actually had nothing to do. Ancestor Wuhan was the first outsider. Fellow Taoist Linkong. Ancestor Wuhan also handed over to Linkong. Ancestor Wuhan was very curious about the realm of the Deputy Sect Master of Kunlun Holy Land. So, he quietly released a ray of consciousness, trying to find out the details of Linkong. But as soon as he made a small move, he was discovered by Linkong. Linkong turned his head and said to him with a half-smile, "Fellow Taoist Wuhan, if you want to compete, we can find time to discuss it. We don't have to do sneaky things, right?" Hearing this, Ancestor Wuhan blushed slightly in embarrassment. But what shocked him was that Linkong's perception was so sharp. He is a super strong man at the peak of the Immortal King. He is known as the invincible state under the Immortal Emperor. Will he be discovered by the volley if he makes a small move? Unless Linkong is also a supermaster at this level. Kunlun Holy Land is really unfathomable. Ancestor Wuhan sighed in his heart. What kind of holy land is this? Today, he must have a good experience. Immortal Summoning, Holy Master Ziwei, and Holy Master Shindan who followed behind were even more afraid to speak loudly. They also saw that the deputy sect leader Linkong was already equivalent to a supermaster at the level of the ancestor of the Holy Land, and they were really not qualified to speak in front of him. Walking all the way inside, Patriarch Wuhan felt very puzzled when he saw that there was not even a single person in the huge Holy Land. Fellow Taoist Linkong, why does your sect have no disciples? Patriarch Wuhan couldn't help but ask. Linkong said, "This sect has not officially opened its doors to accept disciples yet, so there are no people." Hearing this, Patriarch Wuhan and Holy Master Shindan suddenly understood that Chen kidnapped so many people just to make them come to Kunlun Holy Land to work, right? I bet you Kunlun Holy Land all rely on looting? The further they went in, the more surprised they became. Even though the Kunlun Holy Land is huge, many of its facilities can be seen as extraordinary even from a distance. For example, what is that huge black hole hanging high in the sky? It gives people a vague sense of horror. Also, when passing by a place called the Original Sword Palace, they all felt the strong sword intent constantly swallowing. It was as if the entire Primordial Sword Palace was coming to life. What exactly does this do? What also concerned them was that a woman with a hot figure wearing a long red dress was sitting with her legs crossed on the Original Sword Palace plaque, looking at the side with a smile on her face. Ancestor Wuhan was very vigilant because from the woman in the red dress, he felt a state fluctuation that was no weaker than his own. Damn it, another peak Immortal King? Ancestor Wuhan almost cursed it out loud. Why does he feel that the peak of the Immortal King is like cabbage, which can be seen everywhere in Kunlun Holy Land? Linkong noticed the gazes of several people and introduced casually, that is Elder Honglian, who usually guards the Original Sword Palace. Several people quickly passed by the Sutra Library. At the gate of the Sutra Pavilion, there was a woman wearing a snow-white dress who was reading ancient books leisurely and quietly. There was no fluctuation in this woman's body, but she was like the purest snow lotus in the world, as if she had merged with the heaven and earth. Shualian noticed that an outsider was approaching, frowned in displeasure, and then disappeared out of thin air. That person just now was our elder Shualian, who usually controls the Sutra Pavilion. Linkong introduced again casually. Ancestor Wuhan nodded with a smile on his face, seemingly calm, but his heart was already filled with turmoil. Because he could see that the elder named Shualian was another supermaster at the peak of the Immortal King. Damn, what the hell is going on? Just after entering the Kunlun Holy Land, you have already seen the three Immortal Kings at their peak? Why is such a powerful force so low-key? Siming Xianjun and others are as quiet as chickens, each one more well-behaved than the other. They couldn't see the general realm of Honglian and Shualian. They only knew that the two stunning women with different temperaments were unfathomable. They were definitely unparalleled powerhouses above all living things. Kunlun Holy Land is truly terrifying. Holy Lord Ziwei was thankful in his heart. Fortunately, he was not a pure reckless man and did not start a war against Kunlun Holy Land. Otherwise, Ziwei Holy Land will definitely suffer a huge crisis. Judging from the current power displayed by Kunlun Holy Land, 1 Immortal Emperor plus 3 peak Immortal Kings is enough to bring a devastating blow to Ziwei Holy Land. Of course, relying on various foundations, there is a high probability that Ziwei Holy Land can still survive. But such a crepe Myrtle Holy Land is no different from ordinary small sects, right? Fortunately, Holy Lord Ziwei was nervous. Ling Kong brought them into the main hall. Chen was sitting high on the throne, and Xiaoya, who was wearing a pink and white maid uniform, was waiting attentively on the side, pouring tea and feeding fruits. Junior has met Senior. Ancestor Wuhan led everyone to salute Chen respectfully. Sit down, you're a guest. I don't have any good wine or food here, only some ordinary tea. Chen waved his hand and said. Xiaoya stepped forward to pour tea for several people and presented fruit plates. Senior, please use it slowly. Thank you. When Immortal Summoning nodded his thanks, he suddenly realized why this woman looked so familiar. Taking a closer look, holy shit, isn't this our Holy Lord? Holy Lord? Why are you dressed like this? Immortal Summoning couldn't help shouting, and he was extremely confused. The Holy Lord now looked like a maid. How could he still look like the aloof and noble Holy Lord before? Besides, what was she wearing that was so messy? Xiaoya pursed her red lips in embarrassment, and then said, Senior Siming, Xiaoya is no longer Holy Lord Luowe. Xiaoya is just the maid of the sect master. As soon as these words came out, not to mention Immortal Summoning, even Patriarch Wuhan and the others' heads were buzzing. Everyone stared at Xiaoya in disbelief. They couldn't believe why she could say these words. As the Lord of the Holy Land, he must be noble and arrogant, with a lofty attitude as if he could dominate any living being. Why has she changed so much? She also said she would like to be the maid of the sect leader? What is going on? Immortal Summoning couldn't accept this. They were searching for the Holy Lord throughout the Holy Land, just to rescue her and come back to preside over the overall situation. But who would have thought that the noble Holy Lord Luowe would have turned into someone else's maid? Holy Lord, don't joke. Your identity affects the entire Holy Land. Immortal Summoning said seriously. If it were before, Xiaoya would definitely agree with him, but now Xiaoya just wants to stay by her master's side wholeheartedly. Senior Summoning, who can be the Holy Master? Xiaoya's absence will not affect the operation of the Holy Land. Please select a new Holy Master as soon as possible after Senior Summoning returns. After saying that, Xiaoya returned to Chen's side, folding her hands between her thighs, looking extremely well-behaved. Immortal Summoning was completely dumbfounded. He had never thought that things would turn out like this. The people in Luowe Holy Land all thought that the Holy Master must be tortured somewhere and wanted to return to Luowe Holy Land all the time. But Xiaoya still has the slightest intention of going back? She doesn't even want to be the Holy Master, but is willing to be a maid. Holy Lord Luowe, are you serious? Holy Master Shindan couldn't help but ask. As the same Holy Lord, he couldn't understand Holy Lord Luoyue's choice even more, unless her consciousness was manipulated and she was no longer the original her. Xiaoya nodded seriously and said, It's absolutely true. Xiaoya just wants to serve the sect leader now. Everyone was silent. Immortal Lord Summoning was sitting on pins and needles, unable to laugh or cry. It's over, the Holy Lord has become a maid. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, he would have caught Xiaoya and interrogated her no matter what. Chen also smiled and said, She is my maid now. If anyone wants to take her away by force, it is best to ask me first. He said this sentence with a smile, but when it fell in everyone's ears, it was like thunder, deafening, and extremely intimidating. This sound was like a world-destroying thunderbolt above the 9 heavens, rumbling in everyone's ears, shocking everyone. What a strong strength. Is this the power of the Immortal Emperor? He obviously didn't show any fluctuations in his cultivation, but just one sentence almost shook my soul away. Holy Lord Ziwei lowered his head in fear. It stands to reason that as the Lord of the Holy Land, he can maintain sufficient status and identity wherever he goes and does not need to bow to anyone. Even when facing a veteran and powerful person like Ancestor Wuhan, Holy Lord Ziwei just remained respectful and did not need to be afraid at all. Because he represents the entire Ziwei Holy Land. What he said was equivalent to what the entire Ziwei Holy Land said. However, in front of Yichen, Holy Lord Ziwei truly felt what fear was. It seems that as long as there is something a little bit strange about him, the other party can completely destroy him with a look. The Immortal Emperor, who claims to be above all living things, truly deserves his reputation. Fortunately, I went to the Divine Pill Holy Land and learned some inside information in advance. If Ziwei Holy Land really launches an immortal war with Kunlun Holy Land, Ziwei Holy Land will be finished. Holy Master Shindan was also trembling at this moment. Even with Ancestor Wuhan in front of him, he couldn't feel the slightest sense of security. When the Immortal Emperor's wrath comes, the fate of Ancestor Wuhan will probably not be much better than his own. Everyone is just an ant. I can't get my Kirin Amethyst Flame back, alas. The Holy Master of Shindan sighed secretly in his heart. He was still thinking about the Kirin Amethyst Flame. The fairy fire was extremely powerful and symbolized the identity of the Holy Lord, so naturally he couldn't lose it. But now, given 10,000 courages, he would not dare to propose taking back the Kirin Amethyst Flame. Immortal Siming's face was extremely pale. The moment Yichen spoke, it was as if countless stars were pressing down on him. Heaviness, frustration, despair. Every word was like a star, and by the end he almost felt his knees. Immortal Siming knew that this was a situation where the other party was not serious. If he had been a little serious, he would have been out of his mind. It is impossible to take the Holy Lord away. Just like Xiaoya said, we can discuss the matter of choosing the Holy Lord after we go back. Ancestor Wuhan appeared calm on the surface, as if he was not stressed at all. But in fact, he was so frightened that his courage almost broke. If the sphincter hadn't been clamped tightly, the 9-turn large intestine would have been pulled out. In front of an Immortal Emperor, he, the top powerhouse who is said to be invincible under the Immortal Emperor, seemed to be just a slightly stronger ant. But ants are just ants. Does it matter whether you are strong or not? Chevron_left. This talkative guy, if you say one more word, I will definitely kill you first. Ancestor Wuhan was so angry that he wanted to slap Immortal Siming away. It's not good for us to make this big boss angry. If you want to die, don't take everyone with you. Fortunately, Immortal Siming also realized his mistake, and now he closed his mouth tightly, not daring to say any more. Xiaoya, who was standing next to Yichen, was frightened into silence when she saw the big shots below. As the master's maid, she was prouder than anyone else. Be a holy lord? Is it better to be a holy master than to be a maid? Don't think that the maid is very low level. Even the Ancestor Wuhan has to bow his head respectfully in front of her. Isn't this more enjoyable than being the Holy Master? Tell me, why are you all here? You've come all the way here. Why don't you come all the way here just to say hello to me? Yichen asked lazily while sipping tea. Ancestor Wuhan was immediately full of smiles and explained, "It's like this, in 3 years, several of our holy places will open a small world for young disciples to enter and experience. And I want to invite the disciples of Kunlun Holy Land to go together." Using the method of starting a small world experience to build a relationship with Kunlun Holy Land was something they had discussed before. That small world is a space independent of the world. There are many good things in it, but there are also huge dangers. Several holy places have jointly developed it into a trial place for disciples, which will be opened every 10 years. There are still 3 years until the next opening. This is one of the best opportunities. Because outside monks are not qualified to participate at all, countless monks are breaking their heads trying to get a spot. However, several major holy places will not be open to the public at all. Kunlun Holy Land is the first external sect invited. From this point of view, it is enough to see the sincerity of these holy places. Oh, really? Let's talk about it then. I'll ask those disciples how many of them want to go. Yichen said casually, not having much interest in this so-called small world experience, let alone the level that surprised him. After receiving this recovery, Patriarch Wuhan and the others felt extremely helpless. If it were in the outside world, if they released the opportunity for a quota, they would definitely make countless people fight to the death, and the competition would be bloody. After experiencing the experience of a small world, everyone who comes out will have huge improvements and gains. Who wouldn't be tempted? But in Chen's words, such a top-notch opportunity seemed not worth mentioning. Moreover, he also asked how many disciples were willing to go. Are there really people who don't want to go? However, it is considered that you have taken this matter seriously. Xiaoya has also served you tea and spiritual fruits. Enjoy it yourself, Chen said. Several people picked up the spirit tea beside them and sniffed it gently. They thought it was just high-end spiritual tea, but when they saw that there seemed to be Dao runes looming in the tea, they immediately realized something was wrong. This tea. Ancestor Wuhan took a closer look and found that it was the Enlightenment tea leaves. As expected of the Holy Land of Kunlun, you can directly serve the guests with Enlightenment tea. After all, the ancestor is still an ancestor. He has strong determination and knowledge and will not lose his composure just because of a cup of Enlightenment tea. Several other holy masters were also quite surprised and drank the Enlightenment tea in one gulp, savoring the Tao charm in it. As holy lords, and in front of outsiders, even if they are excited, they will not show it too obviously. Until they looked down and saw a few fruits in the fruit plate, they finally couldn't help but scream. Holy Lord Ziwei picked up a 5-color spiritual fruit and was very surprised. Isn't this the 5 elements fruit? I have eaten it several times, but the fruit is only half the size of a fist, and it is not comparable to this fruit. It's really the 5 elements Dao fruit. This is an ancient immortal root. It is an extremely rare spiritual fruit. It is almost as precious as the immortal medicine and the Enlightenment Tea Tree. The voice of Holy Master Xindan trembled. This kind of good stuff is not even grown in their sacred elixir Holy Land. What a plump fruit. Senior, are you really going to entertain us? Immortal Summoning asked in disbelief. It would be fine if it was just one fruit, but now each person has 4 of them, and its value is immeasurable. All for entertaining guests? Do you want this luxury? Chen casually threw the 5 elements Dao fruit. He took a bite to Xiaoya aside and said nonchalantly, "Isn't it just a few fruits? There are many in my backyard, and they are not valuable things." Cough, cough, cough. Holy Lord Ziwei choked on the fruit and kept coughing. His face was full of resentment, but he didn't dare to show it too obviously. The 5 elements Taoist fruit is such a precious treasure of heaven and earth, but it is actually said to be a worthless thing? How arrogant do you have to be to say that? Xiaoya cherished the fruit that Chen took a bite of and tasted it carefully while nodding. Yeah, the sect leader is right. We have plenty of them in the backyard. The Wuhan ancestors all looked unbelievable. Seeing that Chen didn't care about this, Patriarch Wuhan had the courage to ask, "I dare to ask the sect master, the 5 elements Tao fruit is an extremely precious thing. It is difficult to find more than 10 fruit trees in the world. Is it possible for your sect? Is there one in the backyard?" Chen did not speak, but sipped tea leisurely. Xiaoya can now cooperate with Chen very well. She is the type that will automatically raise her butt when she is patted, and will automatically shake when she presses her waist. She shook her head and explained, "A fruit tree? Of course there isn't one." Hearing her say this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. That's right. Even in the Kunlun Holy Land, it is impossible to have a complete 5 elements fruit tree. These are immortal roots. There are only a few in the world. These holy places have been passed down for countless years, but they have not been able to obtain a complete 5 elements Dao fruit. No matter how powerful the Kunlun Holy Land is, it won't be much more than them, right? Everyone is a holy land, so the gap will not be huge. Since entering the Kunlun Holy Land, many people and things here have been constantly impacting them, which has opened their eyes. Now, several people finally got some comfort. Unexpectedly, just when they breathed a sigh of relief, Xiaoya filled in the second half of the sentence. "1 tree is too few. We have 1,000 fruit trees." In one sentence, several people present were dumbfounded on the spot. Holy Master Shindan and Holy Master Ziwei almost spit out the Enlightenment Tea in their mouths. They realized how precious the Enlightenment Tea was and swallowed it forcefully. Immortal Summoning's eyes widened, and he was obviously still wondering if he had heard wrong just now. Hey, 1,000 fruit trees? Are you referring to the fruit tree of the 5 elements fruit? Ancestor Wuhan stretched his neck and beat his chest several times before swallowing the food. Did fellow Taoist Xiaoya say it's not about 1,000 5 elements fruit trees? Or are other fruit trees also included? Ancestor Wuhan asked cautiously. If it were 1,000 fruit trees with 5 elements fruit, it would be terrifying. Is there really something so outrageous in the world? Xiaoya knew that these things were tacitly allowed to be revealed by the sect leader, so she had nothing to worry about and said, of course there are 1,000 5 elements fruit trees. If we had other fruit trees, it will be more than 1,000. Xiaoya raised her head very proudly. Now she was a part of the Kunlun Holy Land. She was also proud of the various details of the Kunlun Holy Land. Only Kunlun Holy Land can have such amazing good things. Hiss. Ancestor Wuhan was so shocked that he took a breath of cold air. There was already a storm in his heart, and countless fuck-s were blocked in his mouth. Immortal Summoning silently drank up the Enlightenment Tea, not forgetting to chew the tea leaves and swallow them. He finally understood that Xiaoya's stay here was absolutely voluntary and not being manipulated. If it were him, he would also want to stay. Holy Master Ziwei and Holy Master Shindan were also completely speechless. They wonder if they're dreaming? If it were not a dream, how could there be 1,000 fruit trees with 5 elements fruit in reality? Well, just think of it as a dream. After eating the 5 elements fruit, they silently began to taste the holy fruit. This is the holy fruit from the sacred mountain at the beginning of the Yuan dynasty, and they know it. It's not a secret that Chen got the holy fruit tree back from the holy mountain at the beginning of the Yuan dynasty. But put together with these 5 elements Dao fruits, the holy fruits are nothing. In addition to these, there are other spiritual fruits. Although they are not as good as the 5 elements Dao fruit and the holy fruit, they are still very precious to the outside world. After finishing the food and drinking the tea, Patriarch Wuhan once again explained his purpose of coming this time, which was to invite the disciples of Kunlun Holy Land to participate in the small world trial in 3 years. They also brought a lot of gifts, such as some natural treasures and high-level weapons. But Chen didn't even look at it and let Xiaoya take it away. Several people felt bitter in their hearts. These were treasures they had carefully selected for a long time. They thought they would get Chen to praise them, but they didn't even take a look at them. Put in the Kunlun Holy Land, these treasures are indeed nothing. Sect Master, can a few of us go visit our former fellow sect members? Ancestor Wuhan asked. What happened to the 4 immortal kings and the 3,000 alchemists who were kidnapped by Chen entering and leaving the country? They all want to know. Kunlun Holy Land is still in the stage of declining population. Those alchemists must be used like cattle and horses, right? I feel pitiful just thinking about it. In the Holy Land of Divine Pills, they were noble alchemists, but when they came to the Holy Land of Kunlun, they could only work like cows and horses. Go over and see them now, and from now on human and heaven will be separated forever. After making this request, Chen agreed and asked Xiaoya to take them there. As soon as everyone left the hall, Chen got a prompt from the system. Information to the host. A disciple with Emperor-level qualifications has been detected. Please go and recruit a disciple. Oh? There's another reward package? That's pretty good. It's still an Emperor-level qualification. Chen summoned the Black Dragon. See the Sect Master. Is there anything for Black Dragon to handle? Black Dragon asked respectfully. As a strong man at the peak of the Immortal King, Black Dragon has been guarding the Kunlun Holy Land together with White Dragon since he was summoned. On weekdays, they also go to the Chaos Realm to gain insights and practice. Top experts at their level usually don't need to take action unless they encounter major problems. Chen ordered, "Go and bring someone back for me. Our sect will have another disciple." I obey my orders. After receiving the information, Black Dragon left Kunlun Holy Land and headed to the place where the Emperor-level disciple appeared. Ancestor Wuhan and the others were walking towards the medicine refining pavilion at this time. On the way to the medicine refining pavilion, Immortal Summoning was still not used to the former holy master turning into a maid. Xiaoya, those fellow Taoists who came from the Holy Land of Divine Pills, are they all okay? Immortal Lord Summoning sighed and asked. Xiaoya replied as expected, Oh them? They're refining elixirs every day and can't stop at all. Ancestor Wuhan and Holy Master of Divine Pills immediately felt a little heavy. Sure enough, just as they expected, Huangxian Immortal Lord and the others must be living a very difficult, painful, and hard life now. Alas, when an alchemist comes here, he will definitely not be treated as well as in the Holy Land of Divine Pills. When they approached the medicine refining pavilion, they suddenly stopped and looked at the tall building in front of them in surprise. Because they have already smelled the scent of medicine coming from this building. It smells so good. Are they really making medicine? The Holy Master of Xindan felt very heavy and couldn't help but quicken his pace and followed Xiaoya into the medicine refining pavilion. When you push the door open, you will see a bustling scene of refining medicine. Many alchemists are standing in front of their alchemy furnaces, patiently controlling the temperature and strength of the flames, and also paying attention to putting the medicinal materials in at the right time. There can be no mistakes in the process of refining the medicine. Otherwise, all previous efforts will be wasted. Since everyone was so involved, they didn't even notice Xiaoya's arrival. Occasionally, a few alchemists raised their heads and glanced at them, but quickly continued to lower their heads and discuss various knowledge about alchemy. It was as if they didn't recognize the Holy Master of the Divine Pill and the Wuhan ancestor at all. Seeing that he was ignored by the alchemists, the Holy Master of the Divine Pill felt that it was impossible. There must be something wrong in some aspects, right? I am the Holy Master of Divine Pills, and I have the supreme status in the hearts of these alchemists. Don't forget, when the alchemist conference was held before, these alchemists cheered enthusiastically when they saw him attending. He remembered clearly that everyone looked at him with eyes full of admiration and yearning. It is no exaggeration to say that he is the king in the hearts of these alchemists. Why did these people only look up at me at this moment and then ignore them? What happened to them? Why do everyone seem to be possessed by a demon? This was the first time that Holy Lord Xindan was ignored. He was quite unconvinced, thinking that it was because these people were of too low a level that they did not recognize him. He found a few high-level people who had seen the world. They would definitely recognize him and be revelry and excited. Have it. The Holy Master of Divine Pill saw a third-grade alchemy refining Immortal Master. This third-grade alchemy refining Immortal Master had had many exchanges with him. He would be surprised to see him suddenly appear here. Shuahao. It's me. The Holy Master of the Divine Pill came to the third-level alchemy master named Shui Hao and patted his shoulder expectantly. Shui Hao looked up and was a little surprised to see that it was the Holy Master of Xindan, but just when the Holy Master of Xindan thought that Shui Hao would jump up excitedly. Shui Hao acted unusually calm, so it's the Holy Master? Are you here too? Then hurry up and work. Don't disturb me. Don't you see I'm busy? After saying that, Shui Hao continued to study the elixir recipe with his head down. What the hell? The Holy Master of the Divine Pill was confused. Why was it different from what he thought? Why is Shui Hao so fascinated by the prescription? The Holy Master of the Divine Pill stretched his neck to take a look and saw the words Tai Ching 9 turns purple gold pill written on the pill prescription. He was shocked. Tai Ching 9 turns purple gold pill? Isn't this an ancient elixir that has been lost for a long time? It is said that it was created by an immortal emperor who used elixirs to enter Taoism and became emperor with elixirs. For countless years, the various materials of the Tai Ching 9 turns purple golden pill were missing or the efficacy of the medicine changed, resulting in the prescription being lost. They don't even have a collection of divine elixirs in their holy land, so why would Shui Hao have it here? The Holy Master of Divine Pills immediately snatched the pill formula from Shui Hao's hand to see whether it was true or not, but Shui Hao snatched it back. Shui Hao glared at him and cursed. Do you want to see if you don't know how to find it? There are no prescriptions in the alchemy pavilion? You have to steal mine, right? The Holy Master of Divine Pills heard the secret and quickly asked, Did you get this pill formula from the medicine refining pavilion? Is this right here? Shui didn't even raise his head and said angrily, "What else?" There are countless pill recipes in this alchemy pavilion, and there are even pill recipes that were lost in ancient times. What is the Taiching 9-turn golden pill and the purple golden pill? His words made Holy Lord Shindan feel unbelievable. Are there even ancient lost elixir recipes here? Real or fake? The elixir recipes in the Holy Elixir Holy Land are not that rich, right? When he wanted to find a few more people to inquire, he finally saw Immortal Lord Huangxian. At this time, Immortal Lord Huangxian was floating cross-legged in the air, seeming to be thinking and comprehending something. Holy Master Shindan hurried over to wake him up. "Senior Huangxian Immortal Lord, we are here to see you." Being forcibly interrupted during his practice, Immortal Lord Huangxian glanced at the Holy Master of the Divine Pill with great displeasure, his tone full of dissatisfaction. "Holy Lord, please don't disturb my enlightenment. I have entered a very critical period, and it is very likely that I will break through to the realm of an 8th-level alchemy master." "What? Are you going to enter the 8th-level alchemy refining immortal master realm?" The Holy Master of Shindan screamed in alarm, and this disturbing behavior attracted many disgusted eyes from around him. Speaking of this, Immortal Lord Huangxian also smiled excitedly and said, "Yes, there are endless mysteries in the medicine refining pavilion. I have new insights every moment. In the process of elixirs, my speed of progress is faster than that of divine elixirs. At least 10 times as much as in the Holy Land." There was no exaggeration in what he said. Originally, he was still far away from becoming an 8th-level alchemist, but how long had it been since he joined the Kunlun Holy Land? You have already glimpsed the threshold of the 8th-grade alchemy master. It was the unique conditions and environment of Kunlun Holy Land that brought him huge opportunities. The Holy Lord of Divine Pills can't believe this is true. He always thought that Immortal Lord Huangxian and Immortal Jingyu lived a miserable life, being oppressed and treated like cattle and horses by Kunlun Holy Land. Why doesn't it look like this at all now? Everyone is immersed in the atmosphere of learning and discussion and seems to be enjoying themselves? Huh? Senior Wuhan is here too. After Immortal Lord Huangxian saw Ancestor Wuhan, he went over to greet him seriously. After all, Patriarch Wuhan is also a senior. "Junior Huangxian, I have met Senior Wuhan." Immortal Lord Huangxian cupped his hands and said, "Huangxian, what are you doing?" Even Ancestor Wuhan didn't understand the current situation. Faced with the inquiry from Patriarch Wuhan, Immortal Lord Huangxian did not dare to neglect and patiently and proudly introduced the situation after they arrived at Kunlun Holy Land. When he mentioned the magic of the medicine refining pavilion, Patriarch Wuhan and the others were all shocked. "Ancestor Wuhan, Huangxian, are you kidding me? There are all kinds of elixir recipes in this medicine refining pavilion? Are there more than those in our divine elixir holy land?" Huangxian shook his head. "No, to be precise, I don't know how many times more. There are countless elixir recipes stored in the medicine refining pavilion, ranging from the most low-level prescriptions to extremely complex and advanced ones. I can't go into details. This involves the secrets of our Kunlun Holy Land. Please forgive me, Senior Wuhan." Immortal Lord Huangxian explained apologetically. Ancestor Wuhan almost couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. "How long has it been since your kid was kidnapped? Does this mean he is from Kunlun Holy Land? You kid has no heart. No heart."
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.